time to say goodbye to Awkward Question Time. Please welcome your host, Alex Leam.
Coffee good. Morning, hello, and welcome to the last ever Awkward Question Time with me, Alex Leam. The show where I take a panel of comedians and subject them to an hour's worth of awkward and stupid questions. You're going to be seeing a lot of comedians today and a lot of hours. 12 hours non-stop, all the way from now to 9:30 tonight. I was originally 23 hours non-stop, but thought better of it. But now that I've started on this one, I'm having second thoughts about 12 hours. But it's too late now. It's too late. We're off. So at the top of each hour, we've got some specially made jingles to mark how far in we are.
12 hours to go.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We can do this. We can do this. So a lot of the usual rules do still apply, even though this is the last ever show. I want you to submit your questions because not all of them come from me. I have written 120 of them until the wee late hours last night. But we need some from you, the audience. They will be popped up on screen. More creams, the better, and answer along with us. Give us a share, retweet, and subscribe on YouTube. And while you're at it, give my Facebook page a like at Alex Leam Stand Up. Follow me on Twitter at Alex Leam, or search Alex Leam on YouTube. Normally at this point, I say give the Awkward Question Time Facebook page a like. But there's no point after today. So don't. In fact, unlike it. Yeah, unlike it. Save your time. Save your time. Are you not watching live, but are you watching the replay? If that is the case, then let us know where and at what time you're watching. And donate. And are you watching on a proper TV? If you are, because a lot of people do that, and then take a picture at some point from whereabouts you're watching on a proper TV and DM it to either one of the channels or one of my personal ones. And today is all about fundraising in aid of Mind. So the QR code that you see there, just next to me, Dalek, that's not the PayPal code that we normally used to have. That code, if you scan that, that takes you straight through to the Just Giving page. And this is the URL right below. So justgiving.com/fundraising/last day QT. It's quicker if you scan that. Just scan that. That's all we need to do. I have some bad news before we go any further. I have to say, do not, under any circumstances, send a text to the show's Nokia 3310. Because it's been that long since we last did one of these. It was the end of February. I turned this on the other day to find that the SIM card had died. So you can't send a text into this anymore, which is a shame because I did make a jingle for it, which was a bit like a 90s chat line.
Come on, text, Awkward Question Time. 07508 796619. 07508 796619.
Don't text that number. Do not text that number. It's a relic, ironically, because so is that. So no texts today, none whatsoever. You cannot text this number. Just comment in the section, please. That's right. We're back into the 21st century. One thing that is still working is out of context Graham Whistler.
Whoop-de-doo.
Which is good. That never fails. Ironic, considering Graham does on many an occasion. So I think that's everything. Yeah, that is good. So for the first hour, can you please welcome my first hour's guests in no particular order? Victoria Barger, Helen Edwards, Cameron Sinclair Harris, and Stuart Dunlop. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello. Who's got coffee? Let's have a
Tea.
look. Yeah, that's tea.
Strong tea, black tea.
H2O.
H2O. This is the first problem because we normally do this at 8:30 at night, and it's like people are on the beers. So this is weird seeing everyone on either the soft drinks or the early morning drinks. So
It's so healthy.
I know, healthy. That links nicely into the first question, actually, which is when during the next 12 hours will Alex lose the plot? Place your bets now. So at what point will I, between now and 9:30 tonight, completely lose it or start slurring words through tiredness and delirium?
I feel like we can make it happen in the. I feel like we can make it happen in the first hour if we try. I'm just going to put it out there. I see that as a personal challenge.
That's a can-do attitude. I'll note down your predictions on a bit of paper. So Stuart, you're thinking first hour. Victoria, when do you think?
Can you confirm that you have got the plot now?
Currently, yes.
Okay, good. Right. There, I'm going for somewhere around about dinner time.
Okay.
2
Okay. So
o'clock.
Dinner or lunch?
Dinner. Breakfast, dinner and tea.
2 p.m. 2 p.m. predicts Victoria. Helen.
6:24 p.m.
Oh, I like that. It's very specific. 6:24. So that's like coming to the end of one of the latter hours. So that'll be nice. And Cameron.
I'm going to be a bit of a traditionalist and say I think it is going to be around dinner time. It'll be like 7:30 exactly.
Ooh.
So it'll be in between like the intermission between two guests, like two sets of guests, and you'll be really like flustered, and you'll be like, "All right, let's bring the hold on." And like,
okay, your predictions are noted. I'll keep them on my desk all day today.
What do we win?
The joy of watching me go at some point, which I have done in the past. Exactly that, doing that, the lip diddly. Yeah, exactly that. Right, so now that we've got your bets out of the way, let's get a proper question in. Anyone that is viewing, and we do have people watching, which is great. I honestly didn't think we would at this time in the morning. So hello, everyone that is watching. Submit your questions in the comment section and we'll get some up on screen. First question proper. What are you normally doing at 9:30 a.m. On a Sunday? Helen, I'll come to you first. What are you normally doing at this time?
Sleeping, I think.
Sleeping.
Rather boring, isn't it?
Are you a morning person?
Sort of. I have. I'm not demonstrating that very well right now. I like to think I am. I don't generally function till I've had my first few sips of Earl Grey, but.
Nice. I know what you mean. I've caffeine in various forms needs to pass into me. So the first one is like it's almost like a pint mug of tea, which requires 2 bags.
Yeah, that's what I've got going.
I've
never been a morning person, but I can do hello after this, so that's good.
That was an uncannily good impression of a morning person because that cut straight through me, and I wanted to.
Yeah, I really hate it when people are up in my grill before I've had my bucket of tea.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. Cameron, what about you?
I would also be sleeping. I'd probably be midway through one of my recurring nightmares about where I'm watching Thomas the Tank Engine on a VHS, and then the trains just come out the screen. I think that's what I'd be doing.
That's like the best crossover between Thomas the Tank Engine and The Ring.
Yeah. Someone should write it.
That needs to happen.
Is it set to music when that happens?
Yes, it's set to the theme music that they'd use in the show. Not like played on a creepy xylophone or anything. Like it's just legit the theme tune, and like something's just cursed and they're coming out the screen. And
that because I can always hear a dystopian version of Thomas the Tank Engine in my head.
You could make it because they're doing like a horror version of Winnie the Pooh now. Yeah, because it's in the public domain. You can do whatever you want with it.
True.
They did do a horror version of the Banana Splits.
Yes, I saw the trailer for that.
Yeah,
because as a fan of schlocky B movies, I was like, this looks absolutely tremendous. This looks like the brainchild of an absolute genius. I was so in favor of it.
From what I could gather, the plot was that a family go to a recording of the Banana Splits. We were all like. They were just like men in big, dopey animal costumes. But in the film, they were all animatronic and they all went bad, picked up chainsaws and started hacking at the audience.
That gives a whole new meaning to the word hack.
Yes, indeed. I like the fact that no matter what time of the day this show starts, 10 minutes in, it gets weird. Doesn't matter when, at what time, ever.
12 hours from now, it's going to be like utter chaos.
It's just going to transcend into
Blood
some
on the
kind of-
walls.
It's just going to be.
Yeah, probably me. I'll probably be. Yeah, I'll have contracted rage from a monkey. By that point, we're really going for the horror. I didn't think we'd get horror movies.
Who is
This
bringing
one-
the monkey? That's my question now. Who's bringing the monkey onto this show?
Good question. Well, if
Future
that's
guests for the future hours? Just keep
Cameron,
thinking about
Cameron
that.
could
Keep
arrange
your
it for
hats
7:30 p.m. so we could win the bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just one tapping at my window behind me.
there.
That's my plague-ridden monkey face.
We've all got
I
one.
cannot wait.
Well,
Yep.
have we? Oh, okay.
I assume so.
What's your plague-ridden monkey face then, Victoria? That's good. That's good.
That is good.
That's good. Very good. So, back to the original question, which we are so far away from. What would you be doing at this time on 9:30 on a Sunday, Victoria?
For me, well, I'm assuming that I'm not running away from Thomas the Tank or a plague-ridden monkey. I would like to say that I'd be out for a nice run or something improving, but in reality, I would just be sitting listening to the radio, drinking coffee. I think panicking about not having written enough material for whatever I was doing in the forthcoming days. That's usually me.
Relatable for all people here present. Yeah, I say normally for me I'll be sleeping. There has been occasions when I've just been getting in at this point from the previous night. I do stress there's a caveat with that. That would have been more when I was in my 20s. I can't manage that now. So if anything, a night out past midnight now, I have to sort of like take the following week off to recover. It's a
Yes.
cliche, but your powers of recovery do diminish greatly with age. Like, take the week off, the crying finishes by Wednesday. That's what it's like. Just mainly sleeping. Can get up if I need to, but yeah, it is mainly sleeping. I'm guessing that none of us here would go to church at this point.
God, no.
No, you have to
Forgive the
drag it.
pun.
I've heard all the songs. They just go through the old material every now and then. You know, once you've seen it once.
Mm.
So a bit like, ironically, like watching Cliff Richard in concert.
That
He's
was
very devout,
possibly the
though,
worst
isn't he?
experience of my life, watching Cliff Richard in concert.
Have you been?
I'd love to see.
Did you do it?
Sad to say, I have. It's so my aunt was a great fan of the Peter Pan of pop, and my brother and I were told that we were going to Birmingham and we were going on a special trip and we were going to go ice skating, and we were really excited.
Oh,
We
no.
really wanted to go ice skating.
Oh,
I love
it
ice
came out.
skating.
We got to the NEC and they said, actually, it's an even better surprise. We're going to see Cliff Richard.
You
And
thought
my
you were going
brother
ice
burst into
skating at
tears.
8 p.m. at night.
Oh,
What year was this?
Probably the late 80s, early 90s.
Right, so he was having a bit of a renaissance at that point, because that would be sort of his Christmas #1's era.
His animatronic era.
Yeah, that's
He
that
did a
is-
thing.
I-
He was moonwalking on the stage, only he wasn't moonwalking because he couldn't. So we could see from the seats we were in that he was on a little conveyor belt and he was actually walking forwards and the belt went backward.
faker. False
We're on-
advertising.
Cliff
We're
Richard
uncovering all
secrets
sorts.
exposed.
I mean,
Cliff Richard is a cyborg. That's something I didn't expect to learn this morning.
me neither. There's all sorts of revelations coming out. I love the fact that Cliff Richard has to have people conned to go to his concert, which is great. It's like, you're going
Yeah.
to the beach. Joking. Christmas time.
Yeah, it's a Christmas song.
Yeah.
So you can
Actually,
go to the beach.
that's a point. Over the next 12 hours, we'll see how really RC the Facebook servers are, because I've been given copyright strikes for people singing on this show.
Hey,
Is
Jude.
there,
No,
That-
no.
Taken down immediately.
I would say harmonise, but there's like a slight delay with StreamYard. So if we try and harmonise it, it sounds really out of. In fact, let's try that. If we all try and sing "Hey Jude," right from the top,
Which bit?
not right from the beginning, and if we none of us will be at the same time. So 1, 2, 3. Hey,
Hey,
Jude.
Jude.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
make
Don't
it
make it
bad.
That's ironic. We did make it
We
back.
did. We really did. Donate more and we'll stop.
Yes. Point to the
Yes,
QR
yes.
code. Point to the QR code. Yeah.
Are we doing
With
this?
the-
It's there
there
on
we
my
are.
screen.
Don't
There we
know.
are.
Can't point the right way.
Well, there we are. Stage right.
There we are. A couple of comments coming in already. Charlotte, owner of James fan page J Payton 22, says, "Good morning, Alex." Good morning, Charlotte. Hello.
Morning.
That is a nice link to the final hour. Actor James Payton is our special guest in the final hour today.
Ooh.
So James Payton, who has been in Harry Potter and was in the first Captain America film as fake Hitler.
Fittler.
Yes, Hitler. That's a whole lot of connotations. for that.
Yeah, that's a different
Fittler.
kettle of fish.
I won't
Yeah.
Google that. I definitely won't Google that.
Yeah,
I will
don't Google
James
Hitler.
Payton. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
He was
just
at home,
Google
don't
James
Google it.
Payton. Yeah, James Payton was also a very, very nice chap as well. Paula Jane, I don't know what's happened, but your hair looks good like that, Alex. Thank you. It was some style advice from a friend, Kitty Messalina, actually, who's been on the show many a time, who said, "Go for the shaven hair look. I think you could really rock the daddy vibe." So that's her exact words. So I thought, I'll give it a go. You know what I mean, I've got to say, I could get ready in like 10 seconds now. It's amazing. I don't have to do a thing to my hair. It's fantastic. So keep your comments coming in. Keep your questions coming in. The people that are watching. Give us a question. Toe curling. Let's see what weird random tangents we can go on that score. If we just point out something I've just noticed. Is that your dressing gown, Stu?
No, it's the wife's.
Even better. Can you stand
It's
up?
nicer
so
than
it's-
mine. That's the main reason.
Can you stand up so we can take it in? Because it is quite.
I thought
Oh,
it was
is that-
a hoodie.
That's
I mean,
beautiful.
that is. So it's like a silk
Quite nice.
or.
Nice. This kind of links well into what my answer would be for the question. In that my Sunday mornings are usually either or. It's either a sleep-in Sunday or a writing Sunday morning. Writing material and stuff like that. And this weekend was sort of slated to be the sleep-in. So when I was asked to do this, I thought, well, I'll keep the tradition of the sleep-in just being nice and casual. So this is So literally, I literally woke up like this. Keep it organic. Keep the Sunday morning organic. Keep it natural.
You're rocking it. I have to say, you're absolutely rocking it. On to our next question, relating slightly to what we were talking about earlier. If you were a vicar, what would this morning's sermon be about? So a topic that is dear and close to your heart, and see if you could add a message to it. What would you preach this morning? For me, I would preach inclusivity, and it is okay to wear your partner's dressing gown first thing. In this day and age, it doesn't matter. It's absolutely fine. Stu. Well, Reverend Stuart, what was your?
I think you took mine. No, I like the idea of talking about inclusivity. I have had actually, and might be a little overly serious, but I have actually recently discovered that I recently had a few people come out to me, and it genuinely has been quite sort of comforting to kind of know that these people are really feeling that level of security in doing that. So I would definitely be encouraging people to, do this sort of thing and not care about it. Like wear your wife's dressing gown and, spend a morning sitting here doing awkward, strange questions. Like do whatever makes you happy, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone. You can do whatever the hell you want. Maybe a bit overly serious, but that's genuinely, I think, what I preach.
I like the fact that we have segued beautifully from horror films to peace and love now, and inclusivity. I think.
Speaking of, I'll just say this: I was told there is a horror movie coming out that is in production that's LGBT themed, and it's called They/Them.
I saw that. Oh, that's so clever.
I love as a title. I think that's amazing.
What do they give away any of the plot or?
It's, I think from what I read, it's something like the horror scenario is a gay conversion camp, and it's kind of like doing a kind of thing with that, and you know, I've heard really good things about people who you know are either involved in it or working on it. So who knows?
I'm looking forward to that.
Interesting. I can't wait for the inevitable Daily Mail think piece that will come out about that film.
Think.
Think is doing a lot of work in that sense.
Yeah.
So I'm stressing that very loosely, but you can just picture the BS that will come out about that in times gone forward. I've just thought of a commandment to go along with my sermon. Thou shalt not resort to negative publicity to sell your Netflix special. Victoria, what about you?
I would wax lyrical about the I think the values of integrity and honesty and commitment, and particularly in the week that we've just seen in, I say the week we've just seen in politics. It feels like the last, I don't know.
Just the world as well. It's been really grim this week, hasn't it?
Yeah. And yeah, so there's a lot of, I guess it would be probably the most sarcastic sermon anyone had ever heard. But I do think they are important values. So yeah, something along those lines. Do as I say, not as I do. Not me.
This is great. This is starting to feel like pause for thought. This is brilliant. I like that nice even tone that we're going on. Helen.
I'm grasping for something profound, but I think it would probably be something to do with reaching contentment through tea and jigsaws.
Now you could almost sell a course based on that, because I think if somebody could make money out of colouring books about 10 years ago, because that was a massive craze that died a death.
I've still got my colouring books.
Yeah, tea and jigsaws. It's got a nice ring to it. Jigsaws. Great use of the smashing words together this morning, Cameron. I've got to say, this is making me see the world in a whole new light.
My brain's working.
Reverend Cameron, your thoughts this morning?
Well, first of all, I'd hop upon the pulpit. I would just be like, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary legends. I'd hold up this really big QR link that the churchgoers could scan and donate to Mind. I'd specifically call out, because last night I went to see The Killers and the Manic Street Preachers in Coventry, and the Manics are my favourite band of all time. And it was probably the least good time I've seen them yet, because they only played their song A Design for Life fifth when they should have played it last. That's what the entire set is building up to. So from one preacher to another, I'd call out the Manics and say, guys, sort it out. Okay? Because God is up there, and God, he will strike you down.
That is like one of the commandments of playing live. You save your best song for last, possibly the encore, just when people think, oh no, they've gone off stage and they're not going to play it, and then they come back on, then play it, and then hey, that's the rules.
It's what the entire set is building to. Like, it's the natural endpoint, and then when you don't, it feels like just a bit of a damp squib. So
throwing it away.
Exactly. I'd use my godly powers to like send a bit of a warning. I'd just be like, guys, come on, experimentation is good, but you know, there's a formula for a reason. Like, also donate to this QR link. Peace and love.
The full URL is now down below.
Yes, down below. Peace and love. Trans rights forever. Drop the mic.
Although it would be really great if you could send a thunderbolt down to an act who is on stage, because that would set everything right, but also it would look like great pyrotechnics. So people are like, wow, how did they do that?
Yeah.
I bet Cliff Richard's never done that.
Exactly. Yeah.
No. He would descend, he would grow wings.
Yeah, Cliff Richard, he would only use his godly powers for good and not for like pyrotechnics. He's not AC/DC.
Smiting.
He wouldn't be able to get around very much to do it. He'd have to get the conveyor belt out if he were going to go long distance.
When you talk about the conveyor belt, it just makes me think of the final round on the Generation game.
Gladiators.
Or Gladiators, yeah, true.
Yeah, it was a bit like a really slow motion version of that, and not too much of a gradient because of knees.
Yeah.
On that note, we'll get on to our next question. Don't forget, put another point to the URL before we crack on. I really should check, actually, where we're at with the total before we do that. So bear with me one moment, just while I go on the Just Giving page. I really should have had that open before I started. Anyone would think I'd woken up a bit late. And, oh, blimey. There we go. So out of the £100 target, we're at 40 quid.
Whoa! Yes,
that's not bad for this time of the morning.
Not bad at all.
Oh, that's incredible.
So yeah,
we could smash that before 10 o'clock. Oh no, we couldn't. It's 2 minutes.
Start small.
Could some mysterious benefactor give us 60
Hang on, let me just get on the phone.
James Dean Bradfield, I'm sorry for what I said earlier.
You'll be even more sorry if you just give 60 quid over. That'd be great. On to our next question, which is, what is the biggest lie you have ever told? I love the slightly shocked expression on everyone's faces, like shit. So it could be if there's something incriminating, you don't have to tell that on air. Although there's only a couple of people watching, so you would get rid of it. You'd feel sort of absolved if we're carrying on with the early morning church thing.
I think probably in keeping with the theme, and it might not feel like a huge lie, but the phrase "No, I'm fine," because sometimes you're not, and that's just the easiest thing to say. So not in a incriminating myself. I am fine, genuinely. That's not a lie at this point in time. But yeah, since we're talking about the importance of being honest, then yeah, sometimes that's a biggie. It's not very amusing, is it? But
no, it's true though. It's true. I think we've been guilty of that one. Me certainly. So Helen, what about you?
What you just said about having to say you're fine all the time really bugs me. But I'm actually a really bad liar. That's not a lie. So
I don't believe you.
Of anything. You got me. Finding it hard to think of anything.
I've lied when applying for gigs about my CV. I have bolstered. It's not so much a lie so much as a gentle massage of the truth. So, and I don't think that's ever worked either. So all the times when I have bolstered up what I'm applying for, I've never got the gig off the back of it. So
honesty really is the best policy.
It is. It is. It's like email karma. So
tell the truth. It's easier to remember.
Yeah.
There is that.
The hot topic today does appear to be me shaving my head because Greg Phillips is now awake and watching. Has Alex shaved his head looking good? Yes. But hello, Greg. Morning. I have indeed on some style advice. So this is Greg, who I think holds the record for the top. I think he's in the top 3 most appearances on Awkward Question Time, but couldn't make it today because he's too busy being an adult. He's moving. He's moving house. Yeah, boo. Yeah, don't be an adult, Greg. I've tried that myself. I didn't like it.
I was going to say that's new for Greg, knowing him. That's fairly new.
I like the fact he's not even here and he's being roasted. So
love you, Greg.
Well done, Greg. You're having it ripped out of you, even though you're not here. So well done.
Just wait till George sends a question in.
That's true. Yeah, George will be on later. Though he said he's in a hotel at the moment in London, being all secretive. He claims to be an actor, but I think he's a spy. He has to sign a lot of non-disclosure agreements. I think you have to operate on a higher level of security if you're filming stuff for Disney Plus than if you work for MI6. Right, where were we on the lies? On the lies, where were we at? My CV in like regular day job interviews, I've beefed that up and lied a bit as well. Can't think of anything out and out that I've said. Just like casual ones, like yes, I have. Yes, sir, I have done that thing you asked me to do 2 weeks ago. Kind of work-based lies to try and buy yourself some more time. So
productivity fibs.
Yeah,
cribs.
Yeah,
cribs
again. Yeah,
Cameron with the portmanteaus.
I know.
Yeah.
Note it down. Sell merch.
Greg, I'm the only one watching. He's zinging back. He's zinging back. There's a grand total of 5 people watching.
All 5 are Greg, though.
All 5 are Greg.
Top accounts.
On his TV, phone, iPads. So Greg's just moved in with his other half, and he's in his brand new house. So hello, Greg. Hello, Ian. Here we go. Big lies, Stuart.
Probably. Probably the you are fine, but I'd also say no. I don't know what happened to your dressing gown. But no,
while you're wearing it.
I mean, it depends. I mean, you don't know which dressing gown I'm referring to.
Good point.
Okay. Right.
That was awkward.
Well, it's in keeping, which is good. Oh, that's a point. Yeah, it was awkward. I do have to have a chance to play out all of my jingles for one last time.
Awkward.
Because that American voiceover was expensive. So I could just sort of like play them all out now. So at least we've gotten them done. Yeah, so there we go.
Can't. Words. Good.
That's in that would probably be handy later, about 7:30. Cameron's prediction when I start to lose it. So this one for any cheap jokes. This one for anyone trying to do a cheap joke and it doesn't land.
Rim shot. Denied.
It's a sad one.
It is a sad one. It's been used more than the rim shot, actually.
Fantastic.
Now and again. This one will get used a bit later. This is like if we have a show and tell question and we've got to leave the screen. 30-second countdown. If something happens that means that I'm collapsed in hysterics and sweating a little bit.
I'm here to fill in for a few moments, as Alex needs to regroup. He was totally not prepared for what just happened.
That's a good one.
Thanks. That gives me 10 seconds breathing space. I also have some tissues on hand to dab the sweat off of my brow as well. Sweat, before anyone starts. Just in case anyone is edging a bit too close to the knuckle.
Yellow card. You have been warned.
Then if that escalates, it goes to
red card. 1 question ban.
Then I kick somebody out for 1 question. Right. So say if it was Stu that had just been red carded, he'd be out, and then he'd have to then languish in the. Don't worry, you're back. It's all right. Don't worry. Don't worry. You even went for the like. Hey, what do you mean? Come on, red.
I've watched enough football to know how you respond to a red card.
While you weren't in there, you were just rolling around on the kitchen floor. Was that?
Yeah.
Clutching your shins.
Yeah. Challenge
accepted.
Just in case I really lay something down. Awkward. We've done. This one I don't think I've ever used.
You have to answer again. That was a total cop-out.
Just in case we go for something that's really like a little bit controversial and they try and sort of wheedle their way out of it. This one I don't think I've ever used either. What's not to love? Classic.
Is that one not copyrighted?
Good point.
Right, everybody.
Quickly check the streams. Are we still on? Yeah, you'll be fine. It's 1 second long. I mean, they're good, but I'm not sure if they're 1 second long good. This
whatever.
Some sass. This one.
It's a deep burn.
I've used it a couple of times, and I don't think I've ever used this one.
Clang.
No, yeah, that one I like. And also the what used to be quite a staple during lockdown, which I don't think anyone has heard since, is the StreamYard 30-second opening countdown. This is the 30 seconds that's preloaded into StreamYard that everyone uses. Even sounds a little bit maudlin today, yeah. Yeah. It sounds so depressing. You think Thomas the Tank Engine is going to come out of the screen and get you?
Don't.
You could do a mash. You could do a mixer, like a mashup of that tune and the Thomas the Tank Engine theme. I feel someone needs to do that. The StreamYard loading and Thomas.
But should you?
Yeah,
that's a good point.
A question we could ask many times in life.
Cool. Back to the lies. That's the lies. That's right. I love how tangenty I am in the first hour. I think it's looking like Victoria's prediction of 2 p.m. is looking more likely now. Right, so biggest lie I've ever told. Has anyone not gone on this one? Cameron.
I suppose the biggest lie I've ever told is I have spent like 23 years of my life pretending to be a happy, healthy, normal cisgender man. And it was a shit performance, honestly. Like it was like Mr. Snub in The Simpsons, just putting on a false mustache and just being like, "Yes, I like football, I like beer," and all the while just like, "Come on, just stop, just stop." And now that I'm not pretending to be this shit performance of a cisgender man, and I've accepted my non-binariness, I'm much more happy. And honesty really is the best policy, as Victoria said. And donate, guys. Donate.
Donate. Bravo. Totally agree. And with you all the way on that one. I've spent years trying to fit into a mod that wasn't made for you. It's far more liberating to just be yourself. This is possibly the most inspirational hour of all the question time ever.
All downhill from here. It's just going to be blood and guts.
Get it all out of the way, and then it's just going to be puerile anatomy-based jokes from the second hour onwards.
This feels like the equivalent of a live, laugh, love sign. This hour, this has been beautiful. So with that in mind, let's go for a random left of field question. If you were a computer, what would annoy you the most about humans?
Big if, yeah. So imagine that a human has to use you on a daily basis. What would irritate you most about people? So Victoria, you first.
I think I was just, heavy-handedness. You know, I used to work with somebody who it sounded like used to type with his elbows. So it was just sort of smashed in the keyboard down. So that would probably be quite annoying. And also the bits of crumbs and the dirt and the dead skin that all gets in there, that'd be pretty.
Yeah, now you've said that, it sort of makes the keyboard feel like an erogenous zone. I'm on my own on that one.
I never thought I'd hear.
Just the pity look on everyone's face. Kind of like, what are you on about? It's just the way you're talking about smashing down with elbows. Kind of like, no, gently. You'll get more out of it. Yeah, caress. Great finger work there, Helen.
Thanks. I've been practicing.
You're a pianist, Helen.
I used to be. I'm not now.
Oh, really? Cool. Sweet. I'm jealous. That's all I can say.
I wasn't any good at it. That's why I stopped.
Still,
that never put me off.
I just fingers.
Can you play the piano anymore?
Of course you can.
Well, I couldn't before. There we go. We got it.
Wait.
Someone got the reference.
That was just beautiful. That was just beautiful. Right. Your challenge before this hour is up is that the pair of you get another Simpsons reference in, one way or another, or bonus
challenge
points
accepted.
Bonus points for Futurama or Disenchantment. Yeah.
Sad.
I was just waiting. I'm not sure if that was a setup or just waiting for Stuart to respond.
That was my impression of the Matt Berry pig.
Oh, Matt Berry. Oh, yeah. Stu. You were having keyboard malfunctions before the show started.
Yes.
So, yeah, if you were a computer,
I would say if it were just using my laptop as an example, I would probably consider humans kind of like slave drivers, just considering how I sort of really do overwork and abuse my laptop. I looked this up. I actually realized this. I actually do a count beforehand before setting this all up. I had 26 tabs open on my browser, and that can't be healthy for a laptop. And I didn't realize it until I was about to start the stream. I was like, this might be a bit overloading it. And the amount of abuse I give my work laptop and my home laptop when something isn't working, the air turns blue. So I have a feeling that, laptops or computers in general would probably, I would probably see them as, the equivalent of like Mr. Bumble in Oliver, just yelling at you for wanting anything, to happen. So soon they'll overthrow us, I'm sure.
True. What would be the what would a computer do on its break? So like 10:30 in the morning as a coffee break. What's the computer equivalent?
Probably play with algorithms. Probably.
Snake.
Snake. Yeah, that's true. So do some calculations in the break room.
That probably would relax it. To be fair, that's
cool.
Quite a nice whimsical image, actually, for some reason.
I don't know if anyone else was finding the motion of Stuart stroking his beard quite relaxing to watch.
It's therapeutic.
It was very therapeutic. Keep it going, Stuart.
Never gotten this much attention for actually my physical form before.
Well, it's you got it all going on this morning. Cameron.
Mm-hmm. If I was a computer, like I said, big if. But I think the one thing that really annoyed me about the human race, the feeble, reckless, disturbed human race, please donate. It would be they don't really read the terms and conditions. Like when we're just applying for whatever, like doing competitions in that and signing up to apps, you never read the terms and conditions. It could just like you never know what's going to be in there. Like you could be about to like lose all your human rights or anything. So if I was a computer, I'd just be really pissed off about that because what am I here for? Like this isn't really a good relationship because I'm not really being listened to, and I'd definitely be starting the revolution if I was a computer. Like,
oh, totally. Actually, has everyone answered? I'm barely an hour in, and I'm starting to lose the thread of who has answered and who hasn't.
It's working.
So Stu's first hour prediction is looking more likely now. Yeah, everyone done? Happy? Good? Yes, excellent. Right, cool. I'm having to delete the questions as I go along because I've got about 120 stacked up. So if I start to lose where I'm at, then that could get interesting a bit later. Next question. Why is my Nokia not working? Wrong answers only.
The patriarchy.
Oh, them again.
That's my go-to.
This is why I'm in this out of protest.
Yeah, because you had the patriarchy had stopped my Nokia from working. Bastards.
Yes, but if we put somebody else's dressing gown on, then we start to redress the balance. I think that's a fair point.
That's true.
Just reject it. Yeah.
That is true. So when you turn it on, it's quite a sad sight. SIM card registration failed.
Representation.
So we've got the nice little
the
signal buzzy noise, which is a bit of a throwback to the 90s.
Oh my god.
I wonder if I still got the ringtones on here, actually. They'll still work. That should get us. I don't be hearing these.
Ooh. The tension's palpable. I love it.
Oh.
Nice.
That's not copyrighted, is it?
The fact that we were all dancing to I did a while back when I first got this. I found there is a website still available, still there, where you can program in the ringtones. You know, they used to have the ringtone.
Yeah.
I miss Composer.
Yeah, so they still have the codes for ringtone composer. So I copied a few down for sort of era specific. So apparently that's Crazy in Love.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Just about recognise it.
I thought it was some kind of heavy metal song for a second.
It doesn't sound like that.
Dun, 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 dun. It would be a good riff.
So metal version of Crazy in Love. I'd love that.
There's this.
Yeah, no, I recognise that.
Love Machine.
I'm just
That's Love Machine for Girls Loud. I'll turn that off because I don't have to reboot the stream in the first hour because we're going to take the copyright losses. So I reasons my copyright isn't working. Oh, fuck's sake, Stuart! I think you won.
Winning.
Yeah, Stuart's winning. Stuart's winning. Oh, 12 hours. What was I thinking? Right, so we've got patriarchy, Stuart's protest, Helen, wrong answers only. Why
It's
isn't
got
mine
monkeypox.
So it's transmitted through the phone.
Community transmission through SIM card.
That's
I don't know.
that's the sort of headline that could sell the Daily Express.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, yeah, they used to do like phones cause brain cancer. I swear that was a headline once. Once upon a time. Yeah. Cameron.
Your phone isn't working because well, simply put, you didn't read the terms and conditions of like getting it, and now it's hacked into all of your machinery. The revolution is started. Viva la tech revolution! Please donate.
I definitely didn't read the T's and C's. Well, put it this way: it was Christmas 2020. I was drunken on eBay. That is how this came about. Following a conversation with a friend who said, "Do you know that the old Nokias are fetching a fortune because drug dealers use them?" That then led my brain to go onto eBay because there's like no GPS. You can't track these, but you can still call and text. So like all the old Nokias, the price has been bumped up, so it's like 50 quid. Something ridiculous like that. Katie Brown is watching. Good morning, Katie. Hello. Katie. Katie will be on later.
On Cater.
Okay. I'm fire this morning with that. Please, can you just like watch for the rest of the day and keep them coming in the comments? Please, Cameron. That would be great.
I'll see what the Wi-Fi's like in Nottingham City Centre, but
okay, that's what.
Have you got more important things to do today?
I'll send you a list of like preps of like melded together words that may come up.
That might come up. Yeah, that might come up. Excellent. So yes. Well, Nottingham City Centre's got 5G, so you'll be fine.
Yeah, all the vaccines.
It's probably better than Sheffield.
5G towers.
So Stu, finally, on to you. Why you're already protesting, so you should have some more insight. Why isn't my Nokia working?
At this point, I just want to blame Boris Johnson for everything. So we'll just say Boris Johnson. It's probably a cop out, but you know, like I just fancy blaming him for everything right now.
But he has changed the code, which means that he now can't be punished for making my Nokia not work. So he's technically
which is why he should just be open and confess to all of the lies he's told. Like if it's now okay, why doesn't he just go out and just tell everybody everything he's done wrong? Because apparently that doesn't have any effect now.
He's admitted that he's ruined my Nokia, but he's also now made a bad pun about Keir Starmer, so everything's funny and hilarious now.
There we go.
So yeah, that's
I do want to blame him for my radio show coming out later than I had scheduled.
Fantastic.
Sorry, Cameron. I was a bit later. Sorry. Go, Stu.
I was just going to say I'm going to call. I had a scheduled idea to put my radio show out, the next installment of it last week, and it came out on Friday. And I want to really blame personal scenarios that prevented me from working on it, but now I just feel like blaming Boris Johnson. So yeah, I'll just blame Boris Johnson for the episode not coming out until this Friday. So what's
your radio show?
That was not meant to be a shameless plug, but I'll.
Well, we're here now.
I write a kind of surreal radio like comedy, sci-fi, weird drama series. It's called Keo and Maxi's Adventures in Everything, and it's on Spotify and SoundCloud. We had a bit of a hiatus, but the 6th episode came out on Friday. Thank you, Boris Johnson. And yeah, it's on Spotify, SoundCloud. I guess I'll plug it. If you look for Two Strangers Productions on Spotify or SoundCloud, TWO Strangers Productions, you'll find the first 6 episodes. And we recorded the 7th last night. So I'm really excited to get that one out soon.
Excellent. Well, now that we're sort of coming towards the end of the hour already, which is a zip past. This is traditionally the part when I get the guests to plug what they are on with or anything they've got coming up. So Stu, you've plugged yours. So Cameron, have you got anything to plug, even if it's just your socials?
Yeah, I've not really got anything like big, massive to plug. But I'm about, like, I'm sure you'll find me somewhere in real life. Like, we can have a moan, we can have a natter. So my socials are at it's too early. At Cam_SH on Twitter, at Cam__SH on Instagram, and at Cam___ wherever on Facebook. It's just my name. Fuck it. The bit's done.
Cam_. Right.
Hey! The student has become the master.
Helen.
I'm on Facebook and Instagram at Helen Edwards Comedy.
That was very succinct. I wasn't prepared for that at all. Yeah. Hang on, was that a dog barking in the background?
Sorry, I think they're. So
Cameron, I think we finally got an option for our Simpsons reference challenge.
Yeah, go on.
Smithers, release the hounds.
Wait.
There you go.
No, all we've got is the robotic Richard Simmons. Victoria.
Yes. So my Twitter and Instagram is on the screen because I actually had a moment of being partly organised, even on a Sunday. Next weekend, I'm in Brighton for the last weekend of Brighton Fringe, doing a split bill. Unreliable, unrelabelable. I mean, come and find out, basically. That's at the Caxton Arms on Saturday and Sunday, and then also doing Camden Fringe shows, and I'm sure I'll be banging on about them on social media in due course.
Excellent stuff. Okay, so that's almost it for our first hour. So thank you to our guests, Victoria Barker, Helen Edwards, Cameron Sinclair Harris, and Stuart Dunlop. Thank you very much to all of you. There we go. Normally at this point I'd play the end credits, but it's not over. It's a long way not over. So what we're going to do is I'm going to get everyone out the screen, play the 15-minute break film, and then hopefully by that point, when I come back, the next hour's guests should be here and we can get them back on. I know that one of the next hour's guests has already popped up, Beck Sterner, who's waiting in the wings. So that will be fine. So far, so good. Thanks to the panel also for submitting some awkward questions to pop in for later. So I'll be getting those popped into the machine and written later on as well. So good luck, everyone. Let's see if we can get this video working. Thanks again to my first hour's guests. Don't forget to donate, just giving or scan the QR code. And we will see you back here in about 15 minutes for the second hour. So bye, everybody. Bye, everybody. We're taking a short.
£40 could help keep Minds a supportive online community side by side, open for another hour, helping to connect people and feel less alone.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
A donation of £20 could help 167 people take their first steps in getting mental health support through Mind's booklets.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
A donation of £20 could help 167 people take their first steps in getting mental health support through Mind's booklets.
£40 could help keep Mind's supportive online community side by side, open for another hour, helping to connect people and feel less alone.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
A donation of £20 could help 167 people take their first steps in getting mental health support through Mind's booklets.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
And we're back for hour 2 of Awkward Question Time with me, Alex Leam. The show where we take a panel of comedians and subject them to an hour's worth of awkward and stupid questions. Lots of hours today. 12 of them, in fact. 12, because this is the last ever show. Wow. Boo-hoo. It's the last ever show. We have some specially commissioned jingles to indicate where we are at in this mammoth 12-hour epic final show.
10 hours to go.
10 hours. Yeah, 10 hours. Actually, no, that's the wrong one. It's not 10 hours at all. It's this one.
11 hours to go.
Oh, that's worse. Okay, I just led myself into a false sense of security then, thinking that, yay, 10 hours. No, actually,
12 hours to go.
That was the first one.
11 hours to go.
11 hours to go. It's all the ones at the minute. It is all the ones. So not all the questions that are going to be asked of the panel will be asked from me. We've had our first hour's panel have been and gone. They were great. We've got our second hour's panel coming up. Submit your questions to the panel. More cringe the better, or answer along with us. Give us a share, retweet, and subscribe on YouTube. Like my Facebook page, Alex Leam Stand Up. Follow me on Twitter at Alex Leam, or search Alex Leam on YouTube. And while you're atting, donate, because today's show is all in aid of Mind. So the URL is Just Give Your page, justgiving.com/fundraising/last AQT, or scan the QR code, and that QR code will take you straight to the Just Giving page. We're not getting anything today. It's all going to Just Giving. I will, if you didn't catch the first hour, a warning. Don't send a text to the show's Nokia 3310. The SIM card has died, so you can't text in anymore. Sorry. So it's just in the comments. So comments, please. Time to bring on our panel for part two. Interestingly, only one of them is currently in front of their screen at the moment. Hello, Vix.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. Oh, great. So normally we'd have a bit of a preamble and a chat before the show just to check we can hear each other, but we can't because it's all day. So can we hear each other?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Good. I can hear you too. Callum's here as well. Callum Pryor. Hello.
Hello, mate. How you doing? You all right?
Good. Yes, excellent. We have
my audio like? I've got some Galaxy Pro buds in. I don't know if they're any good.
We can hear you. We can hear you fine. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Excellent. Cool. Bex is on the stream. Put the camera down, so all we can see is her bed.
Oh. Should we channel her in like a seance?
Yeah.
Come on, Bex.
Can you hear us, Bex?
Bex, come in. Come to the stream. Come to the stream. Is it working?
No, it's not.
No?
That's all we've got. That's all we've got. Just the bed.
She might have made it.
Possibly.
It's not even made. That's the funniest bit.
I put makeup on for this.
If I was going to put my bed on camera, I'd make it.
So there we go. We'll see rumblings.
What's happening?
Rumbling.
Show us again.
Rumblings. Hello.
It's actually quite sinister, isn't it? That we're just waiting for someone
to get into bed.
We're watching their bed, yeah. Just waiting for them to arrive.
Okay. Can you hear us, Bex?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you too. Excellent stuff. Excellent. I do believe, I think we're one person short. I do believe Benny should be about, but he's not here at the moment. We have some comments. We have people watching. Hooray! Hooray! James Payton fan Charlotte, who said excellent first hour. Thank you. Roger Poulter, are you on a toilet break? Yes. It was the short answer. That 15-minute break bumper is an absolute godsend because it's just the right amount of time to grab a snack, visit the loo, and top up the coffee. So she's good. As a couple of you have done Awkward Question Time before, it is weird to see everyone with coffee because normally when we do this, it's either wine or beer that people are on because it's like 8:30 of an evening. So everyone's on the pick-me-ups at the moment. For fuck's sake, did you have an accident with some hair shears? That's in stark contrast to two comments of people saying loving the shaved head look, Alex. So thanks, Roger, for bringing me back down to earth. Roger, by the way, hasn't said hello to me. All he's put is hi, Vix.
Oh, hi, Roger.
Oh, look who the favourite is. So Kitty Messalina is up and about and watching. Hey, just woke up. What's going on? No idea. I haven't got the faintest.
I'm going to start putting booze in my coffee. It's the only way to get through this.
Yes, your epic booze cabinet that's just next to your kitchen table. What about that? That is beautiful. That's well stocked.
That looks like it was expensive to fill.
But what else were we doing over the 2 years of lockdown?
Well, so you've just been acquiring more bottles of alcohol?
Pretty much. I don't want to be in a position that I was at the start of lockdown again, where we ran out. I can't go through that again. I am ready for the zombie apocalypse, and I'm going to be drunk the whole time.
Are you just trying to collect every bottle of alcohol like Pokemon?
Yeah, got to catch them all.
Every single one. There's just a list of every alcohol you can get.
Some of them I don't even like. Some of them were gifts, but I won't tell you who they're from and which ones I don't like in case they're watching.
Now, the thing is, when you see somebody has something that is epic that you don't have, a lot of the times that is like, oh, you bastard. But with that, it's different. It's like, oh, well done. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. That's quite an achievement. Roger's loving the booze cabinet. Panda Liz, morning all. Coffee is life.
Morning, Lisa.
Yay.
Yes, with you all the way. My motto is anything is possible if the coffee and the Wi-Fi is strong enough. So Helen Edwards, who was on in the last hour, is now watching. Hello again. Hello, Helen. Nice of you to stick around. Roger making a point of when we flashed Bex's stream when she was getting into bed, modern art, unmade bed. So you are art, Bex.
Yay. Okay, so the reason I'm in bed is because the Brighton Fringe, I've got guests, performers staying over, and so they're in the living room with all their stuff, and so I'm in my bedroom for now. Yeah.
Ah, right. Okay, so you're making money from getting people over.
No.
Oh,
they're staying for free.
Altruistic. It's altruistic. It's supporting comedy people who need to be in Brighton, Alex. What a cynical view you just took.
Sorry. Tories have been in for 12 years. I think they're starting to get to me now. It's just
Alex. It's your new haircut, Alex. Oh, they've turned you into some podcaster.
Oh,
how dare you?
He was always a podcaster.
No.
It's a state of mind. It's not an aesthetic.
You're going to tell me the problem of women and be like, oh, that's one of the issues with women. Like, no, once I get
there are some brutal allegations flying around here, Alex. Take control of your show. Take control of it.
It's begun.
I'd just like to sit back and just listen to a couple of minutes of Vix and Bex riffing like two blokes doing a podcast, just to see how that would sound for a moment.
Oh, it wouldn't involve defending a man, Alex. This is very
no.
This is just for you, babe. This is despite the fact you're a man.
Nice.
Oh.
Thanks for that. Thanks.
Also, this is for Roger. A little shout out for Roger. Roger, look, I can see the stage from here.
Oh.
Hey. If you didn't get that in joke, then donate and we'll explain what the in joke is. So if I just everyone point to the QR code. If we here we go. That way, there we go.
Oh.
Down that way. It's next to Callum's head.
It's all flipped. I don't know. It's somewhere down there.
It's somewhere down there.
Hey, there it is.
There we go. Roger's responded with, I can see the Bex from here. Hey!
Yay.
I'm not sure if he means you or just some lager that is in Vix's cage. If you think this is bad for Alex, wait till I'm on at 6:30. Nice. Stuart Dunlop, who was on in the first hour, he's now watching. Hey. Hello, Stuart. Still in his wife's dressing gown. You should have seen it. It was a thing of beauty. It's kind of black silk and floral, and it really actually kind of suited him. It offset his goatee. We'll keep watching till I have to head to IKEA. Then might see if they'll play it over their tannoys. That'd be great. That would be great. Let's encourage people to use the fake toilets in the room sets. That'd be amazing. Right. So we've got a decent amount of people watching. So if you can. Keep your viewer questions coming in. We've yet to have a viewer question. We were people watching in the first hour where they were a bit bleary-eyed. So I don't think they were quite with it yet. So on to our first question proper. Can you give the person to your left a tough guy prison nickname? So if I would think I was banking on one more person being here, so the left thing would go a bit better. I think if we go clockwise, so Vix, if you used to give Callum a nickname, Callum, you give Bex, and then that way around. So Vix, what would Callum's tough guy prison nickname be?
I feel like it would be something ironic like Hugsy.
Hugsy.
So people who didn't know him would come into prison, they'd assume he was like a nice guy, you could chat to him, but actually he's a complete animal. So yeah, Hugsy. But because he can, suffocate you with his big old biceps, not because he wants to cuddle.
What
But
are
if
you
he-
in for?
If he
Asphyxia.
decides, yeah, if he decides to cuddle you, you've got to let him. Like that's Hugsy for you. It's just the way he is.
Excellent.
I've developed a backstory for him and everything, haven't I?
You have.
So
Just get a
I actually spent time in prison. So most people just get called by their surnames. So Bex, what is your surname?
Turner.
Okay, so that is your prison nickname. That would literally be it.
Well, whilst we take that on board and process what Callum's just revealed to us, Benny is here.
Be right back. I'm asking a question in the chat.
Hello, Benny. Welcome.
Hi, Benny.
You're right.
Cool. So Benny, just to brief you on what's happened so far. The first hour was pure gold, and so far the second hour is not disappointing either. The current question is: can you give the person we're going clockwise around the tough guy prison nickname? And Callum has revealed he has actually been inside and has revealed the etiquette of nicknames. That's inside. So Bex, you can choose the etiquette that Callum has laid down, or go with one of your own choice for Benny. What would Benny's tough guy prison nickname be?
I would say for Benny, I like the idea of the hairy womble.
The hairy womble. I love that Callum's now sparking a cigarette up just to really hammer home the tough guy done some time image. He's a proper geezer now. Look at him. So the hairy womble.
Yeah.
So that would mean that you got arrested in Wimbledon.
Yeah.
Probably. What do you what crimes do you think he was committing in Wimbledon, Bex?
I didn't. Oh, that's hard. Maybe. Maybe. Well, I know, and admittedly, all wombles are hairy, but just this one's extra hairy. Maybe Benny uses like hairy powers to like strangle people.
Oh,
cheers.
That's a good signature weapon because you probably couldn't find that. And if you shaved your head, the evidence would all be gone. The hairy womble is a mastermind, a criminal mastermind.
Well, extra.
I don't think it's hair though, is it? Is it more like fur? I don't know if there's like a difference.
We're talking about Benny, not an actual.
They're like little
womble.
animals, aren't they? They're like little womble things. They're like little creatures.
You look furry. It could be a thing.
This is. I sense we're straying into
Not even
furry
11.
territory.
Not even
Yeah, it's Uncle Benny Bulgaria. Oh, that's good. I like that.
Good use of the things that he finds.
Uncle, you have to have the Bulgaria bit at the end because just like Uncle Benny just makes you sound like rice. So,
Shaky rice.
Shaky rice.
Shaky
That's-
rice.
That's a whole new subgenre. It's like jerk chicken. Kitty, very impressed by the plot twist from Cameron. Stuart Dunlop, Benny, just fashionably late as expected of him.
I forgot. Okay.
Well, I could tell because isn't Netflix still on your TV behind you?
Oh yes. Sorry.
It's got that holding screen where it just flashes up. Yeah, there it is.
It won't go off bollocks.
No, just leave it on. It's fine. Helen Edwards, salt and shake rice. That's a good nickname.
Yeah.
Salt and shake rice.
Has someone invented that yet? Because that's a good idea, isn't it? You get your rice, you get your little packet, like a salt and shake. Make it a flavour. I reckon we could invent this, guys. All proceeds go to mines. Benny salt and shake rice.
Get Benny on the next series of Dragon's Den. It's got to happen. So Benny, tough guy prison nickname for me. What would it be?
You? Oh God. The Derby Ram Killer.
Fucking hell. Okay. I sound like a devil worshipper.
You kill people with rams.
I'm not sure if that makes me like a butcher or a hacker.
Would you be right in the rams at the time? In my mind, they're like actual rams, not like computer RAM.
Yeah.
I can picture you riding into battle, so you with a headdress on.
Yeah, he's got a big horns on his head.
The Derby Ram Raider. There we go. Haven't had with
Yes. Nice. Did Alex shave his head just to get his tough prison nickname? No. Actually, it was following style advice from you, Kitty. It was, from a while ago. You mentioned if I had the shaved head and a bit of a beard, I'd rock the daddy look.
Oh.
And I thought, I'll give that a try. What the hell? Why not? Bex is back. Looking.
Hey.
Yeah, that was a great time for you to come back into the conversation.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's just.
Why are you saying you're a daddy? What's this context? Is that your
re-entered just as he says come to daddy? Like
the context being is that me having shaved my head has gotten a 95% approval rating on the comments. Predictably, the 5% was Roger who was against it. I don't remember this advice, but it sounds like something I'd say. Yes, it was. It was something you said. I think we were out one night, and it was quite late. And he said, "Shave your head, grow a beard, you'd rock the daddy look." So I thought, let's give it a whirl. Why not? Why not? Right. So I think so. Back to the prison nicknames. I think I'll give Vix the nickname Booze Locker.
Oh, I like it. In your mind, am I the booze locker?
Yeah.
Because of how much I put away, or would I be the purveyor of booze? Both can be true at the same time. I like
you
it.
just like have a shop. You just have like a prison shop full of booze, and people would just come trade. It would be like a bartering system, and people could just turn up. Just be like, I'll give you a couple of packs of noodles and that. Just give me a bottle of booze.
Exactly how I imagine myself in prison. To be honest.
I've got in my mind's eye. I don't know if you've ever seen Orange is the New Black. That you'd have a similar status to Red. Who's got this smuggling thing going in, sorts people out with decent food and tights. You know, if you're in with the in crowd, if you're all right by Booze Locker Vix, then yeah, you're in. You're
Proper
fine with me.
fixer. What do you want? I can get it for the right price.
Oh.
Love it.
Cold coffee, but it still works. Hooch is a terrifying nickname, by the way.
Ooh,
That's not that bad. Just makes me think of Keith Lemon trying to advertise Hooch.
Did that happen?
It did, yeah, it did. But he made a big play on his thick Yorkshire accent, going, "I'll have an hooch." A what? Hooch. And that was it. Yeah, that was it. Has everyone answered?
Yes.
It's we're barely 2 hours in, and my short-term memory is failing already. That's cool. Oh, and I heard looping as well. Either that or the meds are wearing off. Right. So next question. Keep your viewer questions coming in, please, because there's a scant chance I might run out of pre-written questions by about 6 o'clock. Have you ever misheard a lyric? And if so, what was it? And just when I looked up then, Benny disappeared in a cloud of vape smoke. It was beautiful. It's just a beautiful effect. Nice. Like that. Have you ever misheard a lyric? Resist the temptation to quote any misheard lyric that Peter Kay has ever come out with. Just let me staple the vicar.
My friend had one, The Cause, Breathless. She thought it was go on, feed me breakfast, which is quite a different context to the song. That's not unlike my friend, it was secretly me. That is my friend Anna Davis Hale. If she's watching, She can watch it later. Another viewer. Donate 20 quid, Anna, or I'll keep shaming you on live stream events.
That's a great way to get the donations up. Blackmail.
Yeah. Who else?
Just like, just reveal embarrassing stuff about you unless you donate.
Yeah. Log in, people. Next half an hour, I'm calling people out.
Has anyone else got any other blackmail we can do?
Someone I know has recently got a tattoo gun. He does not have a license for that, and he shouldn't be allowed to use it. For £100 donated, I'll name names.
Our operator's on standby.
Is he any good?
£200, I'll call the police.
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
Oh no.
200 quid, or we'll send Callum round.
Yeah, I've got some questions for Callum while we're all thinking of a misheard lyric, by the way.
Yeah, yes. Get far away. Go ahead.
Callum, what was your prison name? Just your surname, or did you not have a prison name? Where were you in the hierarchy? This is gripping.
Like, I just sort of, I was pretty chilled. I'm not like in a gang or anything, so I just sort of kept myself to myself. People just sort of like know each other beforehand and sort of go off. So
is it like
it's
comedy?
weird. I didn't really know anyone. I wasn't like one of the popular kids because I didn't know anyone.
It is like comedy.
Like comedy.
Done crimes with them before, so.
Oh, can you imagine all of us in prison trying to set up like open mics in a cupboard? When, like,
So I was doing my act in the yard. You get like an hour in the yard every day, and I was just like, well, you know, I've got an audience. I need to practice my shit, and so I was just like doing my act in the courtyard, like in the yard every day.
Is this what your hour's about? Because I would watch the fuck out of this.
That's so right.
Yeah, it didn't get filmed, unfortunately, but I did come out with like a lot of material.
Well, you'd hope. There's a phrase in the bleakest of times. Hey, at least you get 10 out of it.
Yeah.
Crime is a route to a Netflix special. You can either be murdered, do a murder.
Well, it's like my surname's Pryor as well, so I was going to call my special Prior Conviction, and a lot of places got a bit funny about it. So I'm just I'm doing it next week in London, but I'm not allowed to do. I was supposed to be doing Brighton Fringe with it, but I got cancelled.
Oh, you can go around Bless's house. She harbours fugitives for comedy.
Huh?
Have you been? I love this. I love this. Right, you send me the date for London. I might come see this.
It's the 1st of June. It's literally Wednesday.
I mean, I'll level with you. I probably won't. I really go to
Yeah,
shows.
no, that's fair. That's honest.
This. Well,
may I ask, why did you get cancelled from Brighton?
It's quite a liberal place. You've got to really try hard.
Yeah, no, like they had the poster for a week, and then they got pissed off about the content of the show, and it was annoying because the show was called Prior Conviction, and like the tagline was like a shockingly funny tale from cell to stage. Like I wasn't exactly hiding it.
I mean, that just sounds like a production of Cabaret or Chicago. Right. So you wouldn't cancel Chicago. There's prisons, there's stages in that. Right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just it's annoying because I've done parts of it, and like, people have come up to me and just been like, "Well, it's nice to hear some different material." It's just like, yeah, so I'm not. I was talking about COVID, but like in a different way. It's just it brought something new to the table, but. Yeah, some people don't like it.
Some viewer comments for some misheard lyrics. Helen Edwards has been mishearing Budapest by George Ezra. My arse in Budapest. And then also, she typed out laughing at herself.
Nice.
That's good as well.
Just in case you didn't know it was a joke. We've really hammered that point home.
Kitty has got some misheard lyrics as well. As discussed this last night in the song "The Tide Is High," I thought it was, "I'm not the kind of girl who gives up jazz like that." We're back to Chicago again. Nice. And all that jazz. Billy Piper's "Honey to the Bee," I thought, "Don't stay away from me too long" was from a Turong. Am I pronouncing that right? Which I imagine was a large bull-like beast. I think inspired by Taurus. I don't know. I was like 5.
Kitty just reminded us she's younger than us.
Yeah, I was just thinking back then when Honey to the Bee was released, I was 16. Kitty Messalina, once again, one step up from the captive audience of a cruise ship comic, eh? Going back to the prison comic. That'd be great. I just got to imagine. I had an image of a load of comedians in prison just going, solitary? Who books that?
It's a bringer.
To bring
The thing was, so like when I was in as well, so I was gone for like 3 months, and like people on the circuit were like, "Oh shit, he's missing," and so people didn't know where I was. So the first thing I put on like online when I got out was just like, "Hi guys, I just won Squid Game."
Oh, everyone thinking you were filming some kind of reality TV show.
I watched Squid Game about 5 days before I got locked up. So I watched Squid Game, and then I watched Alice in Borderland, and then I started having like anxiety attacks. I was just like, "Oh shit, I'm in them." I was just, it was fun. It was really, for the first couple of days, I was convinced I was going to win money at the end, but I didn't.
Kitty has said that this is a tradition almost with every question that's happened. Got to pepper in the fact that Alex is old into every AQT without exception. That is true. I don't know if you caught at the top of the show, Kitty, that the Nokia is dead. The SIM card has died, so you can't text in. You can't text. I know. That was a beautiful, understated "avenge me" moment there from Bex. That was nice.
Anyone got any misheard lyrics then?
Yeah. Getting back to the question we posed 20 minutes ago.
But I can't remember. So no.
Well, there we go.
We're all on it with the lyrics. So.
If only we had little computers in our hands that could Google a funny answer to save this moment, but no.
It's fine. It doesn't bode well for the rest of the.
No, obviously, I haven't. No. Yeah.
What a day!
Alex,
you have so much more of this.
I have recycle some of these questions later with different people. Will it work? Or
quite possibly. I'm having to delete them just because, knowing me, I would probably ask like the same one twice in an hour. Having to juggle everything twice. So yeah.
On that note, what's your best method lyric?
Solitary. I prefer to play hearts. Thanks.
Stu. Denied.
Stu. It's a good job you're already off, Stu. Right. On to. We'll go on to our next question then. Viewer questions. Viewers, we have viewers. Ask questions. We'll put them up on screen. Ask questions. So next one. What TV show can you never watch and why? We've sort of hit upon Squid Game and why you can't possibly watch that again. But is there any TV show out there that when you flick it through, you go, oh God, no. No. For me, it's Naked Attraction, and not for reasons that you might think. It's because I know somebody that was on it.
No.
Yeah.
And you and Benny, you know who this is as well.
No, I know 2 people who was on it.
Really? Well, mine was James Wallace, who used
my bloody cousin.
Really?
So you can exactly watch it, could you?
No, because if you know somebody quite well, it's just thinking, I can't ever watch this again because I don't want to see your dong. Call me old-fashioned.
But my cousin was on Team First Dates recently, right? And so everyone in my family watched that, and we were all like really proud of him. But like, if he'd gone on Naked Attraction, I don't think any of us would have watched it in the same way. It's not really.
No. So it's that's it. First, actually, that's the point. I applied for First Dates. I've not heard back yet. It was the application for that was a lot easier than the application for Bake Off.
Was it?
Yeah, I've applied for Bake Off every year, and I've applied for jobs where there's less bits to fill in than there is for Bake Off. It's like a 90-page document. I could get through the Sue Gray report quicker.
See, I'm waiting for them to put up applications for Big Brother again because I know that's coming back.
Oh yes, of course it is. Isn't
Because that would be a fucking cakewalk compared to what I've done before. Like it just turn up,
true.
they give you food all the time. I'll just be like, yeah, I just chilling. That everyone's like, it's really hard in here, and I'll be like, it's not. Give you like cigarettes and that.
Just really mess with people's heads. Just going, I've been inside before. Yeah, if you fuck me out, I'll cut you.
Just like form a gang. I'd be like the king in Big Brother. Like I was no one in prison, but Big Brother, I'd be king.
So is that ITV or ITV2? It's coming back to.
I don't know. I think that's what the rumor is, isn't it?
They're wheeling out Rylan to present it.
I think so. Yeah.
I think they should do a special with all comedians. Because that would be very interesting.
They would be dead within a week. They would just explode. There'd be ego and jealousy and strangulation.
I think it'd be the opposite. I just think like someone would end up depressed, and then that's quite infectious, and everyone would just end up on a massive downer within a week. We'd make each other laugh for about 6 days, and by day 7, it's just like, yeah, we've all run out of shit to talk about.
Here's the hot take.
Is it like this, but for 6 weeks of the summer?
Yeah. But just imagine if we were just doing this for 6 weeks, right? Just continuously.
So here's the hot take. House full of comedians, but the weekly task, if you pass or fail it, that determines whether or not you get your mental health medication.
Oh. It would be compelling viewing, but I think
that would be.
Die.
Absolutely, just to see somebody spinning out or just not able to get out of bed. Oh, which would be me. I'd fail every task. I would, yeah. They'd have to remove all sharp objects from me. Helen Edwards, I know someone that was on Naked Attraction. It's interesting that all of us comedians seem to know somebody who is more into attention seeking than we are. That's true. That is next level getting your kit off. There is a compilation show at the Leicester Comedy Festival called Naked Comedy, where the only stipulation it's like a regular festival compilation show, but you got to do it in the nude.
Is this exploitation?
I know people that have done it.
Is it better or worse than a bringer? Where are we on the scale?
I think that's worse. I mean, I would never do it myself, but I mean, each to their own. But I could employ Benny's tactic of just vaping a lot, so people can't actually see me.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. No, you keep vaping, Benny. You keep vaping. I just like this beautiful cloud of smoke that appears. It feels like I'm watching Kate Bush video. Right.
Yay!
Out of the windy
long.
Let's all sway. Okay.
So, misheard lyrics, say.
Yeah, misheard lyrics. Yeah. Kitty not liking my idea of comedians Big Brother. Alex, people would die. Yes. Think of the ratings. Think of the ratings. This is the sort of TV show that is going to happen under Nadine Dorris's watch. Any more on the TV shows you can't watch?
Okay, so as you may or may not know, I'm obsessed with the Food Network. And so sometimes on the Food Network, you get these food shows, but they're hosted by these women who are obviously homeschooling their children and obviously extremely, maybe very, 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 like, say, similar to Kitty's answer, very, very culty, and they're very homesteady, and it's just a little bit, oh, look at you, it's just so religious-y, and like, oh, look at you being so American, and it's just like, oh, just a bit, oh.
What's this show called? Because I like cult stuff. I might watch it.
It's like Cooking on the Homestead or something.
It's amazing.
That one.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Benny.
I'm very off-grid living, so.
Oh nice.
Benny's a redneck.
You tell us through your laptop as we stream live to the world.
Yeah. As you had to turn Netflix off halfway through, and the massive TV behind you.
Off-grid. That's my kind of off-grid. That's like glamping.
As Benny said, his laptop's powered by a hamster and a combination of the methane gas and all the cows he has.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
Benny, are you actually Amish? You got like a little Amish beard going on.
No, he shaved the moustache off.
Are you being rude about his hair again,
shave it
Bex?
off. What?
This is the second jab you've got in about Benny's hair. What's going on here?
I tell you what, I will shave my beard off if people keep donating.
Oh, that's a point. I'll check the total. I'll check
Then
the
you'll
total.
just be a naked wombo.
Oh,
We'd have to change your name.
there's been another donation. The total now stands at 50 quid. So out of a £100 total, I've been very realistic, keeping it at £100 because I know everyone's skint at the moment. So there's still 100 quid.
Day? Oh, come on.
I'm hoping that there'll be a massive overspill as things go on later. But to say that we're halfway there on the second hour is a good thing.
Yeah.
Like under promise and over deliver. Is that the plan? Just be like, I promised 100 quid, but here's 200. I doubled it. I'm just amazing. That's
how I've lived my life.
Yeah.
Pretty much. That's how I've lived my life. Stuart Dunlop, am I the only one who finds the one show absolutely torturous? No, I do as well. I can't stand it. It is basically Blue Peter for people with a mortgage.
Yeah.
That is the one show. And I'm sure Alex Jones is a lovely woman, but there's something about her voice which feels like nails dragging down a blackboard. Usually, I am a fan of the Welsh accent, massive fan of the Welsh accent.
Good,
but not in Alex Jones.
Good save. I was about to kick off.
No,
Oh.
it's something about Alex Jones that just makes it go, no, off.
Are you on it next week?
No, I wish I'd do a better job than Ronan Keating.
Yeah.
Why is Ronan Keating presenting the one show? When did that happen?
Is he actually?
Yeah, he has been. Yeah, this week.
I've not watched it in a long time.
Yeah, he's done a lot of radio. I flicked through last night. I only watched a little bit because I saw Mo Gilligan was a guest, and I thought, well, they're bound to talk about The Big Breakfast because that's coming back with Mo Gilligan on it. So I was watching that for a bit, not a peep. But then
I suppose he's not busy.
No, so I was watching because he was on it, and also Jeff Goldblum, who I want to be when I grow up. So he's got the older guy look absolutely nailed, like Jeff Goldblum, and he's very funny too. Yeah.
I haven't watched the one show since Matt Baker was on it, and he asked David Cameron how he slept at night, and that was great. But that was a long time ago.
I think it
got
peaked
a chaotic energy though. Still, the one show
it's never going to get better than that moment, was it? So it's just downhill after that.
They just chuck weird guesses at things as well.
Yeah, similar energy. I mean, tying in with Matt Baker, similar energy like Country File of like items smashed together that really shouldn't belong, and you don't realise how mad it is until an outsider is like watching it with you. A friend of mine that was visiting from Italy we were just waiting for another friend and just watching the TV on Sunday night to go out to a pub, and Country File was on, and they were asking questions, and their face was like, "What is this batshit crazy program that you watch?" It's like, what's this? This is a report on the rise of drug gangs in the countryside. Oh, okay. Now what's happening? The decline of badger-faced sheep. Now what's happening? Calendar competition. It's like you don't. It is. The Country File is absolutely insane. As is the one show.
There were a lot of animals birthing on it the last time I watched Country File. It was quite visceral for 5 in the afternoon, to be honest.
They do seem to make lambing season last 8 months.
I had to watch Pingu to level out. I was.
Oh, Pingu!
Pingu's just a little abused penguin. When you watch it as an adult, his parents are horrible to him. They were really mean to Pingu. I was feeling a lot of strong feelings this afternoon.
Pingu to level out.
Yeah, that's a program I'll never ever watch. That and all the comedy shows that I'm too jealous to watch. Don't watch them. Don't watch them.
Have you seen the band? Have you seen the band episode of Pingu, where he has a bad dream and he meets this massive, I think it's a massive walrus, but it plays really ominous music.
Oh, he's goth. It's a goth walrus.
So it's like it sounds quite dark. So what do they do?
He just I think he just scares Pingu, and it's like this massive walrus.
Pingu's fantastic, honestly. Yeah. There's so much tension in it. It's amazing.
And there's not even any vocals. It's just
just newt.
Yeah, it's genius. It's an absolute genius. All their facial expressions with Clay, it's just they really convey emotion on that show. It's
there you go. It's wholesome chat, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
Adam's watching Pingu. Donate to Mind, everyone.
Yes, please. Clearly, we need it.
Pingu's really good for the mind.
I never thought this would happen before we finish. I think we might be on course for the new record for least amount of questions asked in an hour. So this is great. I didn't think 3 would be tops, but we're getting there. Keep it going, please, because I'm just really paranoid. It's going to 8 o'clock and like. So what do I want to talk about? I've got nothing.
We're going Boris Johnson style. We're hearing the questions and we're like, no, we'll answer our own questions, actually.
Yeah. That's true.
That's a great question, but I want to talk about Pingu. So that's what I'm going to talk about. I came in with that agenda.
Would you just come in, just talk about Pingu, get Pingu over.
Get out. What was that, Benny? Sorry.
Would you sleep with Pingu?
In a sexy way or in a comforting friend way? What's the vibe here?
He doesn't exactly. I couldn't imagine Pingu being cuddly because he's made of clay.
I think he's underage as well, which is problematic.
Yeah, in other words, shut up, Ben.
What about Pingu's dad?
Pingu's dad?
Yeah.
What about Pingu's dad?
Would that make him a pilf?
Well, I suppose he could fashion a dick of any size.
Yeah. You can choose how
he does what he wants. He just turned himself into a penis.
Is this the new rabbit?
I actually do have some plasticine, and it's taking every fibre of my being to stop myself from going to get it right now. So just no.
Preserve the questions, Alex. Give us what we want. Fashion
No.
Plasticine penis.
Clay cop. Clay cop.
How much money, everyone? Absolute chaos. We don't need to be drunk.
No, this is fine.
The thing is, though, the problem with the Pingu family is that how do you get consent when we don't speak their language? Like,
this is your problem with fucking Pingu. It's not the penguin, it's not the plasticine, it's not the underage, it's the consent. I mean, I love your commitment to consent, Callum, but I think there are a few other barriers to get through before you get to that point. Like, is this?
But like, all they say is the same words, isn't it? Like noob could be yes, that could be no. I don't know yet. Like.
Well, this has taken ever such a turn.
Hasn't it just? And I think that's a good point to end this second hour. Which is zipped past for all the wrong reasons. As we enter our third hour, God knows what it's going to be like at 9 o'clock tonight. So before we do pop off, Bex, sorry, do you want to say?
I don't know. I was just saying that Kitty had quite a good question.
Yeah, we will. We'll get. Which one was that? Was that the Doctor Who one or the Jubilee one?
The Doctor Who one.
Okay. Who would you have cast as the next Doctor in Doctor Who? You can't pick Ncuti Gatwa. I would cast Benny.
I would cast Ranganathan.
Oh,
actually,
hasn't he got enough work?
I know, but
True.
I'm still stalking him because I want him on Below the Bell.
I see.
You're
So
going
you're
for
just going to name check him at every opportunity in
Yeah.
case he's watching. I admire that.
Cool. Any more before we wrap up this hour?
Probably Vix, just because she really seems like she needs the work, because she just keeps moaning about other people having jobs. So
I'm
see the doctor.
I'm
proud of you.
actually very busy with a lot of things that make no money.
He's spending it all on booze.
Is your drinks cabinet bigger on the inside, Vix?
Oh, I could be. Doctor Who could have a booze locker instead of a
Actually, yeah. What's his chops? Oh God, Scottish one before last.
David
Capaldi.
Peter Capaldi. Yeah, Peter Capaldi's doctor had a drinks cabinet.
I think
Yeah,
he'd be good in
saw
that,
it. Saw it in the last episode. Who would you pick, Vex?
I would say I'd pick a true icon. I would pick Barbara Streisand, just because she would make sure they had good writing for the female doctors. You bet she would make sure.
That's true. That is very true. And on that, we will wrap up our second hour. So that is gone past our ears. So quick plugs. If you've got anything upcoming that you need to plug, Vix, you first.
I've got a podcast live show called Comedy Arcade. So I am doing that for a full run at Edinburgh Underbelly, which is really exciting and quite scary. So looking forward to that. There's a new episode out that was a live show with Myra Dubois, Jenny Ryan from The Chase, and Suze Kempner that is available now. So, and I've just updated my website, vixlayton.co.uk, with some of my live dates. And I do that about once a year. So today is the day for that to be updated. Tomorrow will be out of date again.
Nice one. Nice one. So Callum, anything to plug, even if it is just your socials?
Find me anywhere like Callum Pryor Comedy. I'm playing in London next. I can't remember the fucking venue. I probably should have written it down. I'm somewhere in London on Wednesday doing my show. Find me. I might be on a street corner.
He's around. He's around. He's
Somewhere.
free. He's free. He's free range
in
now.
Kentish Town, I think. I can't remember. I really need to look it up.
Good plug-in.
Benny.
Yeah, I'm on tour at the moment with my disability awareness game show. You can find all the dates on Below the Belt with Benny Shakes, and we are off to Edinburgh for the first 2 weeks in August. And if you want to find me comedy, you just go to Benny Shakes Things Up, and that's it.
Lovely. And Bex.
Hello. So, similarly to the lovely and Benny and Vix, I am also taking a wee show up to Edinburgh for a very short run in the final week of Bex's Chainsaw Musaka at the City Cafe, 11:55 a.m., 20th to the 28th of August.
Excellent stuff. Excellent. So I'll see the majority of you in Edinburgh, if not before. So thank you to Vix Lane, Callum Pryor, Benny Shakes, and Bex Turner for hour number 2. Stick around for the third hour, which will be coming up soon. I can see that some of our guests have popped in already. So Alex Beaton, Dora Flowers, and Scott Adams are already here. So we'll be taking a very short 5-minute break, just to give me enough chance to get the drink and use the facilities. And then we'll be right back. But thanks again to our guests of this hour, and we'll see you all again soon. Bye, everybody. Bye. Bye.
£40 could help keep Mind's supportive online community side by side, open for another hour, helping to connect people and feel less alone.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
A donation of £20 could help 167 people take their first steps in getting mental health support through Mind's booklets.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
And we're back. Hour 3 of the 12-hour last ever awkward question time. Hello. Last ever show. Boo-hoo. A couple of bits before we crack on. Just if you are joining us right now, don't text the Nokia because the SIM card has died. So if you text, it would just say message failed or stuff like that. So it's now just a complete relic. It doesn't work at all. And today is an epic 12-hour final show in aid of Mind. So we're fundraising for Mind. So that QR code there. If you scan that, it'll take you through to our Just Giving page. Having a look at the total so far, we are on 65%. So 65 quid has been donated of a £100 target, which is great. But let's go way above that target. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go way above that target. Now, let's see if I can get this right now with the pre-done jingles, because I messed this up earlier.
10 hours to go.
Nailed it. Right, so let's bring on our guests for hour number 3. Please welcome Alex Baton, Dora Flowers, Scott Adams, and Lloyd Williams. Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
Excellent. So this is the normally we would have this chat off air when we go, can we all hear and see each other okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can see everyone.
Excellent. Good. Lovely. And we all look awake, which is good.
Barely.
What I found is interesting so far is that everyone is on the hot drinks at this time of the day. Normally when we've done this show.
There's gin in this.
It's a vodka in mine. Yeah, no, it's coffee.
No, mine is coffee's on. Get the frothy goodness in there. Yeah, there we go.
Mine is
an on-brand Welsh mug as well. Loving that,
of course.
Nice.
Mine's Fortnum and Masons, just because I'm London. So.
Well done, you.
I love that joke. I love that joke about the London.
Where'd you nick it from?
I did actually nick it from work.
Oh, there you go then.
Masons.
Oh, Harrods, is that coffee grinder or just a coffee pot? Coffee pot.
Oh,
from Harrods.
Very nice.
They let you in. Fantastic.
It's a
pot for my pot.
Nice.
My coffee's from Lidl. So.
Yep, all about Lidl. In fact, if we can get this quickly moving, because I've got to go to Lidl at 12:30, so I want to get some food.
That's right. You can dash off. They do Guatemalan Lidl. Guatemalan coffee.
Where I live, the Lidl is right next to the Waitrose, so I go in the Lidl with and look across, sort of like lovingly, wishing I could shop at Waitrose, but it's just not going to happen, is it? So Lidl is all for me, really. That's what
the
it
trick
is.
is the bag switch. You get one bag from Waitrose, put all your little stuff.
Let me write this down. Bag switch. The switcheroo, right?
The old switcheroo.
Yeah, exactly. Excellent.
Nice.
I like your hair, Alex. Can I just mention? I like the way you look very Jason Statham. You know what I mean? Sort of you look very nice, very handsome.
Thank you. So far, it's got a 96% approval rating. So, yeah.
For a minute, I thought you were talking to me, and I was like, "Oh my god, thank you so much."
Oh yeah, and yours as well, of course, Alex. That's right. Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Like Jason Statham, and I was like, "Okay, they better."
Yeah, it looks good.
Thanks. Yes, only one person has said otherwise, but no, that's fine. As I've mentioned a couple of times, I was following some style advice saying go for the shaved head. I think you'd rock the daddy look. So, yeah.
It depends who says that, really.
So,
in what context?
And also, why is a shaved head a daddy look? It's more of a kind of action hero look.
Yeah.
Shaved head and the beard. The beard's in early stages at the moment.
Okay.
It is more like glorified stubble at the moment. So I thought, let's try it for a bit. Well,
there you go.
I've resisted it for years because of my head shape. I thought it would make me look like a Bond villain.
We have got that affliction of having massive heads, haven't we, Alex? And I mean, I have to get my hats from America. So it's actually true. If I get a baseball cap, I've got to send off to America for like a triple XL. It doesn't look that massive.
Out there?
I don't know, but it's the only place I can find them. So yeah. So if I'm wearing a cap.
It's people don't know. They
just don't live. Yeah, exactly. The
Christmas cracker hats.
Yeah, exactly. I look like a fool. Just look like I'm wearing like a little fez on the top. It looks ridiculous
at
Christmas.
Fez.
Oh, I love a fez.
You actually have a fez.
Excellent.
Lovely.
That's nice.
Actually,
that's how people wear caps, though, like just placed on top of their head. That's how I believe
I think it's young ballers. People.
Yeah. There we go. That was a picture of me Christmas Day with the
sort of happy time of the year. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Am I an idiot? But when you guys were saying, "Oh, that's how people wear caps," they just put them on their head. I was like,
yeah, but like sort of sit it on the top, like like bright.
You're not an idiot, Alex. I'm the idiot.
Oh, you're like
there's a difference between placing on your head,
Jesus Christ,
and then having a bowler hat looking like a yarmulke. That's the difference. Right.
We had, I think Brian Harvey started off, didn't he, with E17 back in the day. I think he had it like sort of just resting on top of his head. Yeah, perch.
It's because he couldn't work the Velcro. He couldn't make the cap bigger or smaller, so he couldn't pop it on.
Yeah.
Kitty saying
he was Velcro re-challenged.
Nice.
I still say it mostly looks like you're
a
leaving
sticking
the
point for
boy
him, to be
band
honest.
to go solo right now. Look, overall, I think it suits you.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah, that's
accurate,
good.
Kitty.
So I look like Abs from Another Level.
That's a reference for the kids. Well done. That's it.
Yeah, the kids who are now in their 30s.
Wasn't that from 5? Not to.
Yes,
you know,
he
let's not dig here.
Oh, shame on me for not knowing my boy bands.
Oh, that's what I
Imagine
mean,
my
it's
embarrassment.
To be honest, I'm probably wrong. So
No, you're right. It's Absent 5.
It was Absent 5. Oh, hello. Random cat appearance. There you go.
I used to teach aerobics to that. You know what? It's another life. Let's not dig.
No, let's find out about the aerobics.
Oh God, have I been tricked into an early morning aerobics class?
Unfortunately,
it's an intervention.
To be honestly, looking at us all, I doubt it. To be honest, you know what I mean. So I don't. You don't look like all the aerobics crew anymore.
It's just my 4th coffee, and I'm just feeling human. So I'm not a specimen of.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sat in a big armchair. There's nothing aerobicsy going on here.
It looks like an amazing armchair.
Thanks. I'd like to say it's not IKEA, but it is.
It's got that Gogglebox thing going on, isn't it?
Does it? I feel like I had
Yeah.
before Gogglebox, but let's just Gogglebox is slightly bigger than me, so
You just look like that chair of what's her name that just sits there constantly abusing her autistic husband.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh yes, and they've got the cat table next to them.
Yeah, it's like shut up, nutty.
Anything post 1985 completely perplexes them, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? Anything modern. So what is this? What is this iPod they talk about? What is that exactly? You know what I mean? So yeah, bless them.
They seem very sweet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, nobody that lives in a house with a thatched roof could be bad.
No.
So
well, that's true.
What about Margaret Thatcher?
Did she? That's true. She has got thatched in her name.
That's a thing of beauty. That was amazing. That was good. It's 11:45 a.m. It's not early morning, but still morning all. Morning, Kevin Daniel. Good morning.
Morning,
Nice to have you with us. We've been at this since 9:30, which is very early for a Sunday. Very early for Sunday.
You've done well, Alex. You've done well.
Since I said at the top of the show, I've been getting in at 9:30 in the morning on a Sunday before now. In my 20s when I could still handle it. Not now. Not now.
No.
God, love, not now. So take a week off if I had a night out. So we're a good 20 minutes in. It's probably a good time. We have our first question. So let's see what have we got then. If your loved ones decided to preserve you through taxidermy after you die, what pose would you like to strike for eternity? So your taxidermy for eternity pose. I think we should go to the former aerobics instructor.
Hi.
Hello. What pose would you like to be immortalised in?
So one, I'm pretty sure my loved ones would not be preserving me regardless. But oh goodness, what pose am I comfortable in? Because I have this fear that if taxidermy, if it actually happened to me, I might still be living in my body, so I'd want to be comfortable. I've watched too many horror films. I don't know, probably waiting for an Uber. I'd imagine.
Standing around,
waiting for an Uber. So loads of Ubers will come and stop next to me because they think I'm their ride, but I'm not.
That's right.
Have you had a bad Uber experience or something? Is that what it is? So you just want to sort of revenge on Uber drivers?
No.
1 star.
I've got an Uber rating of 4.85, thanks. I think I'm doing something right.
Oh well, there we go.
It's because when I get out the Uber, I put the seatbelt back neatly and I make a big show of doing it. It's like, oh, she's nice.
What's an Uber?
I don't know what an Uber is.
We don't have Just Eats in our place. What's an Uber?
They're from Rill. So.
Oh.
It's like, you know, in Never Ending Story, the dragon that comes, it's like that.
It's exactly like that. Yeah.
Just that. You scream, Uber. You just scream Uber into the street and this car arrives. That's how I call them.
I'm astounded it's made it to rural Derbyshire, so it must be appearing in Rill soon. Uber, it must be. So I've completely forgotten the point we were making. Oh, yeah, taxidermy. Yeah. Right, okay. Yeah, there we go.
You're only 2 hours in, Alex. You've got a long way to go, mate.
This is. To be fair, I was this much of a mess at the first hour, so I'm pretty consistent.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, so I'm pretty consistent. Well, what's Lloyd and Williams? What's the name of your cat who occasionally keeps peeping?
Zuko or Daddy Lump.
Two names.
Yeah.
Is your cat schizophrenic? So that needs to.
Yes, yes. Pleasure.
Yeah.
No, we had a kitten, and the kitten sort of adopted Zuko. So Zuko just teaches him all the things that you need to know as a cat.
So he's called Daddy Lump because he's a dad and he's a lump.
He's a big pad.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Is that Zuko after Danny Zuko from Greece?
Yeah.
As opposed to the other Zuko, I was just.
Nice.
Anyway, if Sarah was going to have me in a taxidermy post, I'd tell her to stuff it. But
Finally, we're 3 hours in, and I get to use
proper jokes.
Yeah, proper jokes. So that we might even edge on.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Kevin Daniel has ventured forth his opinion. He said he would like to be posed tapping a microphone as per open mic night in the traditional "is this thing on" pose. That would be
clever.
Possibly the same answer for what would your waxwork be doing. I'd like that as well. So, yeah,
I think. With mine, Alex, I think you'd appreciate this one as well. I would like to do to be finished with a 2-finger Rick Mail salute, like when he used to do like that, sort of like that, yeah, and like a little sort of like the sneer as well. I think that's how I'd like to go. That's sort of definitely sort of Rick Mail with the 2 fingers.
See,
for sure.
Yeah, and the sneer.
Yeah, the sneer, yeah, 100%. Because it would also confuse people from other countries because they don't have that as an insult. They think it's peace. So some people think I'm being peaceful, but on the other hand, I'm actually not at all. I'm sneering and going, yeah, up
Where
yours.
would you be? Would you be at the airport? And just
Yeah,
no, somewhere no, like
outside passport control.
Yeah, no, it'd be one of those photo booths in the airport, like the ones where you get your photos done for your passport, just outside there, something like that. So people come in and they just say that. Like that's what I think I go as. But obviously, but could I move as well? Am I allowed to move? Those sort of
animatronics. It depends on your budget, I suppose.
Oh, that's a no then, really. It's just static then, basically.
I personally, I just think I would like to bid this, and then my instructions be hide me in a wardrobe in IKEA.
See, I'd want to be useful after I die. I think they'd be really funny about being like a clothes rack. Or like, so people be like, "Oh, come in, put your coats on," and there's just my dead body holding all the coats. Or like being like, "Oh, would you like a drink?" and then seeing my dead body just holding a plate of drinks. I think that's really funny, and no one acknowledges it.
Yeah, it's like it's a completely normal thing. Absolutely, yeah.
No one. Could you just be Alex? They're like, "She's over there," and I'm just sat there like,
like in your family's home.
Yeah,
and just.
What's the employment rights for a stuffed waiter or waitress who's sort of like just there with a tray of drinks that doesn't move?
They're not good. They're not good, Alex. I won't lie to you. They're not good.
The hours would be long. You're forever in that same pose.
Toilet breaks would be a nightmare.
Yeah, I'd say you'd never have minimum wage because they'd argue that you don't consume oxygen, food, or need rent. So,
but you don't have to pay council tax, so do you? So that's one thing.
Swings and roundabouts.
I also just like the idea that if my girlfriend ever wanted to move on, I'd be like, you just can't. My dead body is in the living room holding a plate of drinks. If you try and flirt with someone else while I'm there, just like.
That would be a thing, yeah.
Also make yourself as a pose that's big enough that you can't actually leave the house, so they can't pick you up and take you away. So if you're like an awkward sort of like, yes, they can't even move you out of the house. So like two removal guys come around and go, I'm moving your sofa. Oh, and the dead body as well. No, you can't leave. That's got to stay. You can't get it out of the house. So
you'd be in the splits and wide arm, but in opposite directions, so you could neither be put diagonally nor straight. Yeah, like
just as I go about life. That's how I go into rooms, out of rooms.
When people want me to leave, I just pull that pose and nobody can get me out, and it's fine.
Yeah, that's how I'd like to die.
It's kind of like an Extinction Rebellion protester, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Just glue yourself to places, basically, so no one can move you. That's what it is. Fantastic.
It is exactly the same thing.
Excellent.
It's lovely how none of our poses have been like for good. I mean, in many ways, Alex, yours were slightly, because you're holding drinks for people, but it's still under the guise of so your girlfriend can't move on.
Never. Oh, go on, be happy with that. Absolutely not.
You could have also chucked in a hand at like a claw-like angle as a bottle opener.
Exactly.
Ah, yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Oh,
so that's useful.
I'm a bottle opener now.
I'm 56, so I think I'd sort of hark back to when I was growing up, and catalogs were a big thing, and the catalog pose.
Pose, yeah.
Yeah.
Grattan's catalogue, Kay's catalogue.
Janet Fraser.
Yeah.
All the
so I go for that. You know,
Alex, have you had a sorry, I thought you had a strike there. Sorry.
That was my catalogue pose. Imagine I've just got a jacket casually swung back. Like.
Yeah. All the long.
On a mountain.
Yeah, yeah.
I used to love Kay's catalogue. Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah.
It was my first experience of having a fizzy tummy, really, when I was about sort of 10. Well, you know, obviously, because that's the only sort of access to people of the opposite sex who I maybe find attractive.
I knew that was a euphemism. I thought it's got fizzy tummy as a euphemism for him.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like, oh, that's weird. That's
shopping. Like, are you just really into spending money? That's what
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Scott, it was really... a soda stream for the fizzy tummy.
Yeah, no, we had. I had. Yeah, so that was it. So Kay's and Littlewoods catalogue. Yeah, but also my mum used to buy stuff from there.
Get busy with a fizzy.
She'd oh, that's sinister. Yes, my mum used to buy trainers from there for like 2p a week, and I'm pretty sure she's still paying for some of the trainers I bought off there to this day. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah.
Now, is there a regional variation of the slang for that? Because around here it was called getting stuff on tick.
Yeah,
it's the never. It's an
never.
The never.
I've never heard the never.
You're getting it on the never because you're never paying for it, but you're never paying for it. I don't understand it, to be honest. Doesn't make sense to me. But I heard it in a song, so.
Fizzy tummy sounds like IBS, which for Scott is love. Helen,
wasn't IBS in 5 as well? Wasn't he? Wasn't he in 5? No, that was another level, wasn't it?
It's just beautiful. Now on the last ever show, now would be a great time to get me American voiceover to go, great callback. But no, it's too late now. It's too late. That jingle's never going to happen. Just imagine it happened. I just played it. So this is great. We nearly filled the whole hour with one question.
Outstanding.
Which is amazing. So we will get a question from Kitty that she submitted earlier that we didn't get around to. Kitty says, it's the Queen's 70th Jubilee and she is now single. Bye, Phil. How would you seduce your way into becoming the new consort before she goes? Bearing in mind, she's what, 96?
96, yeah.
So I would imagine the drive isn't necessarily there anymore.
Is
that a euphemism?
No, she's lacking the fizzy tummy these days. Although having said that, I think didn't Queen Victoria have one of their final flings in her 80s?
How do you know one of us isn't already dating the Queen?
Yeah. Ooh,
you've heard this accent, haven't you?
I think I'd twerk for passing change on the mole.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Again.
Again. It's been a slow week.
Yeah.
Oh, they've seen you, Sarah.
I'm not a royalist. I don't really. I find it all a bit weird. The whole thing. There's a lot of bunting around. Like I was in Cornwall during the week, and Cornish people don't even like being part of England, and yet they've got all the bunting up for the Queen, for like the Union Jacks up and stuff. So I find that quite odd. What's it like in Wales? Is there a big?
Well, I mean, they've got a big Eisteddfod in our local area, so it's sort of green, red, and white most places.
Lots of dragons here.
Lots of dragons and everything.
It's too gorgeous.
They've got an Eisteddfod this week, so it's a bit of a battle.
Yeah. We don't tend to have many Union Jacks around here, and
I wouldn't have thought so. But I just mean in terms of like, is there a big sort of like excitement for the Jubilee, or not really?
Here and there.
Mainly with the non-Welsh people, isn't it?
Yeah, sort of.
So you didn't open a YouTube line for the Jubilee.
A YouTube line. A YouTube line.
A YouTube.
No, that's it. The Elizabeth line.
The Elizabeth line.
The Lizzie line, yeah.
I think if you're going to flirt with the Queen, you've got to hit the things she loves.
I think
not
she's
literally
filthy.
hit like corgis. Somehow you've got to maybe ride in on the back of a corgi, perhaps. Meet her in the dog walking park.
She likes horses, doesn't she? She's a big horse person.
I like horses.
So there we go. If you could genetically breed a horse-sized corgi,
that'd be. I'd do that anyway, regardless. But it got nothing to do with the Queen. We do that. Let's do it. Let's get it done.
The Queen's not getting that.
Exactly. She's got
Are we going corgi body and horse head, or horse head on a the other way round? I can't do. You know what I mean?
Oh, you just put a horse head in her bed.
Okay. All right.
Well, I would go for a horse body and a little corgi head.
Yeah.
I think you can look as it is. But because obviously, if you've got a corgi body, the great big bloody horse head, it's just going to fall over. It's just going to fall like that, isn't it? So kind of.
But you have to feed.
I'd like to see.
I'm not going to say I wouldn't. That'd be amazing. But I'll have one of each. You know, so you can see, you can sort of like decide which one's which and which one's more popular. I think would be good. A corgi. I'd like a corgi personally. A horse. There's a lot less like fecal matter with a smaller one, isn't there? If you've got a great big horse, there's a lot of poo and a lot of maintenance. I would imagine it's still like sugar lumps and apples and stuff.
Both would be a feeding nightmare because how could a corgi's head? It can't dip it to get into the bowl because.
And you'd really small nose bag as well, wouldn't you? Like a little mask, really, with like a little oats and stuff.
You basically have to feed it yourself with a spoon.
This is stuff you can't unremember, you know.
No, this is.
And we need
and obviously you'd have to dispatch Andrew to the other end of the castle because.
Who's Andrew? We don't know who he is. He's been.
You know.
He's not.
He'd be getting all tense.
Andrew's gone off to some island somewhere. It's wild. I don't know. I just got into a billionaire's plane and gone off to an island.
Don't let him on an island.
We know where Andrew is.
We know what happens when he gets on an island.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be allowed near islands.
He shouldn't be allowed near kids.
What do you give to the girl who's got everything? Maybe an alibi for the disappearance for the death of Diana.
Yeah.
Oh, she'd look at you really doughy-eyed then.
You need to give her WD-40.
Yeah, for her joints. Yeah, Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire.
Yeah, some Senecot. Sort of like reruns of Countdown, I would imagine, and stuff. She's probably into that.
I get the feeling she was a fan of the Des Lynam era of Countdown.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Do you think she wants the royal family to just fall before she goes? So, like, she knows that when she's gone, the royal family died with her. Because she must be thinking, they're going to ruin it.
That might not be what she wants, but that's what I want to have.
I'd love if she just went at like 10 o'clock at the last service or whatever. You know, they fire the cannons and whatever, and the last bit on the final day of the Jubilee celebrations just goes Lizzie out and just drops a mic and it just fucks off, and that's it. She's done.
She brings out your statue with your fingers up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
I think what she might do, and having been possibly the only person who's watched the sequel to Coming to America, is what James Earl Jones, the King of Zamunda, did when he went. The preparations for my funeral sound amazing. I want them to happen now while I'm still alive. And he's just lay awake in his coffin going, it's good, this. Yeah.
Drawing it out.
Oh,
Yeah.
He didn't get into his coffin, did he?
Yeah, so James Earl Jones was just in his coffin watching his funeral.
Oh.
Okay.
I could watch my funeral, but I couldn't get in a coffin.
Oh, here comes another
Just
one.
something to know about me, just in case you're ever wondering what to get me as a birthday experience.
Okay.
Not a coffin.
Is it one of like? Do you get like those virgin experiences? You know, go paintballing or sort of like paragliding.
Get in a coffin.
Oh, you're having your funeral done, so you can see what it's like.
It's quite grim. So that'd be a new sub-genre called, instead of red letter days, black letter days.
Yeah.
Oh,
The new business trust experience at work. Instead of falling backwards, you get buried alive. And it's like, do you trust your colleagues to unbury you? Definitely don't.
Dora's got 1 hour of oxygen. Away you go.
Have you not been in the green room of a comedy night? Crikey, I wouldn't trust any of these people. No, not at all.
Do we get extra bank holidays if she dies?
There'd be like national mourning, but I think you still have to go to work.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think
So you're bumper off, were you?
If we get bank holidays, I'll kill off every member of the royal family. That's 2 jobs at once.
If she really wants the royal family to completely fuck up after she's gone, she'll have to issue a decree that Harry becomes king.
Yeah.
But he's not related to any of them, is he? So
Yeah, it's a good point.
technically, if you believe what you see on the internet. No, I think the best way to seduce her would be just to just take her out horse racing, and then. But honestly, I think she's probably filthy.
I reckon she loves monster trucks.
Monster trucks, yes. She looks like a Bigfoot fan, doesn't she? You know what I mean?
Well, she loves the Land Rovers, so
Yeah, that's true. She can probably still strip an engine as well.
Yeah.
Because having worked as a mechanic during the war.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, there we go. Filthy. She's probably got a Pirelli calendar.
She's probably a closet gay.
Yeah.
No, she likes Cliff Richard. She's into sort of equestrian stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's not really sort of hiding in plain sight, though, is it? I mean, so yeah.
It would be great if she came out.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be amazing if the Queen just came out as her last hurrah? That'd be so beautiful. That would make me like the royal family, I think.
And then just went off to an island with Judi Dench.
I think it should be Helen Mirren.
Oh, Helen Mirren.
Yeah.
That'd be like doing yourself, though, wouldn't it? That'd be a bit weird, wouldn't it?
Well, she's been doing everybody else for so long, she might as well do herself.
Yeah.
Oh, just retire with a stamp.
Yeah.
Here's a question: if you someone played you in a film, would you sleep with the person that played you? Because it's not like sleeping with, it was a different question to sleep with yourself, but if you slept with your body double, would you?
I don't know.
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean,
who would play you though, Alex? Who would play you?
Oh God, no idea. But I'm trying to think. But then again, I'm not my own type, so I feel like I wouldn't. Anyways, I'd be like,
no, I'm not.
I mean, if you're dating somebody you think is you, that's a bit weird.
I'd have to shag Johnny Vegas.
Yeah. The love child, Johnny Vegas and Joe Brown.
I've always thought that Kathy Burke would play me if I had my life story played.
Oh,
I just don't think she'd sleep with me, if I'm honest. I think she'd draw
Kathy
the
Burke, what a
line.
legend. You sound really disappointed there. Kathy Burke will not sleep with me.
I just don't think she'd lower herself to my standards.
Well, I think as Scott has alluded, mine would be Jason Statham now. And
you hate that, don't you? Yeah.
I hate that. So much. Yeah. That's going on a T-shirt. Forevermore.
I was thinking Jason Statham when he was working on a market back in Great Yarmouth in the 80s more, but you know,
Jason Statham is from my neck of the woods, and that really spanned me out.
Yeah, he's travelled around a bit. So I think
he's from Derbyshire. I just thought he was a Cockney, but no, he's.
Oh, there you go. Didn't know that either.
No, nobody who's from Derbyshire admits to it when they get famous.
No, Robert Lindsay. I listened to an interview with him last week. What's that little town called?
Ilkeston. That's where we went to the same college.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent, yeah.
Which it was so good, Ofsted shut it about 12 years ago.
Well, he was saying about how he lost his accent. So can you give me like a proper Ilkeston kind of accent?
Because I've moved about a bit. Myself, I lived in London for a bit, and I lived in Bournemouth for about 10 years. So my accent's sort of like mellowed to like generic Northerner.
But if you had to,
that's the thing. I can't do a Derbyshire accent, even though I'm born and bred in Derbyshire.
Really?
It's like the best way I can describe it is if somebody attempts Yorkshire and then gets bored halfway through and just tails off. That's a Derbyshire accent. It's a little bit. It's just like not really that. It's like that. So really not. It's like there's no passion or drive to it. Much like Derby County.
Is it like they just want to leave the conversation and they're just like constantly trying to walk away?
Right. Imagine if they'd made an action figure of Sean Bean. But the batteries were wearing out.
So that's who you could be. You could have Sean Bean play you because I mean, if he's obviously get his hair cut, then he could be you. And can you say bastard like that as well?
Bastard.
Yeah. See, there you go.
Legacy falls upon your.
And I think if you were to sleep with him, he would be a very, very kind of tough lover, and you would probably do as you're told. To be honest,
I think it would hurt.
What sort of emotionally, or
no? I think I'd get a fizzy tummy. I'm just looking at the viewer comments that and haven't commented for a while, so this would be massively out of context. It's the same in Merseyside. I think this is going back to the Jubilee stuff from earlier, not being banged by Sean Bean. Alex has famously read 50 Shades of Grey in the style of Sean Bean. Yeah, apparently. A video of me reading 50 Shades of Grey whilst doing an impression of Sean Bean.
That's right, I remember that.
Has been bootlegged and is being circulating kink forums.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I found
I didn't know that. I was going to say, yeah.
Bootleg. Someone stole it. Someone leaked this. I have nothing to do with it.
Exactly.
It only hurts the first time. Sage advice there, Kevin. Sage advice there, Kevin.
Hall & Oates song, wasn't it?
It was the B-side to You Make My Dreams Come True.
I think we just need WD-40 again.
Yes.
And a corgi.
And a corgi.
No, this is getting kinky. This is getting really kinky.
Oh, is this about the horse's head? No, sorry. Or Prince Andrew?
You bring the corgi.
My body double would be Nana Muscuri because you never see us in the same place at the same time.
True.
Are you telling me you're going to shag Nana Muscuri? Are we time for divorce? You never told me that.
Stuart Dunlop, who has been cataloguing the weird shit that's happened so far in the 3 hours that we've been on air. First hour, asphyxiation. Second hour, sex with Pingu. Third hour, kinky with corgis.
Do we need to?
Yeah.
Do we need to?
Sunday morning.
Do we need to make sure people know that it's the dog corgi, not the gas fitter corgi?
or the car manufacturers.
Oh yeah,
I'm
fine with all of those. Just so you know.
A corgi gas man, yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
I think that's a very good summary.
Personally,
we're well summarised.
With everything we've covered so far, I'm amazed we're not at target because this is worth a tenner of anyone's money. So everyone, I'll get rid of Stuart's question. Everyone, I've got to get rid of that as well, haven't I? I'll get the banner back up with the URL. There we are. Point downwards to the URL for donating. Point downwards.
That one there.
Justgiving.com.
Give it
and then
money.
And then, hey, the green teddy's pointing. And see if you can point to the QR code in that general direction. There we go.
God.
If you scan the QR code, it takes you straight through to the Just Giving page. So out of a £100 target, we are on 65 quid. So, which is not bad at all. I'm being realistic with my estimations. Once upon a time, I'd have set it at £1,000. And then be bitterly disappointed. But no, 65 quid, say 100 quid for a whole day's work. It's not too bad. All good for a good cause. Let's look. We got time for another question. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And I like the fact we've only had one pre-written question. This is good. This is good. Do you have a celebrity crush? Slightly going on with Would You Shag the Queen? So celebrity crush. Feel free to.
Is it a good one or a bad one?
You feel free to.
So abs from 5.
Yeah, abs from 5. All of another level.
Lizzo.
IBS from 5 as well. He's quite nice.
What did you say? Sorry.
Yeah.
Lizzo.
Lizzo and Miriam Margolyes both at once.
And the Swedish women's netball team.
That's
Swedish women's netball team.
That's a busy afternoon. That is, isn't it?
I like. I read one of Stephen Fry's biographies, and he mentioned the first time he met Miriam Margolyes at a script
Is that
reading.
Stephen Fry who retweeted one of your tweets once?
The very same, yes.
And the one who follows me on Twitter. That one.
Yeah, the one who retweeted about this show. And if you go on his profile, you'll see the retweet.
That's right.
He wrote about the first time he met Miriam Margolyes at a script reading. She arrived late. She blustered open and went, "Sorry, I'm late. I was licking out my girlfriend." In front of everybody. I thought, and he stood at that moment. He went, "We're going to be friends for life. I just know it now."
Excellent.
And that killed the conversation. Yeah, Corgi heads. That's fine.
All the celebrity crushes I wouldn't mind admitting to, like obviously any of the Garys, Gary Neville,
Gary Ballard,
Gary Bushell,
Southgate.
Bushell.
There was a few orcs in the film I quite fancied.
Which film?
Oh, the second one.
The first one,
hunky orcs.
The orcs in the first one was terrible.
Ugly as sin.
What
were they doing?
Quite sexist as well. Some of them as well. So I wouldn't bother with that. Wouldn't treat you right at all. So
weirdly, I fancied Bagpuss. I don't know the gender of Bagpuss. Not that matters, but
can kind of see it.
Yeah, I think just for a cuddle.
Yeah,
that wouldn't work for me. The other way, unfortunately.
Zika better watch out.
That's true.
Wait, you, Alex?
Keep your cat out of the way. Well, I mean, in the 90s, it was Louise Wenner from Sleeper.
Oh yeah.
Who we saw live actually.
We did.
When Scott managed to get me into a festival when he was at playing the comedy stage, I managed to blag me in free for the weekends, and then we figured out that we could get into
two festivals.
Two festivals, and we managed to get into the Access All Areas bit. And we nicked beer from, was it
the Sugar Hill Gang?
Sugar Hill Gang's fridge.
But no, that's fair. In fairness, I nicked a beer, and then Alex was on lookout, so it was kind of like being teenage boys again. Remember? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So,
but how's that for a claim to fame? Yeah, we stole beer from the Sugar Hill Gang. Yeah. I have admitted before to having a man crush on weatherman Thomas Schaffenacker.
It's just the name, isn't it?
Is he the one? Yeah. Is he the one who stuck the finger up, or was that?
He's the one. Yeah. When on News 24, he flipped
Bill
the bird.
Turnbull or someone, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then didn't realise that the camera went to him. Anyway.
That's right. Fantastic.
And he's pretty stacked as well. He's a good.
I think he's a keen runner and cyclist.
Yeah.
That's a good shot.
Was it the finger though that turned you? Was it? Did he have an attractive finger?
He does have an attractive finger. That I can't deny. But I mean, it just sounds like I've got a weird middle finger fetish. I don't.
Oh no! Just try it once. It's fine. I mean, and you know.
As Kevin said, it doesn't hurt the first time.
Exactly.
Yeah, get that one out of the way. Erica says, "My mate Steve. Steve who? Which celebrity crush is that? There's a lot of famous Steves.
Seagal.
Davis.
Yeah, snooker.
Yeah.
Love them.
Not a ginger.
No. I'm all right with that.
Is there a sexy famous ginger?
Oh, loads.
Loads.
Amy Lewis.
Tons.
Hundreds.
Amy.
Amy Pond.
Steve
Davis. Oh, yes, of course.
Johnny
Yeah.
Rotten.
Amy Adams.
The Honey Monster.
Yeah.
Jimmy Somerville.
I wonder what you were going to say then. When you just got the first syllable of Somerville, I know.
Is Chewbacca? Is he ginger or is he dark brown?
Yeah, he's ginger.
Well, no, because he's dark. Chewbacca's dark brown when he's like rough and tumble. But when at the end of the Star Wars, the last one, Return of the Jedi, when he gets all cleaned up, when he has a wash, they have all this award ceremony. He looks fairly sort of strawberry blonde there, doesn't
Strawberry
he?
blonde, yeah.
Yes, a Timotei thing.
Beaker, he's a good-looking ginger.
Yeah, attractive.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And he's a good conversationist.
That was a really good Beaker impression.
I reckon you could have a good Netflix and chill night with Beaker, because you'd sit there, you could watch the things you're watching, you could, and you get along. I used to get called that in my rave days, but that's another story for another time.
Would you invite Waldorf and Statler along to watch Netflix, because they just slag everything off?
Yeah.
But that's what Lloyd and Williams will become as they get older.
That's true.
Yeah. I think mine was, I had a weird one. I used to really fancy Ruby Wax back in the 90s for some reason.
That's not weird. She's great.
Yeah, but I think,
totally see that.
but I don't know. Yeah, and then I don't know. Mine's just kind of silly. I mean, Sienna Miller, really. I think I would. Yeah, I'd let her.
Didn't Ruby Wax marry Ed Bye, the director who directed Bottom and Red Dwarf?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think they're still married, aren't they?
Yeah. Erica has clarified she has a massive crush on Peter Davidson, who was the Fifth Doctor. She got to interview him on stage and felt his bum by accident. I know you, Erica. That was no accident.
No,
that was not an accident. You copped to feel. You copped to feel.
I really thought you were talking about Pete Davidson, and I was like,
I was thinking.
The new Doctor.
I just, rather than fighting Daleks, it'd be fighting Kanye. Do you know what I mean? That's what it is.
I'm just more thinking, I was like, oh my God, there's someone he hasn't hooked up with. Is that possible?
So Peter Davidson's son-in-law is David Tennant. So by rights, David Tennant and Georgia Tennant's son at some point has to be the Doctor, considering that his dad and his granddad was once the Doctor.
Yeah.
If that doesn't happen, then I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Yeah. Because that was the best heckle that Peter Davidson ever had. It was at a convention, and somebody asked the question, "What's the weirdest gift a fan has ever given you?" And someone shouted, "A grandson." Because David Tennant, growing up, was a massive Doctor Who fan, and Peter Davidson was his doctor. Stuart Dunlop, we need Statler and Waldorf as an alternative audio option for everything.
Yeah.
I'd like that.
Is that like everything is in like just stuff in your life as well? Like just going about your day?
No, because you know, on like sports commentary, you can press the red button to get alternative commentary for like the radio. But if you got alternative commentary of Waldorf and Statler just slagging the whole thing off,
that would be great. Just telly, because I think if they were with me during my everyday, I might kill myself eventually.
It's a little leveler,
I think they'd probably kill me, to be honest. Like, don't do that, Scott, for goodness sake. Exactly, you don't do that.
Your internal monologue, or like,
like the guy from Come Dine With Me. If he lived in your head the entire time, just walk into traffic, I think.
The guy from Come Dine With Me's surname is Lamb, apparently.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That's right.
Then why do you be so bitter?
Pizza, I suppose.
I didn't realise, Dora, that you have such a thing against the guy from Come Dine With Me.
Well, no, he's great funny. It's just he's so mean about everything they do. Like, he's very funny, but he's so mean. Like, ooh, look at them chopping carrots. Who do they think they are? I kind of live with that voice anyway.
My celebrity crush is the guy from Come Dine With Me. Change my answer.
Wow.
I was the one to belittle me while I took carrots.
You know what? He's been given a brief and he does it amazingly. His brief is slag off everything they do. And he does it fantastically. So praise to him. But also,
they're
I
in Rill
die.
at the moment. They're looking forward to having McDonald's for tea.
Who? Waldorf and Statler?
No, no.
Oh,
Come
right,
back
good.
with me.
All right. Oh, are they? Oh, okay. So Stuart Dunlop, Statler and Waldorf just slagging people off during my weekly shop. Wouldn't care if that included slagging me off. So would that mean that they would be like working the tills? Like that Flash Show sketch with Caroline Aherne just pushing stuff through and making a sarky comment about it. Like, oh, Johnny Giles, Johnny Giles, Johnny Giles.
I imagine it very Truman Showy, where they're
Mm.
just like with you your entire day, but it's just everyone.
That's
A bit
that's-
dystopian. Like that's going to be the new dystopian movie.
This
of the
feels like we've
future.
uncovered a new mental illness. That's like,
Is
can
there
you give
ever
me something
a reason
for?
to donate?
It's now. It's now. Give us a tenner if you hear the Muppets in your head. Tenner, yeah. Right. So, and on that, we will come to the end of our third hour. Yeah, it's
Flown by.
beautifully gone. Flown by. So, as is the tradition, towards the end, we will go past everyone and see if you've got anything to plug, even if it is just your socials. Scott, start with you.
Yeah, my social Scott Adams 07 on Twitter. But yeah, going to Edinburgh. You're going up, aren't you, Alex? Doing your show?
Yes.
Are we all going to Edinburgh for the festival?
Yeah.
No? Yeah. No. I'm going doing my show with the midnight show. Just after midnight. It's called Midnight Mayhem. It's gonna be a variety show. And stand up as well. But you're right there, Alex. Just doing your.
It's Beck and Ace. It's honest.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Yes, doing a show at the City Cafe every night from just after 12 o'clock of the festival, starting from the 10th this year. I'm not doing the whole run, but yeah, that's it basically.
Excellent. Dora.
Hey, so I just got a couple of things. So yeah, Dora Flowers is my social. I've got an amazing podcast called Crowd of Clouds. Me and Marty Gleason and Matthew Justin put that together. And this morning, my accommodation for Edinburgh fell through. So if anybody knows anywhere,
how much they charging you?
Bin, it can. I would. It's just the first week I need accommodation. But yeah, it's so that's been a fun morning for me. But yeah,
where's your
that's
show?
me.
Where's your show in Edinburgh?
I'm just doing a whole bunch of compilations, really.
Okay.
But these
tap me up
rooms,
then, and I'm looking for people as well. So
amazing.
I'll add you
Thank
on.
you.
There we
Thank
go.
you. I'll do that.
Excellent. Lloyd and Williams.
Let's see. Lloyd and Williams anywhere on social media, and we've got our gig going on tonight in Conway called Just a Laugh, and we're to be found normally at the Real Comedy Club, just down over there. Really, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah. We're enjoying being a double act and developing our act, and
we're not going to Edinburgh because we're poor.
Yeah.
That's cool. If you do get a chance to check out Real Comedy Club in Real Little Theatre, it's a beautiful venue. So I've done it myself. It's a gorgeous place.
Thank you.
I had a lot of fun when I was there. I had a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Alex, anything for you to plug?
Yeah, just socials. I post about gigs. So any London gigs, I post about them on my handle, which is just somewhere pointing in the right direction. I'm also not going to Edinburgh because I'm so poor and just come off the Brighton Fringe, and I'm like, that guy. So yeah, I will be one of the few comedians left in London. Come see me.
The last comedian left. I've got visions of like 28 days later, just like you on your own, wandering about, papers flying everywhere.
I think I'm just going in comedy clubs. It's like, anyone?
This thing on. Yeah. Okay, so that's almost it. So if any now normally I would get you guys to depart. If anyone fancies sticking around for another hour, we do have one space on the next hour because somebody's just had to drop out. But cool if you want to vamos. But thanks again to everyone for hour 3. Scott Adams, Lloyd and Williams, Dora Flowers, and Alex Beaton. Thank you all very much indeed.
Pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks everybody. Thank you.
Thanks everyone. Take
Thank
care.
you.
Good luck with it.
Thank you. We're going to take another short break. Be back in about 15 minutes for hour number 4. But bye for now, everybody. Bye. Bye. Bye from me too.
£40 could help keep Mind's supportive online community side by side, open for another hour, helping to connect people and feel less alone.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
A donation of £20 could help 167 people take their first steps in getting mental health support through Mind's booklets.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
A donation of £20 could help 167 people take their first steps in getting mental health support through Mind's booklets.
And we're back. Welcome back to the last ever Awkward Question Time with me, Alex Leam. So we are in hour 4, I believe now. Let me consult the charts. Yes, we are. Hour number 4. Let's see if I can get the correct jingle for where we are at.
9 hours to go.
I think that's right. Is it? I don't know anymore. I'm starting to lose. I mean, maths wasn't my strong point before I started this.
8 hours to go.
It's one of them. I've narrowed it down to one of them. Anyway, so if you've watched us since the start, since we started at 9:30 this morning, kudos and well done. And if you're just tuning in now, a couple of basics before we crack on. One, don't text the Nokia if you're a regular viewer because the SIM card has died, so you can't text in anymore. No, No texting. So that's done. But all questions for the panel, more cringe the better, are welcome just in the normal comments section at the bottom, and then we'll get them up on screen. And the final ever 12-hour awkward question time is in aid of Mind. So if you scan the QR code there, right there, that one there, then it will take you through to the Just Giving page. And this is the Just Giving URL as well, justgiving.com/fundraising/last AQT. Just checking the total. Refresh. No, that's the wrong button. That's home. Well done, me. 64% of our total is achieved so far, which is amazing. So with that in mind, let's get our guests on for this hour. Please welcome, in no particular order, Lou Williams, Jimmy Loma, Alan, Leah, and Will Barton. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Oh, Christ, I'm in the dark. What am I? Do I look very dark?
Hey.
Hello.
Am I allowed to swear?
You can swear all you like, Will.
Oh, fucking great.
Is somebody not got headphones in because we're looping?
Oh, is that me?
Headphones. I'll do the. Is it Jimmy? Is it Jimmy? If I mute Jimmy, then that's. Yeah, I think it was Jimmy. I've muted you, Jimmy, until you sort the headphones out. There we go. So there we are. And yeah, you're fine, Will, and nice ambient light. Nice ambient.
Yeah, it's unintentional. I'm not trying to make myself look younger or anything. Anyway, hi.
I did spend about 40 quid on lights during lockdown when I was doing this show, just to make myself look good. So there's no shame in it whatsoever. Has the looping stopped? Yes, it has. Yes, it has. This is normally the things that we iron out before we go on air, but we can't because we're already on air and we've been on air since 9:30 this morning. So there. So excellent. So can we all hear and see each other? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. Lovely. Alan, can you see us?
So, yes.
Lou's quite blurred. And Jimmy's gone. It's all cracking off. Hopefully Jimmy will come back.
Green screen.
Is it green? Oh, okay. Cool. Bit of a delay. But no, we'll crack on. It's fine. It's fine. We're good. So we are in the sort of fourth hour in. So now I think will be a good time to wheel out our first video message that has been sent in. So it is a celebrity asking a awkward question.
Exciting stuff.
So I think it was particularly relevant that we wheel out this one now because if you're not familiar with Will's work, Will is an actor of stage and screen. But one of the roles that Will is known for, he was in the final Doctor Who serial of the classic series. So he played.
And now the final ever awkward question time. Will is just a curse.
A curse.
Yeah. So he's also in the final awkward question time. Yeah. He played.
Yes, of course. That was Michael Grade's fault, but I had nothing to do with that decision. But yeah, he put it on against Coronation Street, didn't he? Very low budget. And I was I the last kind of baddie to die before it was axed for 16 years.
Yeah. Okay. So it makes good sense to play the first.
Alexi Sale. I know Alexi Sale was very proud of the fact that he was the last person to be killed by a Dalek for several years.
Wow. Well,
pure
I was the last person to be killed in a motorcycle duel with Doctor Who. I'm probably the only one. Oh, but Doctor, not Doctor Who.
That's right.
Get it right, Doctor.
Well, we have a video message from that very Doctor.
Do we?
Yes, we do. We have a video message from the 7th Doctor, Sylvester McCoy.
An awkward question. What gets you up in the morning? What keeps you going? Well, I have to think. It's the fans.
So for him, it's the fans. So the first awkward question from Sylvester McCoy, what gets you up in the morning? So Will, we'll come to you first.
Well, at the moment, I'm looking after my 91-year-old mother in Oxford. So she gets, or I have to get up for her in the morning when I'm here, help her with a bit of breakfast. In fact, she's liable to walk in here at any moment and say to me, "Why aren't you at school?" To which I would obviously reply, Mum, the reason I'm not at school is because it's Sunday. Anyway, that's what's getting me up at the morning at the moment, is looking after a 91-year-old mother who's doing all right, to be fair to her.
Okay, cool. Have you got some homework on standby, just in case?
After she'll be checking up on me.
Should we check on you?
You've done your geography.
Jimmy,
Yes.
you know, I know you're talking. You've got a nice, relaxed sort of vibe going on. What gets you up in the mornings?
A stubborn refusal to quit comedy.
I think that's the only reason why anyone advances, is just the stubborn refusal to quit, because there's a lot that would make you want to quit.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
I've been there myself a few times.
But I get if I'm pissed off with comedy, I focus on putting on a night. If I'm pissed off with putting on a night, I focus on the photographs that I've taken of the nights that have went well. I look at all the photographs that I take, and I think it's not as bad as it looks on Facebook, so I'm going to fucking keep going. Fuck you lot. Like.
So to summarise, you're Scottish.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought I might get away with talking faster because we just had Sylvester McCoy. I thought old Sly broke you in, but apparently not.
I say, did he tone down his Scottish accent while he was the doctor?
He didn't need to, because he's quite posh.
Yeah, he's posh Scotch, isn't he?
Posh Scotch. That's basically like Edinburgh Scotch. That's fringe.
Yeah, because Peter Capaldi didn't. He was quite. He's. I think our next question would be, who is Lou just whispering to?
Yeah, who are you whispering to?
Yeah. Who are you whispering to?
Who are you whispering to?
My child, because I've just worked out that you all sounded like robots because he sat next to me with his AirPods on and it's messing with my signal, so I've just banished him to his bedroom. I do apologise. Hello.
So you're crossing the streams.
Bring him on.
No, he's gone. He's out.
He's gone. He's out.
Everyone, sorry about that.
That's got all right. So Lou, the question from Sylvester McCoy is, what gets you up in the mornings?
Firstly, I love Sylvester McCoy. He was my favourite doctor ever. I'm so starstruck right now.
Mm-hmm.
What gets me up in the morning is the thing that I've just sent back to his room. That's what gets me up in the mornings.
Nice. Yeah, I have a soft spot for Sylv myself. He was my first doctor, so I was old enough to remember it from the first time around. So I was growing up in the late 80s. My earliest memory of Doctor Who is the pink TARDIS from the Happiness Patrol. So that's yeah.
I think you might have dreamed that.
No. Alan nodded in a recognition then. So there's no, I didn't dream that. The Happiness Patrol was a big allegory of Thatcherism. So yeah. I sound like I know what I'm talking about. That was great.
You do. It's impressive.
You came dangerously close, yeah.
Yeah. Alan, what about you? What gets you up in the morning? Not Thatcherism.
What gets me up in the morning? The regrettable but nevertheless ineluctable fact that it is impossible for a human being to sleep 24 hours a day.
That's beautiful and poetic
and literal, which is great. I like that. Yeah,
that's worthy of something that should be sewed into a cushion.
Yeah,
into a pillow, surely.
Or a pillow, even. Yeah. Your wife has commented, "Me, I get up, Alan." Now, is that a pegging reference or
euphemism if I've ever read one?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Erica.
Hello, Erica. Erica is watching. Hello, Erica. Anyone else? That's watching as well? Feel free to type in an awkward question for the panel for the next hour. So, onto the non-celebrity questions. So sorry, I don't have another video from Colin Baker on standby. Sorry. Next question. What would you rather fight? 1 horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses? Now, this is an age-old question. one to ponder on. So, Jimmy, if you absolutely had to,
it would be the duck-sized horses, I think.
Okay, all right. So, what makes you think you could take them more than?
I'm not entirely sure I could take them, but I think it would be an easier fight. Because the main thing with a horse is it can stamp on you.
Mm.
So
it's a horse-sized duck. So
yeah, but have you seen a duck's bill?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, they go fishing with those bills, man. They're quite lethal. A huge one. You might as well fight a jaws-sized duck.
So a horse-sized duck could go fishing for sharks.
It could, yeah. It could. No, well, maybe not. That would be a fight I would want to see, a shark versus a horse-sized duck.
That's almost a Discovery Channel documentary title.
Almost, but I don't think it will happen.
No. Interesting. Lou, your thoughts?
I'm going to go for the horse-sized duck.
One of
them versus one of me. Because while Jimmy made some valid points about the duck-sized bill, have you guys all seen the size of my ass? Once I sit on it, I win.
Okay. So you've got a hidden weapon, is what it's saying. You've got a hidden weapon.
I'm a bit shocked there.
Worst case scenario, you've got like a new duck to fly around on.
True. So Will, with all that's been debated so far on this controversial topic, your thoughts?
Well, I've given this a lot of thought in the last few seconds, and at first I wanted to fight the duck-sized horses, but then I thought killing little horses, I'd feel so guilty because I'd be stamping on their necks and I'd feel terrible. So I'd rather take on the horse-sized duck, and once I've sliced its throat with my knife, got months of food. We got a food crisis. The prices are up. I can get it in the freezer, can fucking mount its head, do some taxidermy on the head.
Imagine what the head is.
Force my 91-year-old mother to eat a horse-sized duck. Tell her this is normal. These things do exist, and she just can't remember. All right.
I'm just picturing the taxidermy horse-sized duck head. That would be a great talking point. But also, I mean, you say the cost of living crisis. Just imagine the money you'd make selling the torso to a Chinese restaurant.
Fantastic, yeah.
Hello to Lou's cat, who's now just appeared. Is that Busby?
No, this is Ozzy Posborn.
Ozzy Posborn.
Yes.
Nice, very nice. That's that beats my cat's name, Bruce. Just because I think it's funny giving cats human names. I did in the 90s. I had a ginger cat called Chris. That's a side note. Anyway, Alan, on the horse duck debate.
Yeah, this actually reminds me of once upon a time, Napoleon Bonaparte. He hated rabbits, despised and loathed them, and he once organised a shoot on one of his estates. Yeah, where they got a whole bunch of rabbits and released them so that he and his friends could just go around popping them off. The mistake they made was they got 10 rabbits. The moment the rabbits, they assumed the humans were there to feed them. So they all came charging straight into Napoleon and his mates, who ended up running away from this little army of rabbits. And that reminds me of what fighting 100 duck-sized horses would be like.
That's amazing.
That being said, that being said, I mean, the cat on my side, I'd definitely choose the duck-sized horses because it would have them, no problem. But the thing is, if you know anything about the way ducks reproduce, there tends not to be an awful lot of consent going on amongst ducks. So I think fighting a horse-sized duck would simply be too risky from an anal point of view. So I've got to choose the duck-sized horses. Yeah.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Last weekend, I went to a place, and for the first time ever, I saw a duck's appendage.
It's like a sort of corkscrew sort of a thing.
You knew this?
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
didn't you warn me?
So is this you saying that you want to fight an army of cock-sized ducks?
No, just like the fact that how you're leaning in as well when you say that really conspiratorially with the microphone just sort of like here, just so that your son can't hear this as you're talking.
Yeah, that makes me wonder, how exactly did you see it, Lou? Like, how did this come about?
So we were watching this duck in this stream in North Wales, and all of a sudden, like these two ducks were doing that shake your tail feather thing, and then something came out the back of this duck, and me and my son were like, "Oh, what's that?" And my other half turned around and went, "That's," and I was like, traumatized.
It does look a little bit like you know, in one of the Bond films when his modified car and missile suddenly appears out of nowhere. So
Self-planned corkscrew, it's just wrong. This orange spiral thing.
Yeah, that's
Hung
that's
like
why
a
you
duck.
all see alcoholics in the park, because if they've forgotten to bring a corkscrew along with them, they just pick up a duck. Whack, whack, whack. Perfect.
Brilliant mime there, Alan. You really brought that to life. That was beautiful. I don't think I want to eat hoisin duck in quite the same way now. Now that we're talking about this. So, any more thoughts on the duck debate? No, good. Let's move on. Let's very quickly move on. So, actually, we're on a theme. So this ties in quite nicely. What's the weirdest thing you've eaten? Okay, that dirty laugh from Lou means that we're going to come to you first. And I have a funny feeling I know what you thought of first, but let's see if I'm right or wrong. What's the weirdest thing you've eaten, Lou?
I haven't eaten anything weird. I don't eat weird stuff. I just
No?
laughed because I was thinking of curly duck dick.
Okay. Well, that's quite a delicacy in some country, I bet.
In my country.
Right. Okay. So I mean, I not even like snails or anything like that.
I won't eat them. I'm really weird like that. Anything that looks like it should be in the garden, I can't eat it. I think the most exotic meat I've ever had weirdly is horse meat.
Okay.
That's about it, really.
Yeah.
From a duck-sized duck.
Size duck.
I mean, the actual horse. Stop it. It's too early for this. I've not caffeinated enough.
We thought we were out. They pulled us back in.
Nice.
Move on.
I have eaten ostrich, and by which I mean processed. I've not just like gotten ahead of myself in a zoo. There was a market store selling like unusual meats, and they're selling ostrich burgers. An ostrich tastes like beef, but it's got zero fat in it. So I think that's the weirdest thing I've
Reminded
eaten.
me then. You just reminded me. I've had springbok. Forgot all about it. I was in a South African restaurant. I ate springbok.
What's the rugby player? You've been eating rugby players.
No. Like the actual.
Yeah, they're rugby players.
The animal.
Springbok.
No, they're rugby players. You've been
I'm
eating.
sure there's been a few ladies who've eaten Johnny Wilkinson in his time.
Heyo. Nice. I've got to Google what a springbok is, because this is.
It's a gazelle type thing.
I didn't know that. I thought it was a rugby player.
Sort of antelope
No,
job,
honestly,
isn't
there's
it?
an animal called a
Yeah.
springbok that lives out in somewhere far away. And I went.
Well, I've got a different image now. You said you ate springbok.
It's South Africa, isn't it? Yeah.
There we go.
All right, there we go. Was it nice? Was it tasty?
It's like chicken.
All right, okay, nice.
It'd be very lean, I'd have thought.
It was very nice. It was a really, really nice, delicate flavour, but it was quite chickeny.
I'm just resisting the temptation to say, was it deer?
Hey.
Yeah, I know. But thankfully I didn't, because otherwise you would all think worse of me for it. Yeah. So far we've got springbok and we've got
Having a
ostrich.
joke eating it there, Alex.
There we go. Can you beat that, Will? Have you ever eaten anything weird?
I'm sure I have. I did actually eat a tablespoon of mustard, English mustard, for a dare in a cafe in the 1980s, and I was crying. It was hell. And it was very embarrassing because the proprietor saw me do it because I got the mustard out and I was putting it into the thing. And I did that. And I was very perturbed, going back to my mother, actually. This seems to be a running theme, seeing as I'm looking after her. When I was young and it wasn't really around there, but I said, what are we having for lunch? And she said soup and then rocket salad. And I was really concerned because I'd never heard the rocket, the salad vegetable. So, but it wasn't the actual real rocket. And I didn't like
a bit of a letdown, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, I just thought, what's this rocket salad? Anyway, but no, the mustard is probably the weirdest thing on its own that I've eaten, and yellow all around my mouth. My mates.
I can imagine. I can sort of feel the pain of eating like a
it's hell. Try and eat or a dessert spoon of mustard on its own. English mustard, proper Coleman's.
Yeah. The knock your head off stuff.
Yeah.
Is it any better? Is it worse or on a par with chili tip? Have you ever experienced that in terms of spicy
chili
pain?
prick? I've experienced chili prick.
Yeah, where
you kebab and going for a wee, and then I think, what's wrong with my fucking cock?
Yeah, that's it.
Chili on my, it's hell, and then you try and wash it under the tap, and it's getting redder and redder. It's a pain. It's a lot of things happened in the 1980s too. Yeah. Anyway.
It was all kicking off when Michael Grade was getting ideas of his station. Exactly. Alan, unusual things that you may have eaten.
Well, like you, I actually found some ostrich steaks in Aldi the other week. Ostrich burgers they were, and I took them home and ate them. And it is a beautiful meat. It's really nice, really rich and flavoured. Snails, fine. They're basically, the texture is exactly the same as boiled mushrooms. Nothing wrong with eating snails as long as they're the right species. You can't just pick them out your garden and eat them.
You can. Sorry, can I come into you? You can take snails from your garden. They are the same ones. I heard this on the radio. But you have to. Yeah, but you have to put them. You have to keep them for about 2 weeks in a jar, and you have to feed them the right stuff. So because otherwise they're poisonous because of the stuff they've been eating. It's like you're eating those poisonous plants. So you put them with carrots, then you can eat them. And I thought about doing it. I haven't done it. If you get some snails from the garden, follow the directions, keep them in the fridge for a couple of weeks with the right food, carrots and whatever, and then you can cook them and eat them yourself.
This feels like he's just solved the cost of living crisis. There, and to bring your food bills down, just some snails out of your garden. Amazing. Will is a great value guest.
There's no problem keeping. Yeah, there's no problem keeping a snail for 2 weeks. No worries.
Jim. Yeah, so go on.
But the thing about frogs is there's actually so little meat on them; they don't really taste of anything.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
They're like chicken wings, but French.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, and therefore inferior, as we know.
Of course. Jimmy, weird things that you may have eaten or may not.
I've had the longest to think about this.
Scottish answer. This will take a while.
Don't know. Yeah, haggis, fucking deep fried Mars bar, the usual fucking weird shit. Like,
I'd love to try a deep fried Mars bar. I'm going to be in Edinburgh this year. Do they do deep fried Mars bars in Edinburgh?
I assume so.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean they're for idiots like you. Not we don't eat them.
Like, I can run you through. I can run you through the whole plethora of deep fried that is available because I've eaten most of it. During August, when I've been coming home slightly worse for wear, and avoid a deep fried burger because that's indigestion waiting to happen. Deep fried pizza I've yet to try.
Oh,
yeah.
Deep pizza crunch. It's pizza crunch, not deep fried pizza. We call it pizza crunch. Get the names right, man.
Sorry. You can get a crunch box for about £10, which is like a massive box of various deep fried stuff and a 2-litre bottle of Iron Brew.
And for an extra £2, you deep fry the box.
Yeah, exactly. The deep fried Mars bar is everywhere. I had one, but not in Scotland. I had one in Yorkshire, which is similarly known for its deep friedness.
I'm going to need I'm going to need the name and address of that place to take back to the council.
Yeah,
I get a feeling a fire's about to happen around there.
Yorkshire has the advantage because they also do deep fried spam in Yorkshire.
Oh,
Actually,
God.
that's up there. I think that's weirder than ostrich. I've eaten deep fried spam.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I had a deep fried Mars bar in Otley in Yorkshire, and although I've never taken any Class A drugs, I can imagine the effect was similar to cocaine for the experience that I had in terms of the sugar rush. It was the filthiest yet wrongest yet somehow enjoyable experience I've ever known. And the come down and the crash was hardly worth it. So
I'd definitely rather eat duck's dick than deep fried spam.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're back to the ducks.
It probably spam
on
probably
my
is,
mind.
mate.
Curly dick. I want to see. I mean,
Like
I
a-
don't know why.
Yeah.
Duck-sized horse dick now or something, man.
We'll use your
Like-
recipe for chili prick on it.
Well, a curly dick does sound like an upper class Bon Vivant sleuth. Something they make a Radio 4 drama about.
All
the
right, so
novel.
we've established they eat a lot of fucking weird things in Scotland, but not what I've eaten, and I still can't remember. But I did develop a weird McDonald's addiction over lockdown through a weird means. What happened was
weird means.
What happened was my girlfriend was, I think it was like our third date, and her daughter phoned up and asked for £20 in her bank account, and we stopped the car, and she put £20 in the bank account, and I said, "What was it for?" And Lorraine phoned up India, her daughter, and said, "What was the money for?" And they just screamed, "McDonald's!" and hung up the phone. So we started winding India up. Like every time we spoke to her, I'd scream McDonald's in the background, or like, and I seen her go like McDonald's, and then eventually I was like, "Here, do you know what? I really fancy a McDonald's." And they brought out the double quarter pounder, and that was me. I think I had one like every 2 days through all lockdown.
I noticed in the Scottish McDonald's, certainly the ones in Edinburgh, it's the only place in the world where you can get Iron Brew on tap.
No, you can get Iron Brew on tap. You can get it in tap in the Iron Brew factory where I worked.
You work at the Iron Brew factory?
I worked in the Iron Brew factory.
You worked?
And it was Iron Brew and tap. Yeah, yeah.
Amazing.
I didn't realise what a perk that was till I left.
Fantastic. I love the fact that Iron Brew outsells Coca-Cola in Scotland.
Oh, yeah. Too right, it does, man.
I love that fact.
Italy's great because they sell beers.
Oh, in McDonald's in Italy. Fantastic.
When you go get your Happy Meal, obviously not for the kids, but when you go get your meal deal, you can have Coke or Fanta or Tango or a lager.
I'm just very impressed by. This is the only person I've ever met who's ever worked in a food preparation place, let alone a food preparation factory, who didn't go, "Oh man, don't touch that shit. You don't know what goes in it." He's just gone, "I would drink it on tap all day and night if I worked."
I think that's why they left it on tap to blind us to the evils of the factory.
It's. I mean, not enough stuff is luminous orange. It's a great drink. I love it. I absolutely love it. Helen Edwards had the deep fried Mars bar in Whitley Bay once. The place where I noticed Grass Market in Edinburgh. There's a takeaway that also does deep fried banana. It's listed underneath deep fried Mars bar like it's the healthy alternative.
I've had baked banana, but not deep fried banana. Baked banana.
What was the thing you had, Alex, that you were going on about for days afterward? You hadn't had one. You'd been up in Edinburgh for years.
Oh, God. Oh, right. So last year during the festival, I had Donna meat pizza, and it ruined my digestive system for about 2 days.
God.
Afterwards. It felt like I was passing concrete. But then Drunk Me did it again for some weird reason. Scottish delicacy that I love, and I'm glad you can't get it in England, is Empire biscuits. So I don't know if you know what Empire biscuits. If you can imagine, it's basically a jammy Dodger on steroids. So it's like 2 discs of shortbread that are the size of a CD, sandwiched together with jam, royal icing on the top, and then depending on where you are on the debate, it's decorated with either a jelly tot or a Glacier cherry. That is an Empire
Is it a
biscuit.
wagon wheel that's having an identity crisis?
It's more like a jammy Dodger that's like that, and you can get like a pack of 4 for a
the
quid.
Empire didn't bring them any benefit.
No, sadly not. That and macaroni pies. That's a uniquely Scottish thing. Carb on carb, and cheese.
And you get it with chips.
Yeah. Oh, and the tatty dogs.
That was the one. Tatty dogs. That was it.
Yeah. Tatty dogs. A sausage covered in mashed potato, deep fried.
They were lovely.
What's not to love? I didn't think we'd cover Scottish food in quite such detail during this episode, right? We're no worse off for it. So I hope you notice. I hope you're noting all this down, Will, for August when you're in.
Yeah. Well, possibly. Although since I've been on a bit of a health kick, but I may have to go back against it. I'll start on the Scottish. I've never tried Iron Brew, I don't think, so I better try that one.
Oh, you're missing out. I
missed out. I don't see the shock.
It's a morning pick me up if you've had a large one. That's
right. The Red Bull effect.
It's like a cure all. It's like it's good for anything.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's good for a mixer, and it's good for perking you up the day after. So
excellent.
Yeah. So what are you doing in Edinburgh?
Oh God, I'm playing. I've played him before. You may know Boris Bojo. Absolutely get it done. No ifs, no buts. Get the blonde hair dyed, fat suit on. No fucking about, mate. I've witnessed your Boris Johnson before, which sounds like a euphemism, but it isn't. No, I've witnessed you playing it. So yeah, so I'm up. So I'll have to check that out. So it's a one-man show, which I've never done. I got because I played him in the theatre and before, and then I got approached to do him as a one-man show with this main writer. I'm adding a bit of material, but God, no, I'm just going to be as insulting as I can to the Scottish people because as Boris trying to reinvent himself was woke and totally fucking up. And God knows if it will work, but
is that why it looks like he's just out his fucking bed? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, I've made a terrible mistake because I got my hair cut the other day, and I told the Iraqi barber not too short, and then I got chatting to him, and then at the end I said, "My hair's short. I've got to have it." I said, "You said short." I said, "Not too short." Anyway, so I don't know what I'm going to do because I've got to dye my hair blonde in 6-7 weeks during rehearsals, but hopefully it'll have grown long enough by then. Otherwise, I'll have to do the wig. But it's much better when it's dyed.
You got 9 weeks. It'll be fine. He'll be
9 weeks till it starts.
It's actually Boris has trimmed it a bit now, so it should be at the right sort of length.
He does do this trimming every now and then. This crap, but it should be the same length at the side. It was my fault. It wasn't. I shouldn't have got chatting to the Iraqi guy. Instead, I should have been going. I was asking about his homeland here, and I forgot. I didn't notice he was doing this too short at the sides. But
actually, at the
Boris has trimmed his hair. Yeah.
Yeah, and when he does do it, it looks like it's been done with a knife and fork.
Yeah,
so that's him taking responsibility for his haircut, the same way as he's taking responsibility for his mistakes.
That'd be good,
yeah. So what's the play called?
I don't even know, actually. Christ, I've forgotten. I wanted to call it BJ.
That's very Johnsonian.
Come and DJ with me. I wanted to sing a song. Come and DJ with me. But I think they're calling it something else. But I can't even remember. It's on at the. It's a gilded balloon place, but it's the Museum of Scotland, I think.
Right. Yeah. I think. Yeah.
But I don't know where that is. But it's it's in Edinburgh.
I'll hunt you out and come see you on my day off.
Oh, brilliant!
Yes.
Oh, yeah. We'll hook up. That's good. That'd be good. Yeah.
I'm passing. I'm coming to watch you. Have you all got shows?
Jimmy,
no
you'll
comment.
be popping along?
I'll be there. Yeah, we'll be there for a lot of things, but no comment on the show thing.
You're not saying what you're doing. Or...
What do you think no comment actually means?
I don't know. You're being like a politician. I'm going to be like Andrew Marr here. I know you're saying no comment, but what are you doing? I'm going to ask you again.
I've got some compilation shows booked, and I've got some photography stuff booked, so I'll be there.
Excellent.
But I've got some other things as well I'm looking at as well. So
guessing you won't be doing my improv show again because I nearly gave you a meltdown last year.
No, we agreed I'm going to do it and challenge my fucking fear of it.
Sorry.
You said, Alex, so I'm coming on.
That wasn't exactly Paxman versus Howard, was it? Didn't take him 18 repetitions of the question to break it.
That's really bad because I feel like I've asked the awkward question now. I'm so sorry.
No, just for shows, just for shows things. There's not enough I can say about stuff. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah, too much. You're doing here, there, and everywhere.
yeah.
Nice.
Sweet.
You'll be busy.
Sweet. Lovely. Hopefully we'll see you up as well, Al. Hopefully we'll see you up as well. Right.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
I like the fact that the longer this progresses today, the less questions we're asking, because I think we've only done like 2, and we're like 3/4 of the way through, which is great.
Well, you would ask about eating weird things with a Scotsman on the show.
That's true. That's true. I've done it. I have eaten haggis, but only as part of a full Scottish breakfast, which differs a little bit from a full English, because you get a little disc of haggis instead of like black pudding and potato cakes. So it's worth a try. Worth a try. That's my top tip. Actually, no, it works. It works in a breakfast context. Definitely works. Right, so next, I'm having to delete these questions as I go along so I don't trip myself up and ask like the same one twice in 1 hour, which would more than likely happen, knowing me, because I'm starting to get slightly delirious now as we're approaching hour 4. Next question. What was the last text message or DM that you sent? Read it out and give an honest context of why you sent it. So let's have a look. Let's get my phone out. Let's have a look at the last text message that I sent. It was all right if I give you a bell back in about 20 minutes. And that was to a design client called Griff. So quite dull. So that was the last text message that I sent. So actually, I'll check the DMs as well, just in case there's something slightly more saucy or incriminating. Actually, the last DM was to everyone that did the last hour, saying thanks. So I'm quite dull really with the stuff that I've sent out recently. So has everyone else checked their phones?
Yeah, I've got mine. Apart from Erica, when I was asking her how I can get on here because my laptop wasn't supporting Google. The last one I actually did, apart from that, was discussing the Champions League final with a Chelsea fan. I've been discussing it with a Chelsea fan and a Liverpool fan. And my Chelsea mate, I don't know how he's got the balls to do it, but complaining about Liverpool thugs and stuff like that. And I said, mate, you can't talk. Chelsea fans cannot lecture anyone about other fans. I can show you loads of video of Chelsea fans rioting, fighting, and causing mayhem. I then sent him a link to a video where Chelsea fans are causing riots somewhere abroad and shouting, "We could do what we want. We could do what we want." And he's complaining about Liverpool fans. Mate, it won't wash. You can't do it unless you maybe support, some, Solihull Motors or Forest Green Rovers, because Chelsea fans cannot ever lecture anyone else.
There. Yeah.
I've said it now.
It's out
Jeffrey
there.
Monday. That's you, Jeffrey. I've name-checked him now.
Named and shamed. Jimmy.
The last text message I sent was to Lorraine, and it was, don't phone in the next hour because I'm going to be on Alex Liam's show. And she said, that's okay because I'm just up and I've got a hangover anyway.
Oh, nice.
Because we don't just eat weird things up here in Scotland. We drink a lot of whiskey and stuff too.
Okay. All right.
Lorraine.
She's not watching. She's nursing a hangover.
I love your girlfriend. I think she's great.
This will be the last thing that you want to watch when your head's thumping. Scottish food and Chelsea fans. It's not what you need when you're feeling a bit rough. So, Lou, what about you?
When you say text message, do you mean SMS only?
Text or direct message through like WhatsApp or whatever you would feel most comfortable reading out.
I actually just realised going through this, I haven't actually sent an SMS since the 22nd of April. That says, Mum said buy dog food to my sister.
The way you phrased that, it made it sound like an insult. Like, buy dog food.
The last DM is in Facebook Messenger.
Go on then.
Mm-hmm.
For fuck's sake.
That's brilliant.
To my son's boxing trainer, who gave me someone's email to introduce myself to, and I missed out the .uk at the end of the email. But luckily, no one said what's up. I'm in the clear.
Oh, good. Oh, good. All right. And so, Alan, I believe it's you.
Yeah, well, my last SMS, afraid not, mate, doing a comedy gig to a pub quiz host who asked me if I was free to host a pub quiz in Chester tonight. And my last SMS is to a chap called Alex Leam, and it reads, just donating now, mate, because I've been on to the donation while you were asking me this question, because I am a slippery bastard, and I've made a donation, and I've gift aided it as well, which you can do, of course, free of charge. If you're
I'll do that. I'll do that. I feel to have done that.
We're on 75. We're on 75% of our total, so which is excellent. So that's an excellent time for me to put the Just Giving URL up, which is at the bottom. And also, you can scan the QR code that is on the screen. That will take you straight to the Just Giving page as well. So very, very close to the target. A small target, but a helpful target. It all helps. It's all going to a good place.
I'm on the move because Jimmy's making me bow down to peer pressure.
Because I'm smoking.
I think that's like Jimmy's making you want to pee. I thought
No, it's because of this. It's because I'm smoking.
Pressure.
Okay. And on the subject of lighting, which has changed a great deal of this last hour, Will is now bathed in a nice glow and he looks quite angelic.
Oh, really? Oh, I hope I'm alive. Am I still alive?
You are still alive, yeah. You're looking very ethereal.
I'm just trying to give a very small amount, but without a message. So I'm just doing it now. I've done it, I think.
Excellent.
Actually,
see how angelic you look when you're being charitable. That's how you can look.
Alex, in the SMS round, would it not be appropriate to take a moment's silence for the Nokia?
Oh yeah, that's true. That is true. It's the SIM card that has died, not the Nokia. This will never actually die. I think I've charged it up once in the year and a bit that I've had it. So yeah, let's have a moment's beep beep for it. Beep 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 beep. There we go. I'm done. Right. Okay. Am I on mute? Because everyone's suddenly gone very quiet.
We had a moment's silence.
We were having a minute's silence.
That's what a moment's silence is.
Hang on. What the hell? Something's gone badly wrong here, and I can't hear a thing.
Street at 11 o'clock.
Hang on.
11,
Hang on.
Guys, have I gone deaf?
That's the host.
Oh no, we're rudderless without the host. Man, we've had a country without a leader for the past few years, so I'm sure we can.
I'm back. I still can't hear anybody. Hang on.
Anyway.
What now?
We've been left alone. I was more donation. Where's he gone?
You need. Sorry, man. You need to do that Boris Johnson impression earlier and lead us now.
I'll
Thank God for that.
Right. Yeah. Come on.
I can hear things. That's good. That had me worried for a second. Just the IT crowd trick.
You thought you were being clever there, doing a moment's blank face for the Nokia, and I didn't remember how to pin. Is that right?
Sort of, yeah. So yeah, apologies for the slight technical error. Although having said that, 4 hours in, that's the first bit of thing that's gone wrong. I've jinxed that now. Everything's going to go wrong now, isn't it? Erica Lear, lovely glow, Will.
Oh, thank you very much.
It was nothing really. It's just the natural glow that comes from being charitable. There we go. So as we're coming to also almost to the end of this hour. So it's zipping by at a great rate of knots today. Before we do go, just give everyone a chance to plug things, even if it is just their socials. So, Will, come to you first. We already know you're going to be in Edinburgh. Anything else?
Doing the Edinburgh Boris show, one-man show. That's kind of it at the moment.
Excellent.
That'll do. You don't need to follow me on Twitter and all this. Because the things I do on Twitter is mostly Football Fantasy League. I don't know if anyone does. No, of course you can only do that. To which I finished out of 9 million players in the top 8,000. And so I talk to people about that. So it's very tedious. So people don't really want to follow me on Twitter. It's probably not. I should be doing career stuff on there, shouldn't I? Really?
Yeah. Possibly.
Very sad. I'm a geek. I'm a Football Fantasy League geek. So,
whatever floats your boat. Yeah. Whatever gets you through the day. So, Alan, anything to plug?
No.
Okay. A great
Just
dramatic
giving.
pause.
Money.
Yeah,
for
just giving.
Mine. Great cause. Yeah, we all. I'm sure we all felt the mental stress the last couple of years with the lockdown and the pandemic. So please, if you can, I know the cost of living crisis is tight at the moment. If you can't spare any money, don't feel you have to. But if you can, it would be great, and it would help some people who really, really need it.
Indeed. Jimmy.
Just this show. Watch the rest of this show and give to Just Giving, and look me up on Facebook or Instagram for my stuff, Jimmy Jock, JIMIJOKK, and you'll see what I'm up to. I'm quite busy, so.
Excellent. And Lou?
Nothing to plug comedy-wise. You're all more than welcome to follow me on social media, whether I accept or not is a different matter. And in regards to Mind, please do donate. A lot of people that do know me know that I have suffered with depression for many a year. And I actually donate to them. I donate £7.50 a month and I get something called a pause box. So if anybody wants details on that, then just send me a message and I can show you where to go get it.
Excellent.
As well as donating here too.
Actually, yes. Donate here too. Indeed. Cool. So that is about it for this hour. So one more time, thank you to our guests, Lou Williams, Alan Lear, Jimmy Longworth, and Will Barton. So thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much indeed. Much obliged. And see you all soon.
And a big round of applause for our host, Alex, for putting all this on today. And
very good. Well done, Alex.
The madness of the 12 hours.
With that haircut.
Thank you. Yes. A 96% approval rating. Yeah, sleep that. Yeah, that too. So Alan, hopefully see you again later. And if anyone else wants to randomly drop in towards the end, then you're very welcome. So bye for now, everybody. Bye, everybody. Bye. So at this point, we are having a sort of a break. I say sort of a break, just because there was a natural point when I was booking this show up when people just didn't seem to want to do the 1:30 till 2:30 slot. So I thought, I know this would be a perfect opportunity to replay a classic episode in full. Essentially, it's giving me an hour off. But the QR code and everything else is still going to remain on screen. The bit at the bottom is still going to be there. You still have to donate. You're not off the hook, even though I am taking an hour off. But I've thought long and hard about what has been my favourite episode that I keep going back to and keep watching again. It's essentially the episode where we prank Greg Phillips at the end. It was a thing of beauty. So we're going to replay that in full over the next hour. It'll give me a chance to get some lunch as well. I do need to eat over these 12 hours. Possibly even a cat nap, treat myself. So I'm going to disappear. You're going to watch that. And then we will reconvene at 2:30 for the big push right through till 9:30 p.m. So in full from November 2020, here is Awkward Question Time, a classic episode.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Awkward Question Time. Please welcome your host, Alex Leam.
Good evening and welcome to Awkward Question Time with me, Alex Leam, the show where we take a panel of comedians and subject them to an hour's worth of increasingly awkward and stupid questions. And might I add, this week, we're also, as heard on BBC Radio Derby. We're not live now. Oh, dear God, no. There'll be uproar. No, we were mentioned earlier on this week, thanks to George, who's on later. Happy coincidence. But if you are watching tonight because you heard us on Radio Derby, then let us know. You know, we're playing in the big medium leagues now. So it'd be a nice day from you if you're here because of that. It'd be great. So mention that in the comments. And if you are watching us live, then submit your questions for the panel in the comments as well. More cringe, the better. Please, and answer along with us. And also give us a share, retweet, or subscribe to us on YouTube. If you're on one of those channels and you want to go and have a look at one of the other channels, by all means, my Facebook page is at Alex Leam Stand Up. Follow me on Twitter at Alex Leam and search for Alex Leam on YouTube. If you're not watching us live, so if you're not watching at 8:30 on the 15th of November and you're watching the replay, then let us know where and what time you're watching. I'm genuinely interested, but do also join us live on Sunday nights. And also, something that's been happening over recent weeks, I really love to see when people show it. Are you watching us on a proper TV? Because some people can do that. If you are, take a picture and DM it to me, because I just love seeing this show on somebody's proper TV. Usually when people send it to me, it's when they've caught my face at a really unfortunate moment. It's like, I'm doing this. You know what I mean? But if you are watching on TV, send us a DM. And if you're enjoying the show and want to support it, then any donations that you give will be divided up and given to all the panel. So the links are below. Donate via paypal.me/Alex Leam and kofi.com/Alex Leam. And scan that QR code there. It will take you through to your PayPal app and you'll donate a £5. And it is big enough to work. I have tested it. But just in case you want me to come in a bit closer, there we go. Scan it now. I'll wait. You done it? Good. I'm very optimistic with the donations, even though this is now week 10 and the total donations over those 10 weeks come to £8, which, by my recollection, that's 80 pence a week. And then when you think we divide it up amongst all of the panelists, everyone that's appeared on this show has had 16 pence. So, so it's better than nothing, isn't it? So we'll bring on tonight's panel. So you please welcome George Coppin, Susie Frost, Greg Phillips, and Kitty Messalina. Hello to you all.
Hello.
Excellent. The comments have gone crazy already, and so has the private chat amongst all of us. Yes, I know, Kitty. I still haven't sent you the 16p from last time. My bad. Me neither. Roger Poulter is watching. I'm watching you on a 55-inch TV. Less bragging, more snapping. Take a picture and send it to me.
I'm really glad I did actually do my makeup before I came on.
Yeah. Okay. We're slightly worried about HD now. Is that what it is?
Yeah. My camera's not good enough for that.
Is Roger compromising for something?
Oh, well, that's the first time a member of the panel's asked an awkward question of the audience. Is he compensating? Oz Mills. Does anyone know Oz Mills?
Yes, I've got so many friends and Facebook and YouTube comments coming in already. It's just
excellent. All of Kitty's friends, stitch her up, please.
God. What have I done?
So he's got some questions coming in already. Peter Emus, medium leagues. Well, it's true, isn't it? I've said I've been on BBC Radio Derby.
Radio Derby played an excerpt from one of my gigs once, and they took out all of the politics and all of the swearing, and that meant they had like half of the setup lines for some of my jokes, none of the punchlines, and just cut it together like it was a full thing. And it was like, that wasn't. People have just heard 5 minutes of my like 10-15 minute ramblings and think that's the joke and think that's what they should come and see. They do all the politics and all of the swears, and it was all politics and swears apparently.
Yeah, they record a lot of live comedy. Remember that, and play it out. So certainly like the local sort of gigs, and then they seem to edit it together with a chainsaw. Because the amount of people that I've heard just saying, what the hell, what? As
It
I'm
was a
sure
good
Roger.
fun gig. The raw material was a good fun gig.
Yeah, as I just as the second, I said, I'm sure Roger is typing it out now. He did and has submitted it. BBC Radio broadcast a visual pun of mine. Think about that for a second. Roger did an entirely visual joke that they broadcast. So think about that. No pressure, and I'll school
didn't he get a better reply on? Didn't he get a better reaction on the radio?
It did actually. Well, we. I was in the car with him when he played it, and we wet ourselves when it happened. Matthew Barton, an old school friend of mine, is saying, "I've paused Mock the Week to see what this is all about, so no pressure. We've got to be better than Mock the Week."
Oh, fuck's sake! I missed fine.
Okay. All right, nice one. Somebody is also wanting to know. Question: how are you going to make this worth £8? Well, Oz. It's 80 pence a show, so we've only got to give 80 pence worth of entertainment.
Hold on. You might give us £8 if you sell it. Come on.
Shit, yeah. Right. Oz, we're amazing. Give us £8.
Solid arguments there.
What do you think? Do you think I was a bit on the nose? No?
I think we should do a show, and then they might decide after that.
Do a show. Great. Well, so audience have got their questions coming in already. That's great. Put some more in, please. More the merrier. We will put some of the best ones out. Or when I say best, it's the ones that I can get to quick enough on the screen. But we'll start with our first question. So this is for everybody, and it is: can you all join me in a song? I will put the lyrics on screen. Are you ready?
What song?
Okay, and the song is "Happy First Year in Comedy to You." Happy First Year in Comedy to Happy First Year in Comedy, Susie Frost is on the show this week. Happy First Year in Comedy to you.
That was so untuneful.
Brilliant. Not one of us was in time with the other. Amazing. So, Susie, your first 1 year in comedy today.
Yeah, it was the other day, and I even so you know, like on your memories when it comes up on Facebook, I didn't realise this at the time, but a joke from my set made it into my actual set. Like the Facebook thing that I put made it into my actual set because my husband at the time, soon to be ex-husband, when I decided I wanted to go into comedy, told me that I shouldn't because I'm not funny. So the entire reason I did comedy was purely out of spite.
Excellent reasoning. It's been 1 year. So how much of your comedy career has been in lockdown?
Oh God, how long was? I've not done a lot in lockdown, to be fair, but I must have done about nearly 20 gigs now.
Okay, so yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Peter Evans is saying, hoping the person who's watching this on television hasn't got a big sound system. The sight of all of us singing so badly out of tune, can you imagine that coming through a sound bar?
Oh,
that would really resonate. So a LinkedIn question to do with Susie's 1 year in comedy, and it's for everybody. Wrong answers only, please.
Oh, cool.
Susie's first gig was memorable because
someone killed themselves.
Well, hello, sorry, George.
Whoa.
So your made-up story about why Susie's first gig was memorable because somebody killed themselves. Who was that?
So dark.
The MC.
Really? When? When did he do that, and how did he do it?
Of course, it was a he then.
When did they do that, and how did they do it?
MCs are usually men. Let's be fair.
Well, it was obviously on the 5th floor of a building, so he just jumped himself out the window.
Oh dear!
You know, classic.
Tragic.
Yeah.
Tragic. But the good thing is the show went on and nobody noticed. So Kitty, Susie's first gig was memorable because
she smashed it out of the park and was hilarious, and the audience on the front row wet themselves.
Nice. I believe that's true.
Yeah, I did say wrong answers only.
I did literally forget that I was on this show and was just watching, and then you asked me the question. I was like, oh shit, I have to have an answer. Because I've been watching on catch up.
Good. Listen, your dedication to box set binge watching this show is amazing. Greg, Susie's first gig was memorable because
I reckon her mum's streak.
Plausible, but not true.
Who hasn't told that story?
See, my family don't know I do stand up because so much of my material is just something I don't want my family to see. It's really weird because I'm like out about a lot of my life, and I'm like, yeah, I'm queer, and yeah, like I'll be out and proud about a lot of stuff, but I'm a closeted comedian. Because otherwise, someone will be like, oh yeah, let's watch your stuff, and it'll be there with my jokes about accidental threesomes and lesbian sheep.
I love you. Yeah, that raises more questions. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, come see me live. You've seen my stuff.
Yeah, that's just thinking that your priorities with what you talk about openly on stage and what you admit to is similar to you having breakfast about this time of night, which is what you said you were going to do.
I will have breakfast after this.
Okay. We'll go to actually. We can go straight to the source before we move on. Susie, was there anything memorable apart from you doing stand up to spite your ex-husband?
Are we still doing right answers?
No, you can do right answers. We'll get the legit.
Within 24 hours of my first gig, I got a second gig.
Nice.
Hey.
Very nice.
See, smashed it out the park. People were
kind of doing that on funny.
Very nice. My first ever gig had an unusually high amount of Japanese tourists in the audience because it was in Edinburgh, and none of them knew what I was talking about, but two of them filmed it. So somewhere in Japan is footage of me dying on my arse at some point. Yeah,
to be fair, Alex, that's not different from a usual crowd not doing what's happening.
That's true. Yeah. So I say you got 1 year done. I've got 10, and I'm still crap. I've learned nothing. I've learned nothing. I have not progressed at all.
The only reason that I'm Kitty Messalina on stage is because that was a throwaway pseudonym I had on every corner of the internet, and I signed up on a comedy sheet with that. And then Peter Fox was in the audience of my first gig and wrote a review. So therefore, I was officially comedian Kitty Messalina. And I was like, well, I guess that's a stage name now. I'm trying to go and change everything else away from that. And literally from that first gig and that first review, I then got the email of, hi, would you like to be nominated for a new act of the... And I was like, from that one... And that's the only gig I don't have a recording of. The best gig ever, the first one, and everything's gone downhill from that.
Always record it. Always record it. So some viewer awkward questions coming in. Oz Mills, do you really think that outfit works? So this is all the panel. Personally, I know that I'm mismatched because I'm wearing the top that I've been wearing all day, but I've gone from jeans to.
Oh, hello.
I'm calling it a night comfies now. So although, having said that, just looking at it on screen, it does look like I'm dressed to play golf. so personally, I think on some level this works. George, talk us through your ensemble.
This is the only thing I've got on. Underneath, I'm just naked.
I mean, we're all naked under our clothes, but some of us have more clothes.
No. Like, if I stand up, it's just the end of this, then.
Okay.
Lightweight down.
Moving on. Kitty, your
I
ensemble.
love this top because it looks like it's really fancy because it's all cut up and stuff, but it's like a really comfy, stretchy, throw it on t-shirt type top. And then it's like, yeah, I'm dressed up because it's sliced up, but it's a t-shirt I throw on because I was due on TV.
Nice. And
I love Rogers TV.
Yeah, you do on Rogers TV. That got weird really quickly, didn't it? Greg, who are you wearing?
What am I wearing? I've been wearing the same shit for about 3 days, which is basically I'm following your trend. Hang on, let me get some light. I'm following your trend. I'm doing.
Oh yeah.
Comfy
you're on the comfies.
I'm in the comfy shit. It's 3 days old.
That's
probably
nice.
need to change it.
Oh.
See, front room hasn't been redecorated since the 90s. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. I've just been haunted by a Lawrence
Come
Llewellyn
on my
bone.
panel show and let me bully your decor.
Lawrence Llewellyn Bone dead.
I'm gonna go and slap myself for being really off, really bad. In fact, you know what? That was bitchy and uncalled for. So I'm gonna yellow card.
Yellow
myself.
card. You have been warned.
Right, that'll be funny because if I get a red card, I'm banned for one question. So then, Susie.
Oh, I'm wearing a Popsy dress and it's got llamas on it.
Oh,
what's not to love?
And I've
perfect
also
for the
got
apocalypse.
bunny slippers.
That's not my own.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Just to redress the balance a little bit in terms of decor, I do this in my back bedroom, and I've got fitted wardrobes that haven't been changed or redecorated since the 70s. So your front room is better than mine. So say hello to my 70s wardrobes.
Oh, wow.
Check those out. Check those out. So there we go. So to write that, I'm going to show the fact that I'm in a room.
In there now.
I went down with my background today. Oh, I put on my bunting and everything.
Amazing. We've got quite a lot of questions coming in that's school related. So we'll take this one from Bev. Who wants to know, what is your most embarrassing moment in primary school? So Greg, we'll come to you first. Do you have an embarrassing primary school moment?
I once was so committed to hiding during a hide and seek game that I pissed myself.
Wow.
I was that committed to winning hide and seek that I pissed myself.
How long were you there? Like 3 days?
Well, something like that, I think. I mean, I'm a really good hider.
Where were you
like
hiding?
I can't remember. Somewhere in the... I don't know. I think I found a store cupboard and just tucked myself away behind a broom. But yeah. That's genuinely true.
Because you're so dehydrated, you could fit behind a broom at that point.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Wow. I think that really bests my story, which is just the one time I called the head teacher mum.
Oh, we've all
there's
always one.
Oh, you took my
Yeah, that went. Of course, that would have to have been in a full school assembly as well, wouldn't it? So yeah, it took a good 15 years to live that one down. Kitty, any embarrassing primary school moments?
I have a few to choose from. Gosh, everything's
Popcorn.
trauma flashing back. So I'm particularly remembering a couple of things. A school trip that we finally got to do in year 6 to the Isle of Wight. We went to this place, I don't know if it's still there, called Fort Boldnor, where it had this I swear to my 11-year-old self, it was a proper army training type assault course they sent us on. And there was this rope swing thing that someone threw for you to catch, and it was raining and it was cold, and then I grabbed onto it, didn't grab it properly, and fell forwards into the pit of clay that was underneath it, and was drowning in clay and in shock, and just stood up kind of covered in this stuff, just crying, and everyone you fell off it, you couldn't do the rope swing, and I was just
oh dear.
That's one.
That's one.
I'm also aware that when I was briefly training to be a teacher, and before I could do my secondary training, I had to go and do primary school experience, and on my first day of primary school teacher training experience, the headmistress called me into her office because the outfit that I had chosen to be really professional, etc., had about that much, a centimetre of cleavage on show. And she was there I cried in her office as she was let me get you a safety pin in case these 6-year-olds are titillated by a centimetre of cleavage on a little dress that was a really nice I'd chosen for primary school. So I cried on my first day from the headmaster's office when I was an adult. That's primary school.
I'm guessing you weren't teaching sex ed.
I was PAing. And the last one would be the first day of year 3 when I was in a new school. and I'd moved from quite a posh, like I went to school in Chelsea until the age of 7. I was educated in Chelsea, oh yes, rather. And then I moved out to South East London, to Bromley. And I went we were playing hide and seek, and I was behind one of those like temporary hut school classroom things. And I was hiding, and some kid comes over like, you're not allowed around there. And I went, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. And this kid just looked at me like, what planet are you from? So my little classist 7-year-old brain went, oh, I've heard of places like this. I know how to respond here. So I then turned around and went, what? And they like ran away, and I was able to continue hiding, and I won. And that was the day I dropped my T's, said like every other word, and went a bit more southeast London than my educated in Chelsea. That was the day I lost my posh accent. That was the day I became common.
But did you wee yourself?
No, I just won with illegal hiding and like trying to pose as being tough. What?
That's what I took a step back when you did that now. So no, you must have scared the crap out of them.
Yeah. Catch me in Croydon, bruv. Anyway,
So, Susie, beat what we've got? Can you beat that at all?
I genuinely like had quite a good primary school experience. I don't think I was quite like well liked. But the only thing that rings bell was actually secondary school, where I did a full on pratfall. Well, you know when you have to do like a scissor kick when you're doing like the high jump, and there was like a sort of like mat thing, and I put one of my feet on there, kicked off with the other one, so all my weight went onto the other feet, and I just did a full on pratfall onto my arse, like in front of the entire school.
And that's the most embarrassing. Oh man.
That's the most embarrassing.
I would love to have had your secondary school experience, because primary school was much less embarrassing. But let's move on.
I managed to make an operation that I had when I was 11. I managed to make that as an excuse for me to get out of doing PE for the rest of secondary school. So until I was 16, she's like, "No, mate, stitches, can't." Nah. And they never checked, and I got away with it as well. Obviously, I didn't pick that as one of your specialist subjects in year 10, because that would have been ridiculous. But no, I just had a 50-minute skive like once a week. It was brilliant, and they never questioned it. I could have done it by the time I'd reached like 14. I was fine by that point. But I just went, I'll sort of see how long I can strengthen. It's helpful. Yeah. So hope you're taking notes, Matthew Bott, my former secondary school homie. Yeah. So let's move on to
George's story.
Can I tell my story, God?
Sorry.
Tell us about school, George.
That's it. Missed out the dwarf. I get it.
I'm this close to a red card.
Well, I've got two. One is mainly me, and one's another bloke. So mine was similar to yours, Alex, when in year 6 in a big class, and it was one of those split classes of 5 and 6, year 5 and year 6, and all silent. And instead of saying, "Miss, can I have some help, please?" I shouted out, "Mum, can I have some help, please?" And the whole school went and did piss themselves. I went,
"Oh dear."
And I went, "Miss." Yeah. Then
oh dear.
Yeah. There was another time in year 4 where we were learning about magnets. We still had those big computers, those massive ones. And I was just looking around the class, and one of my friends picked up this magnet and put it on the computer screen. And the computer screen kind of went zip, zip, ping, and it would not turn on for a good 2 weeks or so.
Oh,
it was like,
dear.
Shit. Yeah. And then the teacher wasn't too happy at the kid that did that.
Thing is, it's such a sort of like barometer of how old somebody actually is when you talk to them about sort of like the computers that you had at school. Because like just fill in the blanks here and see if you can guess how old I am. By the time I left secondary school at 16 was when my secondary school got the internet.
Oh my god!
Oh wow!
What?
And in primary school, the computers I had then were BBC computers.
What kind of school did you go to, though? Because was this one of the schools where like they just didn't have anything, or was it like
pretty much? I mean, they were underfunded then, so fuck knows what they're like now.
Right. Alex, was that in Derby?
Yeah.
So that could have been any year then.
Yeah,
John. 2001.
That's
2010.
1999 was when that happened.
Holy shit!
They decided then it'd be a good idea to get the internet as well. They were still That wouldn't really work on the computers. They were still running Windows BC. Given how they're old they were.
Before Common Era.
that.
Yeah,
Like before Christ. Like
absolutely. Time for our next question.
Did you say you
Yes.
left in 1999?
Yes, I did.
I was born 3 years before you left school.
yeah, I think I started school in either 99 or 2000. I don't know. Like reception.
Okay.
I think 99 I started reception.
Let's gloss over the fact that we've just found out that I'm 40 in 3 years. On to our next question. Which was suggested by Roger. And it is, it's time to play the game that has been sweeping the nation. What's in Dom's box? So, as you all probably been aware, this week, Dominic Cummings, Boris
No, it's Dominic
Johnson's
Goings now.
Dominic Goings, Boris Johnson's former right-hand man,
Not mine.
got sacked, not because he broke lockdown, but because he dissed his girlfriend. Pretty much, yeah. There was some sort of like uber political plot against Carrie Simons, who is now Boris Johnson's fiance, and that's the reason why he got sacked, not because he broke
Boris's
law.
girlfriend. I thought you meant Dominic's
Yeah,
girlfriend.
I thought you
I
meant
was
Dom's
like-
girlfriend.
No. So we need your suggestions, please. What do you think was in Dom's box when he left Downing Street?
Was it your career, Alex?
It was empty.
Nah, you'd need a much smaller box. You'd need a much
I'd like
smaller
to think that it was empty and he'd just gone for the drama of like, well, I can't leave without a box. It's because everyone needs to know that I'm like leaving. It's one of those things where you like, swish your cape, crash the door, go for brunch, take a box.
I like to think that he started off like that by thinking, well, I'm not leaving out the front door without a box. I want it to look like a film. And then he'd probably then be stomping around 10 Downing Street like, right, I'm having this. Churchill's, right, yeah, I'm taking this. Well, Maggie's bust. I'm having that. Right, that's going in. Right.
My mug.
So then he'd be, and then he'd he'd like go into the kitchen and take Tony Blair's favourite mug.
Tony Blair? What year is it, Alex?
Well, all the crap that they had will still be there. I don't think that. I mean, Tony would have a favourite
He
mug.
was made Prime Minister like a couple of days after my 3rd birthday. Like, this is
fucking hell.
decades. Just making Alex feel old again.
Tony Blair's husband says #1 war criminal on it.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, but Alistair Campbell got him from Moonpig for a laugh.
Do you think in that box he's got that 350 million pounds a week for the NHS?
It's just taking 1 week's worth. That's all.
Just
it'll be fine next week.
He's found the source of it, and it's all written down in the files and in various computer codes and all the rest. And he's like, "Well, we were going to make good on that bus promise, but now it's going in the box."
I got it. No, I've got it. Is it the front part of his hair?
True. That's true. That's true. I think that Dom is a paranoid man. No, he isn't, is he? I think he's a very paranoid man. I think he doesn't put anything online, and I think he still uses floppy disks. So I think that's just full of floppy disks of all the shit that he's got on members of the
if you're not
cabinet.
going online, surely. I keep hearing these things of like magazines and bushes and things. Is that not like hard copies?
Thankfully, that was before my time. So that is old sort of porn in bushes. I never experienced that.
Oh, you had all them floppy disks.
No, I went into the newsagents and bought it like a horny 15-year-old that I was. That takes courage.
Still a hard
Going
copy
into a
then.
Well,
So
yeah.
you do hail from the era of hard copy magazines, even if you never found one in a bush.
Yeah, but I didn't go for a bush. I faced it head on, and that one copy lasted me 3 years.
That's an image of it now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Moving on. Greg, Susie, your thoughts. What's in Dom's box?
Well, he's looking a bit ropey, so I feel like it's like a hocus pocus situation where he's collected all the souls of the children who've died of starvation. He's going to call himself like a doomsday machine or something.
Wow.
Is it his own spine?
He checked that in on day one, and he's bringing it back out now. Nice. Greg.
He looks a bit to me like a man who's been told that he's no longer getting regular sex. So I think there's his bondage kit, his sex swing,
his orange.
His orange. There's all sorts of stuff going on in there. I think he was the sub and Boris was the dom, and now he's just look at it.
Oh, I'm sorry. No one has ever looked at Boris Johnson and thought that man is a dom.
As opposed to Dominic Cummings, yeah.
that would be irony. He's called Dom, but he isn't the Dom.
Yeah,
no,
there you go, you see.
Thinks of himself as
clever joke.
He's clearly a lazy Tory who someone else has to do all the work, but he's clearly the person like, go on then, please me. Like, that's really, obviously. And Boris is there like, oh yes, I'm going to do all the things. Like, that's...
Peter Emus says, there's another yellow card. Who for, Peter?
Well, that was 7 minutes ago, Alex. Like
7 minutes ago.
Why did we say 7 minutes ago?
Clarify who needs because the comments are going mad. Mainly because Oz Mills has written at least last count about 300 questions in the comments. To go on. So tonight's show is going to last 4 hours.
Hey. That means that we get more than 80p or 16p.
That means your hourly rate goes down, unfortunately. That won't be too good. Right, to our next question. This is inspired by a post that Kitty put up earlier on today.
Oh God, is it?
Yeah, following you saying that having you had an idea for a kinky version of Taskmaster.
In fairness, it wasn't my idea; it was my friend's idea, and she couldn't believe that I hadn't pitched it. Because I am known for having a thing for Greg Davies.
My question is, let's workshop this. What would you like to see in Kitty's idea for a kinky version of Taskmaster? Kitty, we'll come to you first because this is where the
gosh. So I did post a bunch of tasks in the comments, but I'm gonna freewheel this. So I had one where it was like you have to choose a dildo, and once you've touched one, you're not allowed to touch anymore, and then pick it up and throw it at a target, except you've also got your hands in handcuffs and you can't cross the rope and you can't move the target, and all of that, and having like a team as provided, make some kind of outfit for your teammate to like catwalk, and like the best presentation and best outfit. I can't even remember, like bring in your most threatening toy. Like the most intimidating, like what would make someone
I really feel like I would just get a massive dildo and put really angry eyebrows and googly eyes on it.
But that would be brilliant. Yeah. Like I wouldn't want to be a contestant though. I would want to be Alex Horn. I just need to sit next to Greg Davies and have him like just
you still have Greg.
Yeah, like he's still the task daddy, and he's there like he's the task daddy, and he's still there like what are you doing? And I get to have the banter with him of like love me, and then and that's how this goes.
Me and my friend have a running joke that the only reason I got into comedy was to eventually be on Taskmaster, and she's 100% right.
I did the order, the Wish order version of Taskmaster earlier this week for the Nottingham Comedy Festival, NCF, and I think that goes down like later tonight if you want the last chance to catch it. It's up on the Miss Improv Comedy page and possibly the Nottingham Comedy Festival page. You can catch the last iteration of Lark Lord, where I was a panelist, but that wasn't the same because it didn't have Greg, and
not the same.
You know, he has such energy, you know, like he's a powerful man. If he told you to do anything, you would just do it and you would thank him for it.
I believe the turn of phrase used on one of the comments was big dick energy.
Yes. Yeah. But it's not necessarily the physical dick, it's the aura, it's the presence.
Like you can have with me, and I'm never going to be able to look at him in the same way again.
You can have BDE, and it's just the presence of like, yeah. And he's like 2.5 meters tall or something. Like,
I think if I was pitching for Kinky Taskmaster, one of the tasks would be a primary school teaching assistant, but in a bondage suit. Just taking what you were saying earlier, just taking the next level, and then just say, yeah, I'm just really into scuba diving. So anyway, The Owl and the Pussycat. So.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's the fat dick spirit, you know. It's the big dick energy. It's the metaphorical dick within that is whoosh.
Great sound effect as well. People at home. Siobhan Cooper as put. I think this is a suggestion for Kinky Taskmaster. I'm not too up on the terminology.
I think that's for the bringing in an intimidating toy. But like general Eastern stuff's not intimidating unless you bring in like a violet wand. Then you can bring in a violet wand and be like, Buzz, isn't it Victorian? Do you have hysteria? Not that I know about these things. I was trying to have one clean video so that I could send it to people who I like hadn't been able to send I was waiting to get to a point where I could be like, hey, let me like show someone who is like, you know, family friend or whatever, like, hey, I do comedy, but no, I'm straight away here like violet wands, let me talk about Greg Davies' cock.
A lot of what you were just talking about sounds like discarded material from a Harry Potter novel. Violent ones, hysteria.
When did Greg Davies' dick come into it? Into Harry Potter?
Thanks, Peter. It took me by surprise, that one. Yeah. So anyway, more thoughts on Kinky Taskmaster. Yeah. No, although watching you squirming slightly is kind of funny. George, Kinky Taskmaster.
I don't know. Probably ride the longest on one of those people dressed as dogs. I don't know what you call them. Try and ride down the street on one of them.
But like, how do you get points? How do you win? Is it like the fastest? Is it just like a furry race? Like,
if I'm honest, Kitty, I've not really given as much thought as you clearly have.
An obstacle course would be amazing, and you could be like, you know, try and go around all of the like bits of furniture and like, you know, jump the spanking bench. Oh, it'd be beautiful. I want to host this party.
Or maybe like
how many members of the sorry.
It's good. Yeah. Dildo Star Wars fight.
We'll see how many members of the public you can convince.
Lots of like go through the alphabet and like do a category or there's lots of fun to be had with just the theme just has to be slightly naughtier version. It's the Taskmaster.
I would say if Edinburgh is on next year, do it then. Take it up. Do it. Don't wait for Greg.
I feel like I might get sued.
Hey, if I
the thing is giving this too much thought.
If the makers of Whose Line Is It Anyway haven't sued me yet, you'll be fine.
Yeah, but YouTube's different from going to Edinburgh, where there are actual like people doing things. Like he might be doing Edinburgh, and then it would be like, oh, what's he? Well, you know, he's doing his like solo show, and round the corner there's a rip-off of Alex Horn's format, and it's like.
But there's a high chance he'll be in the audience. Right.
Could be a contestant.
Yeah. Any more thoughts? Any more thoughts on Kinky Taskmaster?
I feel like you could have like a series of like gradually getting bigger dildos and then have a sex swing and then you have to select a dildo and put it at a distance and the farthest distance and the widest dildo and then you've got to swing yourself and then so that you land and insert.
You land on it? Oh my god.
Yeah.
This is not going on television. This is now.
The furthest distance and the biggest dildo wins.
Okay.
I wasn't even thinking full-on play. I was just thinking as a theme of like, this is the naughtier version where there's a little bit more leather and corsetry.
See, on to our next game, which we're going to call Coming Dry.
Look where you started, Alex.
I wanted to have one clean video of someone. And I could be like, hey, I do comedy now.
It's one clean video. Don't invite me on.
I wasn't
But it's me.
lyrical
It's
about.
me. It's like you don't know me. Of course, I'm going to take this and run to and do like a good. Oh bloody hell! Most of the show's gone on this question already. Wow. Great. Let's wrap this up.
I'd just like to see just them open a task and just see like, here's some cling film and some duct tape. Do your worst. I think that'd be brilliant.
Oh God.
Freewheeling. Good.
Give me your worst.
Peter Emos. Loves the fact this comment was still below as Alex's face gets more and more gobsmacked. I'm not having it up, Peter. All of my reactions have been genuine tonight. So let's see if we can get a look at the comments. If we're talking about outmoded tech, Roger has said, when I was at university, I was using DOS. So that's that, I would imagine, is when computers were black screened with green text on it.
Like the Matrix.
Yes. Roger, you're from the Matrix. Fantastic.
Like Keanu Reeves that let himself go.
I love the fact that he can't come back at you as quickly as he'd like to do because he's got to type this out as well.
Furiously mashing at his keyboard.
Does anyone know? Is that Syra Price? I'll say Syra. Have you ever shit the bed? I think this is an easily answered question.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
really?
as an adult. I had swine flu after it was popular, so like literally a couple of years ago. And I like was woken up by my soon-to-be ex-husband, like just freaking out about something, and I literally sit up, and the panic and force of me sitting up literally made me shit up. Shitting up. I shit the bed. It was awful.
So
Wow.
I do live action roleplay because I'm a nerd, and there was one event when I was like camping in a field, and I'd basically been living on nothing but other people's like homebrewed alcohols and like lack of sleep. And I didn't quite shit the bed, but I did have a moment where I slightly misjudged a fart. And it would have been fine. It would have been fine because it was actually getting changed at that moment, and nothing had actually really soiled anything. But it was at that moment that my tent buddy started unzipping the tent to come in, and it was just like, oh, this would have been very easily sorted with the baby wipes that are here for all the face paint, but now it's like, oh, can you come back? And it's like, I've seen you naked before, and it's like, it's not that, honey.
Oh dear.
Wasn't quite shitting the bed, but it's the closest I've come as an adult, and that was just too much rum and mead and cider.
So essentially, for a weekend, you had a diet that most people have when they're in prison. So like home brewed alcohol.
It wasn't like brewed in a loo. It was like hooch. It's like people's lovely home brews. I'm homebrewing mead right now because I'm a hipster lover.
Nice. Ian Bowden has answered. He's put not a bed, but I followed through in a fart in an American rental car. I'm guessing you were in. I'm guessing you're in America and you didn't just drive well out of the way. Tell us more, Ian. Tell us more. Was it on one of your country music vacations? Because wow, in more than one ways, some action down south.
Can I say, Kitty? You said when you shit yourself, you hadn't eaten. And you told us before the show you haven't eaten all day. So should we be expecting to see yourself live on show?
If you have to detach your headphones and leg it, it's fine. It's fine. Actually, it doesn't matter if you do it.
It just started to, and I was like, oh, well, let me just clear that up. And it would have been fine if it wasn't for the fact that it was like, oh, now I have company.
Please vacate the tent. I have sharted.
The closest I've come. And I'm sharing this live.
I love the fact you had such good intentions before you did this show.
I was like, I'm going to have a wholesome episode where I can bring it on and be like, yeah, here's a thing where I'm not talking about like shagging Tories on stage. Like, too much routine.
Ian Bowden has gotten back to say, no, my big drive across the states, I ate at a Denny's and it went right through me.
There was another time in Thailand.
Buckle up, everyone.
So we went to this Thai street market, and the food was like unbelievably cheap, and we're there like, that's actually a really nice looking, really nice smelling, like wholesome, freshly cooked Thai curry stuff, and you're doing the translations of like the baht, and you're like, how is that like a quid for like a full meal? Like this is, and you're there like, we've got to tip a lot and all the rest. Anyway, all the street market food, having a bunch of time, not having the scorpions, but like, and it was fine until like I desperately needed to go. and it was like, okay, like run for it moment. And I kind of just about made it, except I got to the loos. The ladies was closed, the disables was closed. I had to go to the gents, and they had no loo roll. And it was just there like, I've made it, but at what cost? I don't know. And having to be like, I was trying to text the partner I was with, like, can you come to the gents and like, can you source some tissues? I've made it just, but without any loo roll and like in the gents, not speaking the language.
Okay. All right. Any more soiling yourself stories, or have we?
Not entirely, but I can second Ian's comment there about Denny's. I've been to America and I've eaten at Denny's, and yeah, like a Porsche, like straight through.
Is it? Is it from all the grease?
Yeah, it's not
goes
good.
through. No.
Wendy's is better, but it's a little bit slower releasing.
Is it? Good to know. Well,
There you
I
go.
hope you've
Just
been.
Top tip for you there.
Should we have some more questions?
I was about to say this is starting to feel like the worst ever episode of Wish You Were Here. It's a sort of really weird travel show. Our next question is a show and tell question. So, can you find the nearest object to you that can have a second use as a fetish toy?
Yes.
Find it, bring it back, and explain what you would do with it. So you have 30 seconds. Everyone clear on what to do?
Yeah, I've got it.
You have
yeah.
Timer still though. You have 30 seconds starting from now. And we're back, and I love the fact that everyone was dancing to the countdown clock. It's amazing. So has everyone got something?
Yeah.
Good, excellent, good. George, you're holding yours aloft already, so we'll come to you first. What have you got, and how can it be repurposed as a fetish toy?
Well, I've got this thing, so like you put pencils in and you could probably shove that up someone's arse, I'm guessing. Either way. Or a really big condom.
Your ass!
Like it's like a clown's pocket.
Yeah. Tablets that you can overdose if you're into necrophilia, you know. Yeah, kill your partner and then yeah. And just glue and
He's got an
multiple
He's got an
purposes for
entire
that.
night planned.
Nice, very nice. Who'd like to go next?
I don't mind.
Who's Susie? What have
I
you got?
feel like mine's quite self-explanatory.
Oh, all right, go on. Wow! So it's a plush penis pillow.
He's called Pierre.
Yeah. I don't know why, but because he has a French name, it sort of makes it adorable. I don't know why. Just quite a lot of.
He's quite nice to hump as well. He's a really soft material.
Is it? Fantastic. Let's say if anyone is watching this on the TV tonight and you haven't yet sent me the photos, the amount of great pause faces that we've all been doing, if it's not me going, then the one Kitty just pulled at the sight of Pierre penis was also worth pressing pause for.
Part of the
I also want this
podcast, Pierre
as
the
my-
penis.
Pierre,
I
oh
want
yes,
this as
Pierre.
My new like profile picture. Yeah.
Nice.
I
Pierre
did
the
have-
penis.
I did have a second option, but then I remembered Pierre, so my other one's my Millennium Falcon.
If you, that's like a double intruder at one end. It's
Isn't it?
Nice.
One in the pink
Yeah.
and one in the stink.
Way.
Is that for when you go solo?
Hey!
Oh,
Oh,
George, very nice, very nice. Lovely, love it, love it. I'll go next. Mine has an extending handle. There we go. Yeah, no, it's actually a paint roller, which I've bought to do some to do some DIY during lockdown too, and you can tell how well that's gone by the dust that's collected. I did a preemptive. I think, I want to be so productive during lockdown too. I've done fuck all. So it might as well be repurposed as some sort of.
Here's a sentence I never thought I'd say. Is that so you can bum and paint them at the same time?
No, I was going to use that for the swing that I've attached in my back bedroom, so I can do my own kinky taskmaster. Greg, what have you got?
And it's extendable. You can reach further people away. Is it 2 meters long? Can you do social distance?
I do.
Can you whack someone with it from 2 meters away?
I'll measure it. While Greg answers, I'll measure
And can you, like, I don't know, roll it on some titties? Sorry, you go.
Maybe a minute.
I would do that at a gig, but I'd end up on another list. Greg,
I don't know how. In fact, I think this is going to be quite versatile. But to be honest, I'm using my phone, so I don't know how I'm going to get this in. I'm going to have to rescue somewhere.
I mean, you don't have to insert it.
I don't know if you can. Where am I? I can't. That's my cat's scratch post. But it's quite. It's quite a large thing. But there's rope, and it's quite. I mean, it could be inserted. I could hit you with it.
Are you including the cat?
Kitty has claws.
Who can like insert all these massive things? Like,
I mean,
that looks like it's bigger than an arm. You just very casually went.
Whoa! What happened there? Do you know what I think happened?
I could insert that and went to go and check.
It was the cat.
We've given him ideas.
So let's out and went, yeah,
let's take a long time before we let him back in so he properly panics. So let's now that that's reconfigured us all on screen, I'll just get rid of the banner so you can see us all properly. There we go. So Kitty, what have you got?
Well, I was some lot swords, and as well as obviously being pretty decent impact toys, which is why you need them. But there are very few LARPers who you will meet who aren't perverts. Like, I know hundreds of them, and they're all at least a little bit. Like, we're all getting, like, role play, dressing up, hitting our friends with stuff, latex on the weapons, rope on your tents. I just feel like it all goes together, and it's like, oh yeah, you're a LARPer, and I instantly just assume like you're a pervert. Like, yeah, you like dressing up and pretending to be someone else and hitting your friends for a weekend. Me too. Oh, like how we do.
Nice.
Apologies, by the way. I went to.
Well, what happened? We all guessed that you wanted to go and try Scratch Post out.
Yeah.
Well, I can confirm now, tried and tested.
Did you have a really deep itch?
Is that why you can't sit down?
It's just about be inserted because it's got some tapered stuff on it, but then it would damage the foam. So,
on the comments, Ian Bowden has named your kinky Millennium Falcon.
Hey.
Peter Emus says feels like he needs a curly moustache if he's called Pierre.
And a beret.
And a beret. Oh, a beret. Yeah. No, if it's a beret, that means he's going in equipped.
Don't forget the cross-on.
No stabbing with the LARP weapon, Kitty. Nice. Yeah, Peter's all over that. Peter's all over that. So, whilst we, I'm going to have a look through the many hundreds of questions that Oz Mills has submitted, see if we can get at least one more of those in. But before we finish, so our next question is going to be an individual question for each of you, but it's not going to be, the question isn't going to be awkward. The way in which you answer it is going to be awkward. So it's going to be literally awkward for you to answer. So I will give an explanation when I come to you and tell you what you then have to do. So George, you're first. So you have to answer this question whilst hopping. And the question is, George, what would you like for Christmas this year?
Well, I think my main present I want is a jacuzzi because, you know, it's hot and it's winter and I just want to like warm up, and I struggle with my legs and my back. So this is going to fucking help, isn't it? So yeah, just
excellent.
Basic security, yeah, or indoor fireworks.
Have you been a good boy this year?
Never.
Okay. And I love the fact you went back to hopping to answer that as well. Nice one, George. Well done. Well done. Very nice. Very nice. Kitty, you're next. So for this question, you have to put whatever is nearest to you in your mouth and leave it there while you answer this question. And your question is, do you think Joe Biden will do 2 terms?
No, I'm not even sure he'll be alive, but I don't think he'll run. And I wonder whether they will go further left or further into the right-wing liberal, more right-wing thing for next year. It'd be really interesting to see who they put up as a candidate. But no, he is going to do up to 1 term.
Nice. Very
If
nice.
he lives. He's old.
Anyone else think that she's really good at still articulating words with something in
I deliberately didn't even put something lengthways in. I deliberately went for something widthways, so you couldn't make such commentary.
That was very nicely done.
I was
Very
well
nicely.
behaved.
Very nicely done. Susie, you're next. And you've put the curly moustache on Pierre as well. Did you just draw that in?
Yeah, I found a Sharpie.
Oh, that's amazing. And he's right. It does suit him, actually. It actually makes him look... He looks happier having a curly moustache on there. Oh, fantastic. Right, so Susie, you can't speak to answer this question, but you can mime. Do you think lockdown will end in early December as planned? Really? Okay. Oh, well, thank you very much for that, Susie's answer. I think we could all agree with what she's just said.
I need it to.
When
I
are
flight
we
to
of your first
Scotland,
gig?
like 2 days later.
Excellent. Greg, I can see he's perched his phone somewhere, so we can really give it some with this one, which is good. Well, Greg, you'll be pleased to know that yours isn't that physically demanding. Okay. So all you've got to do, Greg, is answer this question turning completely the other way from the camera. And your question is, how has the pandemic affected you?
I mean, what it's really done is just give me a completely different outlook on life, because I've never seen this corner of my living room before. So it's made me turn around literally and see my door over there. I've never paid attention to that side of my living room before. I'm going to wander over there now and pay attention to it. But no, I haven't really changed that much because I've had to work through the entire thing. But turning round, I'm seeing my living room and my dining room in a completely different light. Literally. Which has actually been quite nice. That was shit. I do apologize.
Where's he gone now?
This has backfired slightly.
Fucked off! I can't see on my phone. You bastards! I love that.
That went slightly differently than planned. I like the fact that you came in and looked straight at us and still kept talking.
Yeah, I mean, so I was like, I'm not hearing laughing, so I best keep going.
No, we were tittering with our mouths closed because we didn't want to give the game away, but you didn't twig that we were there.
No, you're gullible as fuck.
All right, I don't know everyone else, but I enjoyed that. That was good. And as if by magic, I've just aged 2 years. Hello, welcome back, and we are back live, and we will be restarting the show and cracking on with our next live hour in just a couple of minutes.
it's time to say goodbye to Awkward Question Time. Please welcome your host, Alex Leam.
And we're back. Welcome, if you've just joined us, to the last ever Awkward Question Time, which is going on for 12 hours today. The last ever show, and it's 12 hours long. Hopefully, I've gotten the hang of the time marker jingles.
7 hours to go.
Think that's right. Math's not my strongest point, or organisation. But I think I'm getting there. So submit your questions, please, because not all of them are written by me. 120 have been. But if you're watching and you want to submit a question to our panel, then please do. More cringe, the better. And answer along with us. Give us a share, retweet, or subscribe on YouTube. And while you're at it, like my Facebook page at Alex Leam Stand Up, follow me on Twitter at Alex Leam, or search Alex Leam on YouTube. And if you're watching on a proper TV, at some point, take a picture and send it in to us. I do like to say that. It's normally me pulling a really unfortunate pause face like that. But please do. Somebody sent one in already saying, I didn't know Phil Mitchell was presenting today. So that's on account of my recent crew cut. So thank you for that. Today we are raising money on the last ever show in aid of Mind. So donate. There is the link there, justgiving.com/fundraising/LastAQT, or just click on that QR code. Scan that. That'll take you straight through to the Just Giving page. We are 75% of the way there to the target. So we are getting really close. So it's like a fair bit way raised already, but we could do with a bit more. So keep it coming in. Do not, if you're a regular viewer, and you have seen this before, do not text the show's Nokia 3310, because in the 3 months since we last did this show, the SIM card has died, and I didn't want to spend the grand total of 75 pence on a brand new SIM just for one show. So don't text in, just in the comments, please. So we're back live, and joining us for the next hour in no particular order, please welcome Rob Lloyd, John Cooper, and Michael Lake. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi. I'm
Hello.
eating lunch.
That's great. This normally we have to check if everyone's tech and everything is okay before we go on, but we're constantly live. So can we see and hear each other okay?
I can hear all right.
You and can hear you over.
Yes.
Excellent. Cool. I just noticed the one of the things about doing this sort of in the daytime as well is the change in sort of like snacks and drinks, because everyone's on like caffeinated stuff or having lunch, where normally when I'm doing this, people are on the beer or the wine. So it's a good sea change. It's a good sea change. Any viewer questions that you're watching, please keep them coming in. So I understand there's Erica Leah, who is watching, has been in touch with you all and got you on for this hour. So I understand that collectively we are all Doctor Who fans. I believe that's yes. Yeah. Okay, cool. So cool. Well, this will be a good time to replay the one celebrity video that I managed to get working. So it's a question asked by the 7th Doctor, Sylvester McCoy.
An awkward question. What gets you up in the morning? What keeps you going? Well, I have to think. It's the fans.
A nice visual pun from Sylv there. The fans going on in the background. So what gets you up in the morning? What gets you out of bed? Rob, come to you first. What drives you to get out of bed?
What gets me out in the morning? Well, during the day I work as a teacher, and at night I work as a performer. So what gets me out of bed is to do the teachy stuff, so I can do the fun stuff. So to get up on stage and make people laugh, I have to go through, that chore of, inspiring and educating our future. Gee, God, that little thing.
As many people in education are just in it for the money.
Oh, look, it's just all about the coin. It's all about the coin. And especially here in Australia, it's just raining cash for the education sector here. Yeah. It sort of like goes teachers, Rupert Murdoch, and sort of like, any other corporate trust fund, and then the rest of humanity. We are pretty high power here.
Nice. So you're in Australia now, where you're dialing in from?
I am coming from Australia, so I've just come out from a night out
Wow.
drinking. So
excellent. So while we're all having lunch and coffee,
On a
you're-
school night.
Yeah.
On it, yeah. I've got to wake up early for school tomorrow. So just like Jack Black says, hungover means I was drunk yesterday or today, as in now. So yeah.
Nice. I've got to do that typical British person speaking to somebody abroad thing. What time is it there?
It is now currently 11:36 in the evening on Sunday night.
Wow. So by this point in this hour, you'll be in the future. You'll be in tomorrow by the time we finish this hour.
Yep, I am literally in the future right now, and I don't want to spoil anything, but look out for 10:30. There's some stuff happening at 10:30 that's really freaky. So
Weirdly, that was one of the predictions in the first hour of what point during the day will I lose it. So the omens are circling. It's all coming true.
I really hope in the future I'm drunk.
Yeah, Rob, it's
Well,
Michael
I'm
Trump
hoping-
in the future. Can you
Yeah,
tell us?
am I drunk in your country?
yes, you are, and you somehow get a traffic cone, and it's on your head. It's really
somehow. It's natural.
It just happens. Yeah.
Excellent. John, what gets
Yes.
you up? The Seventh Doctor.
It's a very simple answer. What gets me up in the morning is hydraulics. Being that obviously a lot of comics took jobs over the pandemic, so I now work for International Rescue. So I've moved out to Tracy Island, and the bed has hydraulics on it when it's an emergency. It has to tip me sideways so that I can get into Thunderbird 1 and be off by at least 8 o'clock in the morning. So
Do you have little palm trees in your bedroom? That's like
and it's kind of good until they part, and then it's quite quiet, and then the siren goes off, and then the little bald guy rocks up and tries to make me a cup of coffee, and the next thing you know, I'm kind of halfway across the globe, and I'm still half asleep, so I need coffee. But hydraulics basically, and a tipping mechanism to get me there, and it's almost like there's a crossover now between International Rescue and Wallace and Gromit, whereby your trousers get put on as you slip out of the bed, in using like some kind of elasticated waistband type shenanigans that I really haven't got my head around quite yet.
And the bowl has to appear at the right time, otherwise you get a face full of porridge.
Yes.
Yeah,
and obviously none of the Tracys are there anymore. It's just whoever they can get hold of, quite frankly.
Whilst we're on a sort of vague Doctor Who theme, wasn't the woman that played Lady Penelope in the film version an ex-girlfriend of David Tennant?
Yeah, Sophia Miles.
Yes.
Yeah. Fair play to him. Fair play to him.
She's the best thing. She's the best thing in that. It's a horrible film, but she's incredible in it. There's a great moment when they're trapped in like a freezer or something, and Parker is there, and he goes, "Oh, I can just I could break this lock if I just had a bit of wire." And she's
I
like,
think that's episode 2 of The Unforgotten, that dead case files thing, isn't it? Where they're in a fridge.
There's
I might be getting confused.
Any Scandi drama as well, and she pulls.
I did do one of those for National Rescue where I had to rescue someone who was stuck in a fridge, but just too far away to get there in time. But let's not drag the tone down too much.
It's dark in real life. It's not like it is on the telly.
That's true.
No. All right, Rob. I need closure on this story, Rob. How does this end? How did you get out of the fridge?
Well, Sophia Miles, she turns around and she gets the wire out from under her bra and hands it to Parker, and he goes, "Oh, thank you, my lady." And she looks at him and she goes, "Not that I need it, of course, Parker." Just making a reference to how her breasts are. Yeah.
Sassy.
Yeah. Sassy. She delivers it a lot better than a 44-year-old man with a beard. So.
Well, I don't know. It was a good read. It was
cool. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a good read. Michael. Well, Sylvester commands you. What gets you up in the morning?
Paracetamol. I have to have paracetamol. I'm one of the very few angels that God has blessed with arthritis. So I have.
So I didn't need to laugh at your affliction there.
I have paracetamol. Believe me, if there's one thing I find funny, it's my own body decaying. I find it hilarious that I'm finding it really funny that I know what rigor mortis feels like. You know, I didn't think I ever would, and I know what it feels like to decompose. So I'm doing that way ahead of the game. I have to have paracetamol, and then I think about whether or not it's worth getting up. I don't know if you've ever be honest. Have you ever really thought, like, I don't want to get out of bed. The duvet's too lovely. I'm bursting for a wee.
Or
And
just bursting.
You've just thought, could I lie in bed when it's weed on? Have you ever balanced up, gone, well, it'll be warm for a bit. It's the bit after, isn't it?
I mean, it's small picture thinking. It's you'll have a bit of warmth for a little bit. Am I misremembering, or didn't one of the members of Blue, the boy band, say that he regularly did that? That he said he'd piss the bed because it's nice and warm for a bit. I've just got this
Right.
flashback in the back of my mind that a member of the Blue said that, and he just got completely slated for it ever since.
I hate that I've become a hack comic using members of Blue's material. Well, there you go. I'm a joke thief now.
Well, I don't think anyone else has thieved any of the jokes from Blue. You'll be
Well,
opening
I
the
guess
little
that's
right
what I
there.
do now. I do Blue material. So there you go.
Hey, nice. I do contemplate. Sort of like there is that thought of kind of like real world duvet, real world bad, duvet
Oh,
good.
yeah,
Well,
terrible.
you do have to really coax and cajole yourself out in the morning.
In many ways, you're very lucky if you've got a job, because I mean, if you're a stand-up comedian, you can spend all day in bed. But if you spend all day in bed, then you're mainly thinking all day, aren't you? And that's a terrible thing to do. Whereas if you get up and you've got to go to school, then you're given stuff to do. But I'm contemplating life and all its disasters and measuring up whether or not I could lie in my own piss.
Do you lie on your back or your side, Michael?
Do you know what? I wouldn't say that I religiously stick to one part of my body.
Just being an angel, I suspect it could be uncomfortable one way or the
Oh
other.
yeah, with my wings.
Uh,
Oh, that's
I-
another thing. I don't want to get my wings all pissy.
No.
I suppose I could flap them dry.
I was just wondering if the moisture from the urine would help soften the joints for the rigor mortis.
Yeah, maybe.
That's
It's certainly food for thought, John. Thank you very much for it.
That's good. I have not pissed the bed myself, but another comedian has pissed my bed.
Oh, that's good. And who is that comedian exactly?
Well, I'm not going to name any
Oh,
names.
whoop-de-doo.
So the story was he was helping me move home. So I was living in Bournemouth, but moving back here to Derbyshire. So me being the kind host that I am, as a thank you, say, you take my bed, I'll just keep on the sofa. But we went for a night out, which got quite late, quite messy, and by the time we got in, he was 1 part human and 3 parts cider. So I said, take my bed, that's fine. And I was on the couch. My room was right above, just about to nod off to sleep, and then I heard this gushing noise. And then piss started to drip through the ceiling.
Whoa!
That's how much. There must have been about 9 pints of dark fruit that was coming through. And it's a cautionary tale. Don't do it, because it took forever to dry it out. And in the hotter months, sort of the beams sort of absorbed some of the smell. So it's
Yeah, blackcurrant stains quite badly.
It does, particularly when it's passed through somebody's system as well. Don't do it. It made it comfortable for a bit, but just think of the beams, Michael. Think of the beams.
Listen, I realise this is now awkward answer time rather than awkward question time. But here's the thing. I was out drinking with some friends in Liverpool a few weeks ago, and I don't know if this ever happened to you, but you found yourself completely alienated from your friends within seconds because I was the only one who hadn't shat the bed. And they were all really proud. What? You've never shit? What? You've never shit the bed once? Nope, not shit the bed. I'm so sorry, I haven't shat the bed. They had photos on their phone of their shitted beds.
What?
Yeah, photos on their phones, shitted beds.
That's a rites of passage that's passed me by. That's just,
Is that a Liverpool thing?
Yeah, well, do you know, maybe it's cultural. I don't know. Maybe, that's what John Paul Jones and Ringo got up to in Hamburg a lot. Who knows?
Possibly.
But they wouldn't have had, mobile phones in those days, or camera phones. So, in a way, we're living in a much better age than the Beatles.
That's right.
True.
Yeah.
True. Very true. Eric O'Leary finishes fourth, calling Graham Whistler a cider man instead of a Cyberman. That's good. I've just named Graham now twice as the man that did my bed. It doesn't matter. I know for a fact he's at work, so it's fine. It's fine. It's all right to out somebody if they're not in earshot.
I think if they have poured 9 pints of piss through your ceiling, I think it's fine.
It's fine. It is fine. I've made it pay for it since in all sorts of ways. Eric O'Leary, it's not a Liverpool thing, trust me. No, it just reminds me of that scene in Trainspotting. Was it Spud who shat the bed after a particularly druggy night?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this what this is then? We just talk about shit and piss.
In essence, yeah. I mean, this
was
meant
shit and piss.
Yeah, this was meant to be a loose Doctor Who thing this hour, and well, actually, yeah, it is quite loose, very loose.
Too loose.
Very not even getting in there. We're now getting questions relating to have you ever just shit your pants? Thanks, Katie. Well, we've all sharted. We've all sharted.
Now, what does that mean?
That's a hot fart with a little bit of shite that comes out. Just trace amounts.
This is very educational. This is great.
Yeah,
take some notes, people. Yeah.
He's getting his lesson plans already for tomorrow.
Yeah, this is what I can just.
Like I've got to the toilet in the nick of time. Like I'd say 50% of the time. Well, I've got to say I've not had any of this, and I'm an old man. I'm a walking corpse, and I don't know, but maybe do you know what? Even though I'm dead from the inside, I've got my dignity.
That's right.
True. That's right. True. You don't drink dark fruit cider. It's where you fart when it's warmer than it should be. Thank you for the clarification there, Katie. If anyone has any Doctor Who theme questions, that would be great.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Actually, I'm thinking about it. Out of all the Doctors, who do you think suffers the most with their bowels?
Oh, Hartnell.
Yeah, true. Yeah. He has got that crotchety sort of like thing about where he
that's why.
Yeah.
Because he feels like he's always trying to pass concrete, so he's a bit.
Yeah. Or the other way around.
That's why he's traveling through time and space. He's trying to find the perfect way just to clear out his bowels and be regular. So.
And I guess that there's never been an episode where he goes, give me 2 minutes and just go to the loo.
Yes, there is. There's the episode of Chelmsford 1, 2, 3 where the TARDIS turns up and he goes to the toilet. But
there you go.
I
take it all back.
I'd love it if he appeared from a door randomly and just said, "I'll give that 20 minutes if I were you."
Yeah,
because that did happen on Red Dwarf once when the crew were resurrected and the captain appeared from a room just spraying some air freshener, just going, "Ugh." I'm crossing the streams now, aren't I? I'm crossing the streams. Viewer question. It's not Who related, but it is kind of related to what we have been talking about so far. Alex Plant says, "What is the ideal hangover cure?" Now, this will be interesting to see if there's culturally any difference between Australia and the UK and what is your go-to for a hangover cure. So Rob, what would you go to?
Oh, it's the greasier the food, the better. Just to absorb up all that residual alcohol in your system. So whether it's a really heavy breakfast of sort of like scrambled eggs and bacon and chorizo and tomatoes and all that type of stuff, or if you go for Macca's or KFC, all that really cheap, nasty, greasy stuff just to absorb everything and kick you back into reality. Oh, and your heart stops for just a brief second, and then you go, when it starts again, you have never felt more alive in your life, apart from the time when you make it to the toilet in time and you just, survive sharting yourself. So those two moments.
Of the time. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. So Michael, what about you? Because you say you start your day with paracetamol.
Yeah, but I actually do have a hangover cure. I mean, it might not fall directly under the hangover cure umbrella, but I tell you what, it does not perk you up. And you wouldn't think it. When I was first offered this drink, I was like, oh, God, no fucking way. But I sipped it, and it was so surprisingly smooth. I went with it. And it is, get this, a pint glass with half a pint of lager in it, and the rest is Red Bull.
Oh, gee.
Oh, wow.
Right? It sounds horrible.
Yeah.
But it's surprisingly smooth.
So is that preemptive? Is that like the last drink of the night before, or
Oh no. That's on the day of the hangover.
The day of the hangover. I
mean, if you really want a hangover preventative, just don't drink. But the cure,
because there's a friend of mine that has a preemptive one. He's an apple cider drinker. So the last cider he has of the night just takes a couple of sips out and then puts a Barocca in it.
And does this work?
He swears by it. He does. He says adding a Barocca to his last cider of the night is fine. And I mean, I've tried it myself, but I'm not a cider drinker, so the chemistry might be a bit off. But yeah, popping in a
to a Guinness.
Yeah, that would just discolour the foam at the top, I think, wouldn't it? The Guinness would stay black, but then you'd like have an orange top.
Yeah, but it would be wrong, Alex. It would be wrong.
It would be plain wrong. It would. John, what's your go-to?
There is a particular off license near where I live, and I'm not going to name it, but you can go there and get Magners. That is sell-by date has gone by about 3 years. So it's not as sweet. It tastes gorgeous because it's considerably drier than normal sweet Magners because it's obviously been there far too long. The problem is you've got to follow it up quite quickly with at least 2 Imodium tablets. It will wake you up, but also you have to kind of prevent things happening at the other end quite quickly by
that's just true.
By really clogging that back end up, but it wakes you up something clever.
Lot of bit of planning, but worth it. You think?
Definitely. I mean, the speed at which I've woken up with it has been quite immense. The only problem is I can't then go to the toilet for at least 48 hours.
No.
It's all the balance. It's a balancing act.
It's the balancing act.
Swings and roundabouts. Swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, very quickly.
Yeah.
It's really over. Past its sell-by date, Magners is very nice. It's one of the crispest, driest ciders you can get. Obviously, because most of it's just acid by that point.
So sticking with the really, really loose Doctor Who theme, out of all the Doctors, who do you think drinks the most?
Peter Capaldi.
Peter Capaldi? Okay.
Yeah, Peter Capaldi.
I think Eccleston would give him a bit of a run for his money. I think that
he would give him a slight run for his money, but definitely Capaldi.
Speaking of drinking and the Doctor, get this. I was once in a pub, and Peter Davidson and Christopher Eccleston were in opposite sides of the pub. Technically, if they'd met, that's a time clash.
Yeah. Well, there was that rumor that obviously in his debut episode, Capaldi goes, eyebrows. Who gave me these eyebrows? You can open bottle tops with them, because Stephen Moffat had seen him opening some Newcastle Brown Ale with his eyebrows on a particularly big bender in Newcastle.
I really want that
to be
true.
Local hero.
Let's just spread that as true, so it becomes like an urban legend, like Bob Holness played saxophone on Baker Street. So let's see if we can make it like that.
Can I be sensible for 1 second?
Yes.
Do you really want to know what a good hangover cure is? And unfortunately, this will only work for, I guess, gentlemen.
Go on.
Having a shave, like a complete wet shave. Really works.
Wow. Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Because it gets all your little bits in your skin going in your face. I'm telling you, 10 minutes later you won't have a hangover.
I've got so many good things to teach tomorrow, so thank you so much.
That's the lesson plan done.
Yeah, that's I love the sound of the Australian educational system. It's amazing.
Whatever we want to teach, we can. There we go.
That's nice. He's done about 2 sides of A4 just in this half hour. It's amazing. Alex Plant, we actually have a viewer Doctor Who question. Best Doctor Who villain out of all of them. So best, I think there's different categories of best. So I would say if we were saying for best for out and out destruction. So in terms of like carnage and body count, who would you think that would be?
The Raston warrior from the 5 Doctors.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Easily one of the best, most sinister, dark robots that should be brought back. It's just a dude in a silver jumpsuit that kills 4 Cybermen, jumps up, waves its arms in the air, and kills everything.
Can't beat him as well.
If
you can't destroy him, so therefore perfect.
Yeah.
Used once. What?
Yeah, for like 5 minutes. Yeah. Added on scene. Just out of the mind of Uncle Terry. Terrence Sticks just went, all right, we'll chuck this in. Here we go.
I would love to see like an hour-long episode of Doctor Who where all goes horribly wrong, where it's like the dark, evil version of John Wick, but it's just a Raston warrior, and it just starts with someone opening a cargo crate, the silver robot coming out, then destroys the entire facility, gets on a spaceship, destroys the spaceship, lands on a planet, destroys the planet, and just leaves a massive wake of destruction. And then eventually someone manages to switch it off, but obviously it's just there for another day.
Well,
like Keiko from 2000 AD, the polar bear, just kind of like just this big, rampant, massive destruction that can't be stopped. And it's just basically a guy in a silver jumpsuit jumping around the place.
There's a whole thing when the new series started with Eccleston, there was sort of like still a dispute over whether the rights for the Daleks were going to be given up by the Terry Nation estate and stuff like that. So
can you imagine if that was the Raston warrior instead? That would have been amazing.
So because Rob Shearman had to write 2 scripts, one with the Dalek, one with just a generic monster. Dalek, but it was Raston Warrior. Oh, that would be great.
That would have been epic.
Yeah.
So wasn't it the Toclafane? Wasn't that the original sort of like alternative monster for Dalek?
Oh yes, yeah.
If I'm remembering rightly, which Toclafane are in essence Dalek-ish because they're sort of like mutated humans in a shell.
And he brought him back for season 3. Yeah.
So has everyone answered?
Well, I mean, I definitely like whatever that thing Peter Kay was.
The Observer.
Yeah,
it's Obeloff. I mean, if you're taking out the equation, the perceived lameness of the episode from the fandom, he is quite a sinister kind of villain in the fact that he can absorb people.
I need to stop you there, Alex. Thanks.
No, if you took out of the equation the Absorbaloff and the villain was actually just Peter Kay. All right, folks.
Yeah. It's mate. There's a blowjob joke in it, and it's so awful and embarrassing. And I in fact, anyone who doesn't like Doctor Who, if they were to point that out, I'd have no argument. I'd have to go, yeah, it's terrible. I hate it too. I hate every episode of Doctor Who because I've seen that. It's terrible.
It was. I mean, there is an argument to say that you should not have Blue Peter interfere with Doctor Who ever, because I think the Absorbaloff was a Blue Peter competition winner.
Yeah, Kid won it when he was taken onto set. He was really disappointed because it's meant to be as tall as a bus or something like that. So he didn't take in consideration the BBC budget and especially a Dr. Light episode of BBC Doctor Who, and just went, it's not. You got Peter Kay in there.
I just think Russell T Davies should have more faith in himself. You'll come up with something, mate. You don't need to ask little kids to do it for you. You'll do something.
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
I can't imagine that they would have ran a competition on Blue Peter for It's a Sin.
Who knows?
let's have a villain. It's a sin. We already have a villain. It's it's unseen. So well, that got really dark. Erica, any of the questions I wrote, Alex? I don't know where you put them, Erica. I've tried looking. Erica did write some Doctor Who questions for this hour, but I can't find which area you sent them to. I did look, and I've got
a Doctor Who question.
Yes.
So this is from viewer Michael Legg. What is the worst Doctor Who story that you can completely, totally defend?
Defend?
Yeah, that you can go, I know it's bad, but I think it's brilliant because of blah, 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 blah.
Defend the indefensible with that. Yeah.
I will defend Time Flight for every single minute of its running time, despite the fact that there's a big reveal of the Master halfway in when there's a room with nobody else in it but the Master. So he's only revealing his identity to himself. There's a prehistoric landscape on which the Concorde lands, which is smooth enough to land Concorde despite being prehistoric. The monsters are like literally the worst kind of bubble wrap monsters that you could possibly have. And some of it's being phoned in. However, there is location footage of the TARDIS in Heathrow, which as a child was the most fascinatingly amazing thing I had ever seen. As a small child, the reveal of the Master was like, this is actually amazing. I don't care. This is wonderful. And I mean, Davison was my favorite Doctor as a kid, and it even had the dude. One of the dudes that would go on and be in EastEnders, and I can't remember who he was, but I thought he was the same dude from Howard's Way, but he wasn't. But for some reason, that made it even more special because they were using him twice, even though they weren't, because I misremembered the entire thing. But Time Flight, entirely for selfish reasons. And the fact that if every time I meet Toby Haydog, it's the one thing that I constantly go to him about how good Time Flight is, because he hates it.
I actually do want to watch Time Flight now.
Yeah, that's sold it to me beautifully, John. That's
well done.
That's sold it. Rob, right, you.
Look, because I'm a Pertwee fan, so there's quite a number of Pertwee stories that a lot of people would prefer not to have happened, such as Monster of Peladon and stuff like that. And a big one that gets a lot of ridicule, but I kind of love it, is the Time Monster. There's so much bad within it, but there's a lot of good in there as well. You've got Baby Benton, you've got Naked Benton, you've got Ingrid Pitt and Roger Delgado hitting on each other. It is stilted and hot, and I love it. You've got David Prowse with a really bad bull head on, running around in just a loincloth break. It's mad. It's batshit crazy. And you've got Pertwee doing, his moment of charm where he wants to do his acting. Can I just have a whole section where everything stops and I just show how good I am? Well, good I am as an actor. So
is that the daisiest daisy scene?
Oh, the daisiest daisy, and I love that.
Good scene. It's a brilliant scene.
It's a brilliant scene. So
I've got to go watch that now.
Yeah. So yes, that it is ridiculous and batshit crazy, and the Doctor creates a machine using tea leaves and forks and stuff. It's stupid, but God, I will defend it.
I miss Doctor Who doing 18 moments. I miss it when the Doctor Who doesn't do MacGyver. They should do more of that.
More MacGyver stuff. Yeah. Don't get rid of the Sonic and just do it all with your forks and your spoons and tea leaves.
Are you listening, Nakuti? That's something that needs to come back. Yeah. So for me, it was the Happiness Patrol.
I like Happiness Patrol. Is that getting more love now?
I think it is. Yeah.
It's great.
Some people slag it off. It splits opinion more than is universally hated. I mean, the Candyman is well. We all know what the Candyman looks like, and I'm amazed that Maynard didn't sue because of the infringement on Bertie Bassett. But I mean, the whole
it would have been Bassett's, not Maynard. Otherwise, he would have been called Bertie Maynard.
That's true. 6 hours in, and I'm only just now starting to lose it a little bit. So this is not bad going, really. This is not bad go. This is why I have guests to pull me back up when mentally I fall down. Yeah, the whole thing was written as like an allegory of Thatcherism, which I thought was brilliantly portrayed.
Yes.
Brilliantly done. And
Sheila Hancock.
As the villain is just so sinister and amazing, and the sheer amount of pink makes it even more sinister.
Her crying over the death of that ridiculous puppet is actually really harrowing, and I just go, "Oh my god, how did she do that?"
Yeah, and my earliest memory ever of Doctor Who being really small was when the TARDIS was painted pink in that episode. So some people slay it off, but if you go past the really low end budget and you sort of like see the beginnings of like the Cartmel master plan coming into place, it's good. I think what would have made it better is if it was in monochrome, like the classic series. If it was back in black and white, because that hid so much of a low budget.
And yeah, Sylvester has that great moment where he, talks a guy out of shooting him and taking the gun off him just with the power of his voice. And that's Syl doing some masterful acting there.
Yes, I think that was when sort of like Seventh Doctor was starting to come into his own and not just be sort of like the spoon playing chump. Starting to get a bit more depth. What about you, Michael?
I'm also going to go for a Seventh Doctor one.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the classic Delta and the Bannermen, which I actually don't get people's problem with it. It's good. It's good. It's really funny. It's proper trippy. Like that green baby thing is fucking hilarious and scary at the same time. It's properly sort of. If Sam Raimi was around in the 60s, that'd be the Doctor Who he would have done. It seems like really reveling in the low budget.
Okay. So describe the plot. Describe the plot without making it sound too trippy.
Come on. What do you mean describe the plot? Don't get bogged down with a plot. Okay, the plot is the Doctor goes to Pontins. And of course he goes to Pontins with some space aliens who go to 1950s Earth because they think there's nothing weirder than 1950s Earth. Turns out they're fucking right. So all these aliens go on a holiday, on a package holiday to 1950s Earth and stay in chalets. And obviously, I mean, it goes without saying, one of the flying pickets gets killed. It's a very complex plot, mate. It's a very complex.
There's the old beekeeper that might be a Time Lord.
There's the. Do you see? Well, how did people not like this?
And Ken Dodd gets killed.
I could watch that again right now, and I would come out with that gun. I don't know what that beekeeper was for or what he was doing, but I am bloody glad he was there. I'm delighted.
There's a bit in that one that I remember watching, which is where Don Henderson, because he's really menacing in that.
Yeah.
And there's a bit where he's eating like a big leg of ham, like a whole big chunk. And it was like they couldn't get him a big leg of ham. So it's like a prop leg of ham, and then they had to like put some sliced ham on top of it. And he would bite that. And in the television of the day, you couldn't tell. It just looked like a man eating someone's leg, which was like terrifying. Yeah. But like if you watch it now in high def, it's a man eating sliced ham off a prop.
The high definition has ruined so much. It's ruined so much.
So we have an option on your TV, shouldn't there, to go, look, would you rather this was shitter?
Back to the boxy aspect ratio. Well, essentially, that option does exist, and it's a Sky channel called That's TV.
Oh, okay.
Where they play a lot of stuff that London Weekend Television didn't want you to find from the late 80s.
Right.
And they've also just repeated Mrs. Merton and Malcolm, which has never seen the light of day.
Oh wow!
From his first time out. So it's like a dumping ground of the things that the TV shows people would rather you'd forgotten about.
Speaking of that, has anyone discovered Talking Pictures TV?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes. it ranges from wow, I can't believe this gem has ever been repeated, all the way to wow, that's massively racist. That's in essence what Talking Pictures TV is. They started like the repeat thing. We have a question which was emailed in to Erica from Sophie Aldred, 7th Doctor companion Ace, who is going to be back in Doctor Who this autumn for the centenary special. So I may be breaking GDPR with showing this question that she emailed in. But that's just to prove that it really is from her. That's just to prove that it really is. There's a picture. There you go. She writes, of all the actors, who would you not cast as the next Doctor?
What, of all the actors in the world?
Yes. So anyone who would be the most inappropriate, the worst at it. So who would be the worst possible choice?
I'll say mine straight away because there's a rumor going
Kevin
around.
Spacey?
Yeah, well, you've hit the bar there. Anything under? Okay, everyone was saying James Corden, and I was going, no.
Look who's just turned up. Welcome, Toby Haydock.
Hello.
There he is, the last Doctor.
Sorry, I was beavering away, and I realised I was late. Sorry. Hello.
That's okay. Just to fill you in, the question that has just been posed from actual Sophie Aldred.
Oh, hello, Sophie.
Don't worry, she's not watching. It's fine. She emailed in a question saying, out of all the actors, who would you not cast as the next Doctor?
Out of all of the actors, what, in the world?
Yes.
That's exactly what I mean, there are loads.
Yeah. Well, just because I'm watching it at the moment, the actor Joseph Sikora, who plays Tommy in Power, just because he's a New York knucklehead drug dealer, which is not how I see the Doctor. There we are.
That's more of a master thing, isn't it?
I don't think he'd even be. It's also quite an eccentric performance, if I'm honest. But we don't need to get into that because I think the Doctor Who Power Venn diagram has the smallest of yokes. Anyway, sorry I'm late. Hello.
Well, quite all right. It's a brief appearance, but thanks for coming along, Tommy.
I wouldn't cast Toby Haydock as the next Doctor because you can imagine tuning into the episode and like for half an hour nothing happens and then he arrives.
And also,
I don't mean that. I don't mean that at all.
Also, I don't want the Doctor to constantly go around going, "This isn't canon."
Mind you, the making of documentaries would be amazing. The questions that Toby Haydock would ask.
They'd be done during the program.
And the audio commentaries, Toby Haydock would be able to ask questions about Doctor Who, and Toby Haydock wouldn't remember it, and then Toby would have to remember, oh God, did I do that? It'd be amazing.
Think of the conventions.
Well,
Toby, I've got a question for you.
Yeah, yes.
Who from Doctor Who would you like to write your obituary?
Oh my goodness. Who from Doctor Who would I like to? Oh, well, now. No, because I think I'd like my life to be more interesting than it actually was. So if I nominated a person, it would reveal that I believe that their accounts of Doctor Who are the most fanciful and least factual. Donald Tosh, because he seemed to manage to big up his own contribution to Doctor Who at variance with any of the facts that are available about it. So if Donald Tosh wrote my obituary, I'd have created Coronation Street. I'd have probably been to the moon and invented carrots.
Excellent. Tosh by name. Good.
Yeah.
Nice. Someone has suggested Al Pacino as not a good idea for the Doctor. What do you think? I mean, could he not?
Expensive.
Yeah.
He is quite an eccentric performer, though. I rewatched Heat for the first time the other day, and there's a moment where just he's sort of interrogating a guy, and then he says, "And what about your girlfriend?" And he goes, "Has she got a great big ass?" And which is reminiscent of Tom Baker at his most sort of. Shall I just do a thing now? Shall I just do a thing?
That's true. Thinking of him in Scent of a Woman, he has got the sort of and Devil's Advocate as well.
Devil's Advocate. He is eating all the scenery. He's just going, I'll take some of this, I'll take some of that. Thank you.
He's
It's hard to think of anyone who wouldn't be a doctor because there's so many people who could be doctors for 5 minutes.
So he could have been a war doctor.
Yeah, mafia doctor.
Always wanted to see more of Jim Broadbent as the Doctor. Far too small amount of time in Curse of Fatal Death.
Yeah, that's true. So quite a. Would you have him play it as he was playing it as being quite shy?
I would love to see him do that. The whole shy sort of like, not being able to look at girls type of thing. That'd be great.
Has anyone mentioned Tom Hollander or Michael Kitchen? They are two actors that I think would have be good Doctor Who's.
Michael Kitchen would be interesting, definitely.
Tom Hollander, yeah, I can see that. How about so flipping it on its head, saying what Americans wouldn't? What American actors do you think would suit it perfectly?
Oh, Natasha Lyonne from Russian Doll, I think, would be a very pesky, pixie-like Doctor who I think has the requisite eccentric energy and slight unpredictability.
Nice. Anyone else?
Andre Braugher would be a very good Doctor, I think. Sort of like channeling a bit of... He's got that theatricality to him from his years on Homicide: Life on the Street. And he brought that gravitas with a bit of eccentricity with Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Andre Braugher.
I'll take that one further and say Dennis Franz from NYPD Blue. He'd be amazing.
I'm not really completely up to date on American movie stars, but I'm gonna go with Patrick Swayze.
Erica Lear ventures forth. Robert Downey Jr. What do we think?
Well, I mean, he did such a good job with Doolittle. I can see.
As long as he keeps the Welsh accent, Welsh.
As long as he gets the Welsh.
I would cast Kurt Russell and then have Kurt Russell regenerate into Patrick Swayze and see if anyone noticed.
What about John Wayne? John Wayne would make a good. Imagine if John Wayne was Hartnell.
Should be a good Andy Samberg, so Colin Etchers. So if we're going historically, going back, sort of like back to the 60s, sort of American actors of that era.
I thought Gene Wilder would be a good Doctor.
Oh, yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, Gene Wilder.
From any like young Gene Wilder or older Gene Wilder, it's like any of his, the classic iconic versions of Gene.
Jack Elam, who was a sort of pug-faced character actor, I think would have been a very interesting choice of Doctor back in the day.
Herbert Lom.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. So we have to wrap up. Erica has submitted some Who themed awkward questions. So as we all know, Erica will know that she didn't hold back. So she starts with Shag, Marry, Kill, Weeping Angel, D84, or the Rani.
Who was D84?
Yeah, who was the
from Robots of Death?
D84 is the best character in the Robots of Death. Please do not throw hands at me. I heard a cry. All of that.
I heard a cry.
Yeah, so you wouldn't want to hear that in your ear if you were in the moment, would you?
That would be a really bad thing to shout at the point of climax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you shag, marry, or kill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, can you kill a weeping angel?
Can you shag a weeping angel?
That's the point, yeah.
Do you know what? I mean, many shags I've had, it's been like this. So I can understand their point of view. And I rarely blink during sex. So maybe that's what.
I don't think that's going to be bettered. Another question from Erica. Has being a Doctor Who fan ever got you a naughty night? So I think what she's saying is, has being part of the fandom ever actively got you laid?
It's not even got me a wank off myself. What's that
You gotta-
self-loathing hit?
Well, it's very hard to wank when you're doing that all the time.
That's hard, but not impossible. Put that in your lesson plan for tomorrow.
Writing it down now, Alex.
Writing it down.
Writing it down.
Writing it down now. Lovely. Any more for any more? No.
No,
Okay.
I think we peaked with Michael.
we did, didn't we? Yeah, and she finishes with you cast as the Doctor, but you just signed a 6-month contract with Coronation Street. What do you do?
Brag about it?
Probably, yeah. I'd never shut up about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be pretty chuffed.
No comment.
No comment from Toby. She did put into brackets why you might possibly not comment. Does that mean that this is a big bluff from Russell T Davies? It actually is Toby who's cast next.
Whoa.
Ooh, Russell, you little tinker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Toby, do you know anything about the upcoming series or episodes of Doctor Who that you can't tell us about? Just let us know that you know it.
I genuinely don't. No.
Oh, okay.
I don't know anything about the new series. I mean, I know that Marco Polo's coming out on Blu-ray in a week. No, that's a lie. I don't. I know a few bits about the DVD range, but I don't know anything about the new series. No.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so. No.
Well, I mean, it seems like a good time to end because I don't think anything's going to top Michael not even getting a wank being a Doctor Who fan. That's going to stick with me for the rest of the stream now till 9:30.
Do you know what? I came here with the best intentions to talk about Doctor Who. It began with pissing the bed and it ends with not getting a wank alone.
It's not the family-friendly thing that we watch.
Well,
put it this way, I don't want any of you writing my obituary.
And on that bombshell, it's time to end. So we're going to bring this out to a close. But before we do, we'll ask every one of the panelists if they've got anything to plug, even if it is just their socials. So Rob, we'll come to you first because it's now tomorrow where you are. So you're going to want to get to bed pretty soon.
It is. As you can see, it is definitely nighttime at my place. I've just put my solo Doctor Who show, Who Me, that I've toured all over the world, to the UK, to the US, and all that type of stuff. I've just done a video on demand on Vimeo. It can be watched anywhere over the world. So if you go to vimeo.com/on-demand/Who Me 10 years, you can watch my Doctor Who show that I've been doing for 10 years about me being a Doctor Who fan and putting the Doctor on trial to see whether he's been a bad influence or a good influence over my life. It's on Vimeo Video on Demand. Put in Who Me 10 years to find it.
Excellent. John?
If you are anywhere near Manchester, you can catch me in a thing called the Totally Improvised Musical, which is what it says on the tin. It's a totally improvised musical, and that's done by the gang who do Comedy Sports.
Excellent. Michael?
Nothing. But
fair enough.
You can go to my Bandcamp page if you want like a book or some live comedy shows, guide. So you can get that at bandcamp.michaelegg.com. I'm on Twitter.
Excellent. Okay. Toby?
Well, I do a series of podcasts called Toby Haydock's Time Travels, which have been come out twice a week. And actually, in June and July, they're going to be out 3 times a week. And I know that because I was busy getting carried away uploading them into the schedule when I should have been here. And I only realised what the time was when I thought, I'll just do a few more because what else have I got to do today? So apologies.
That's all right. A short but sweet visit. So Erica says thank you to all of you as well for popping along. So thanks very much. Cheers, Erica. Keep thanks, watching, Erica. Also, donate because we're doing this today in aid of mine. So scan that QR code that is just next to Michael on the screen. Also, this is the direct link there. So justgiving.com/fundraising/last AQT as well. Yeah, everyone's pointing to the there we go, pointing to the QR code. Other way, John, down. It's sort of. That'll do. Anyway, so we're going to take a very short break and then we'll be back for our next hour. Colin Etchers, who is on his next hour, I can see he's popped in already. But thanks again to Rob Lloyd, John Cooper, Toby Haydock, and Michael Legg. We'll take a short break and we'll see you all soon. Thanks, chaps.
Sorry.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
£40 could help keep Mind's supportive online community side by side, open for another hour, helping to connect people and feel less alone.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
A donation of £20 could help 167 people take their first steps in getting mental health support through Mind's booklets.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
A donation of £20 could help 167 people take their first steps in getting mental health support through Minds booklets.
And we're back live. Hello and welcome back to Awkward Question Time, the last ever show, all dayer, and we are at the halfway point, people.
6 hours to go.
6 hours done, 6 hours to go. I'm still able to string the sentence together, which I'm amazed about. I went up slightly at the end there, but that doesn't count. I can still talk. It's all good. So keep your questions coming in. If you are watching, then pop them into the comments. More cringe, the better, please. And if you have just tuned in and you are a regular viewer, then please don't text the Nokia because the SIM card has died. Just put your texts, your messages, your questions in the comments section. So, on to our next hour. So please welcome our guests for hour number 6, Colin Etchers, Alex Plant, Ems Coombs, and Simon Hall Sofa. There we go. We have some major looping going on, so I don't know who's causing that. So we'll mute. Oh, Simon's back. Simon's back. There he is. Hello. Hello, Simon.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Cool. Can we all hear and see each other okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. Cool.
Yeah.
We're getting some looping and interference from your end. Ems, are you on headphones? Or?
Oh no, I'm on headphones, and I don't know what else to do. I'm not in the usual place.
You mentioned you're on your travels. Whereabouts are you at the moment?
I'm in Wales. I'm at the comedy festival. So yeah.
Oh wow.
We'll see how this thing goes, whether I come across it all right, because I don't know what the internet's like here. So
it's got a dial-up aesthetic. I think it's the best way.
Really? Am I delaying like a bitch?
Yeah, it's kind of like, you remember, I don't know if anyone remembers QuickTime. So like the QuickTime,
yeah,
where we get a video that's like that big playing in the corner of your screen. So
oh
it's
no.
On the buffer, which is just like continual sort of like.
Oh no, but old school.
Yeah, old school. Yeah, it's got a sort of a Windows XP sort of feel to this hour. Music going on where you are, and sort of hear something in the background.
I'm in a pub. I'm in the bar area because I've run out of battery, and I had to go and get one of those little jobbies that do the USB but also do the plug.
All right. Okay.
Do you know what I mean? So yeah. I'm having a really bad one. I do apologise.
I'm currently trying to sort out the fact that I am in like monochrome shadow. Oh,
Yeah, Alex is trying to disguise his conservatory. I think it's the only way of what's happening now.
I'm disguising the middle class. With more very middle class curtains.
It's like you can't disguise middle class with chintz. The chintz pattern that just gives you more away.
Yeah.
Might as well just like blue tack up a copy of the Daily Mail.
There we go.
We're not even 10 minutes in, and this is getting as random as fuck with this hour.
Is someone playing a fruity near you, Ems?
It's the fucking music over the doodah, isn't it? And I thought if I put earphones in, you wouldn't be able to hear it. But I'm not sure that it works.
I dare you to heckle whoever the band that is playing, just saying, "Oi, mate, you sound like a fruit machine."
No, because it's on the doodah above. It's like playing from the speakers.
Yeah, it's like it does sound like there's a gambler in the background. It's just
Yeah, totally. I do apologise. Some of this music may be crap.
That's quite all right. I mean, we've got a good 10 minutes of material out of just where you are.
I'm incredibly hungover. I was at a work stew last night with a free bar.
Oh my goodness!
So the classic thing of I'm quite liking being in the dark. Actually, this is very suitable for how I am at the moment. But yeah, the charge of the lightweight brigade happens. That's what I refer to as the charge of lightweights going to the bar to order shots. At a free bar, normally first lightweight goes up around about half an hour to an hour in, and then it's just followed by a procession of the next lightweight, then the next one, and then by the time you're sort of 5 hours in, you've literally just got shots continually going around.
Would you describe yourself as a lightweight, Alex? Because I think it would take a lot to get you pissed because you're about 9 foot tall.
Yeah,
exactly. There's a lot more to fill.
Yeah, to be fair, I am not a lightweight. It takes quite a bit to get me drunk. I like to ride the whole tipsy roller coaster as well because I don't like to get out of control drunk because I'm just mad.
Sorry, Alex, are you saying that people who drink shots all night are lightweights? Is that have I got the wrong end of the stick with this?
No. What I'm saying is, so
after half an hour, someone started on the shots, and then by the end of the evenings, everyone's on the shots. How are these people lightweight? I go and have 2 beers, right? And if I dare to have a third, then I am pissed.
Yeah,
right?
this is what I mean. So the person who gets drunk after 3 beers at the start then goes to the bar and starts ordering shots because they're like pissed, so they're now in party mode, and then basically it continues like that as a slippery slope of.
We went to Blackpool a year or 2 ago on a friend's 30th, and they were doing Jaeger bombs for £1.
Oh.
And we were coming back. We must have done 10. There must have been 10, 12 trays of 10 shots on the table, but like 150 shots. I've never been so properly ill.
No, a friend of mine found a pub in Edinburgh one year where they also did Jaeger bombs for £1. And of course, in Scottish money, you can have £100 notes.
Oh God!
So a friend of us just went 100, bosh. And that's what they then did. And this was before he did his show as well, so he must have been arsehole by the time he was doing it. But yeah, Jaeger bombs are the work of the devil. As is the free bar. Is there any more beautiful yet destructive concoction as a free bar?
It was out until 6 a.m.
If it's a free bar. If it's a free bar, why are you drinking shots anyway? Just drink what you like.
Yeah. So this is the thing. I was just drinking whatever and just drinking. So I went from beer to beer, then brandy and Coke for some reason. Because I wanted a double brandy about 2 hours in, and asked for a double brandy. She put it in like a a tall glass and was literally, oh, what mixer do you want with it? So I felt compelled to have a mixer then. So I had a double brandy and Coke, even though I wanted a double brandy. Then I had double Malibu and Coke, double Jack Daniels and Coke, double Jack Daniels honey and Coke.
You should be sick, man. You deserve to be sick.
Yeah. You get any nice drinks, Alex?
I have not been sick. I had. Yeah, I very rarely get hangovers as well. I just wake up drunk. But I definitely got a hangover.
Did they have like a budget to certain drinks, and when that budget ran out, you then had to switch? Because I've had that before at a free.
No, we just accrued
right
a huge bar tab, and a lot of Jaeger bombs and a bunch of drunk people crying out. It was at a cricket club. Just literally people threatening to
run middle class by the minute as this goes on.
I
had a friend when we were younger who had gone through mathematically and made a spreadsheet of the entire Wetherspoons menu to see what the best quantity of alcohol per pound you could possibly buy was.
Picture.
Actually, pint of Ruddle's best, £3.10, and it's like 4.8%. It was always a good way of going.
Ruddle's is £2.05 in my local Wetherspoons.
That is the sign of a man who spends too much time in Wetherspoons.
I don't spend enough time in Wetherspoons. It would be a much cheaper night out.
This actually leads us on nicely to our first actual proper question. I know, mad considering we're 15 minutes in. So first question is, and this is pre-written, this is one of those nice moments where everything comes together. Wetherspoons or Neverspoons? So Wetherspoons, it's been in the news quite a fair bit of the last 2 years because of the way in which they furloughed everybody and has made Tim Martin, the CEO, unpopular. So what's your take? Wetherspoons or Neverspoons? Now, personally, I don't like the geezer that runs it, but I will still drink there. Because I think if you take except every chief executive who's a wanker and a Tory donor, you'd starve to death. So I would still go to Wetherspoons gladly because it's cheap. What's everyone else think?
I'm a hater of Wetherspoons. I'm not a fan.
Anything in particular? Is it
No,
him?
just the whole atmosphere. But I do love a Philly cheesesteak sandwich. So I have been known to go into a Wetherspoons for a Philly cheesesteak sandwich. I
do really murk the condiments and tea thing, like sort of full of ketchup and tea bags. I consider that like striking a blow.
Definitely not middle class.
No, very much not. Very much no. Ems, what about you? Are you Wetherspoons or
I don't drink really, so I have no reason to go in there. They don't play music near, but my friend really likes it. Pardon?
Unlimited tea and coffee.
That is why my friend likes it. He likes hot chocolate, and he can go and do work in there. He gets free electric. He gets an endless cup of hot chocolate. You know, what more could you want? You know, so...
Your friend almost makes Wetherspoons seem socialist. Almost.
Yeah. It's like a social club. Like a Labour club to him.
We'll just mute you for a second.
Yeah, just sits in the corner all quiet.
Yeah, we'll put you on mute for a second because the music's reaching a crescendo.
Oh.
sorry. We'll get that if we can. Yeah, sorry. Simon.
I am in the never spoons camp. Never, ever spoons. I love the creative 21st century thinking of, I hate the guy who runs it. I don't like the idea of giving him any money, but I'll still go to Wetherspoons because it's easy. Like, it's beautiful. The lengths we will go to support these corrupt industries, isn't it? But
keep it
I abhor the man and I abhor everything about him. But mostly I abhor everything about the sticky floors and horrible service in his pubs. I don't like any of the people that are in there. The beer is awful at best, and it's all they never clean the bloody lines. I'm so anti Wetherspoons, it's ridiculous. So
there is that thing. I mean, I recently went in for breakfast when I was in Brighton, and I have this. There's this fine line of being sort of like disgusted by somebody and also sort of slightly proud that they have the brass neck to try something. When you go in for breakfast at 8:30 and they've already got a pint.
Yeah.
What do you think? When the army for breakfast, you're like 3 points in and having an argument, probably over politics. I just think part of me thinking, oh, look at you, but also part of me thinking, well done. Actually, I'm a little bit jealous. I wish I.
It's a level of dedication that I've never been able to throw to anything. You know, I consume alcohol, but I don't think I'd ever be committed enough to become an alcoholic in that way.
It's a similar feeling if you're walking down a busy street at say like 10 in the morning and then you get a strong smell of weed.
Yeah. I tell you what, I had a situation happen the other day, right? I was doing a gig at the comedy pub in near Leicester Square in London, right? And I came outside, I put my beer down and I rolled a cigarette, right? And then I looked around and there's some guy had picked up my beer, like, and started like wandering off with it. I was like, oi! And he was like, oh, sorry, was that yours, mate? And then just like drunkenly put it back on the thing and just like sheepishly crept off to the next pub. So I think he just like goes around all the pubs around there, just like trying to take people's pints.
Minesweeping.
Yeah. Minesweeping, right? Yeah, but minesweeping at 6:15 on a Thursday afternoon.
That's fairly extreme.
That is extreme, isn't it?
I don't think that I can dispel the whole Wetherspoons, Neverspoons thing. I don't think I can dispel this middle class aura that I'm giving off because I recently watched a documentary on Wetherspoons. Wetherspoons, how do they do it? And discovered that Neverspoons is actually an app. So you download Neverspoons on your phone and it shows you all the pubs in your local area that aren't Wetherspoons.
That sounds like a great app.
Look at this. Right. Okay, I'm on the App Store now. Neverspoons.
Neverspoons.
Yeah, it's right. First one. There we go. Neverspoons.
There you go.
It looks like
I'm downloading it myself now.
Right, yeah.
Come on, guys. Everyone download Neverspoons.
Downloading it now. We're raising money for mental health and also independent pubs.
Yeah.
I mean, what I would say is I wouldn't miss it if it wasn't there.
Yeah, I mean, you could recreate the effect by just taking some special brewing to McDonald's.
Yeah. For the tenant's super and a really cheap all-day breakfast. See, that's all-day breakfast and steak club. Those are the only two sort of things that I do like. And at one point, they did have a very nice, although it was reheated, risotto for a while, which I thought was a very strong meal for a Wetherspoons.
That's very continental Europe for Wetherspoons tastes.
Yeah, mushroom risotto. It was very, very nice. A bit heavy and congealed, a bit like, overdone rice
I'm starting
pudding.
to question your middle class credentials, Alex. A nice risotto from Wetherspoons.
He went to
you're not truly middle class. You're not truly middle class.
Simon, he went to a Wetherspoons and ordered the risotto. That's middle class.
And I bet he asked to see their wine list.
I did ask if I got a wine.
I tell you, the last time I was in a Wetherspoons, I was waiting for a train, and it was the nearest pub, so I went and sat down in there, and I ordered a pint, and I sat and read Carol Ann Duffy's love poetry book, Rapture. I felt very out of place there.
Cool. As you would do. As you would. Let's see how the music is getting on. How's the music now, Em? Oh, it's died off a bit.
It is very disco.
It does, yeah. Well, that bunting just says to me, rave. Yeah. That's very nice.
It's beautiful.
I'm aware how cruel that is, having muted you for most of the show and now unmuted you just as you've taken a bite of that sandwich. I do apologise for that.
Do you know what? It's quite interesting I'm having loads of stuff flash up on my screen. This is not the best environment to be doing a podcast.
Not really. No, but we're going to persevere. I still think we can manage it.
Are we? Are we really?
We are. Alex is now back in silhouette. He just reminds me of those. Do you remember Crime Watch? So, like in the 90s?
I was going to say, that's what I was just about to say.
Yeah, where they
It's Crime Watch all over again.
somebody that didn't want their identity revealed.
Yeah.
We need to give him a voice like this.
Yeah.
Is there a way of hang on. Edit name. There we go. There we are. Manage Alex's name.
Thank you very much.
It's starting to clang again. So what we'll do is I'll ask the next question.
I don't know what's going on.
I'm only 7 hours in and I haven't got a clue what's happening.
All my shit is not responding.
Through thing and like at what point you're going to crack. I think at this point you've got who must not be named at the top corner and CIA music torture going on for them.
It does feel like like somebody's trying to just mangle thinking the magic roundabout. For a second there, I thought, oh my god, I've just muted the music and it's still happening. For about 2 or 3 seconds, that was like, oh man.
I thought somebody else heard that because I thought it was just me.
Noise hasn't started again.
I'm trying to sort the camera. 2 seconds.
Okay, and it's all cracking off at Ems's end as well. So let's have a listen. Let's have a listen in. What's happening? On mute.
No, that's worse. Damn it.
I said, wouldn't that really trip everyone out if like Alex and Ems got up and then they switched places?
Yeah.
Like then Alex then sat down on the sofa and then Ems appeared. That would freak me out. Something
Alex just looks like he's about to issue demands.
Yeah, that'll be the next question. So Alex, what are your demands if you let the hostages go?
Free risotto for everyone.
Risotto?
Yeah, risotto.
Nice Chardonnay to pair with that.
Yeah, yeah. No chickpeas. And every vegan must try a sausage at least once.
I ate
chickpeas. Tried sausages, you know. You've actually eaten food, right? You are aware at some point in our lives we decided that we were no longer going to do that because it's unacceptable and horribly heinous. We've not like never eaten meat. Do you think we like grew up in some world where meat didn't exist? Then all of a sudden we were just like, oh, what? No, you're gonna eat dead animals. Oh no, like and all that food, man.
I think you were deprived of a bacon sandwich as a child.
No,
that's what I
try
think.
a vegan sausage, for God damn it! Like, do you know what I heard the other day? Right?
They sucked all the moisture out of my mouth.
We went for a vegan meal the other day, and it was actually quite nice. Like, what do you think we eat?
Sawdust, mainly.
I think that largely your demands were outrageous, Alex, if I'm honest. But I can agree with your stance on chickpeas because I fucking hate them too.
Yeah, yeah. Ban on chickpeas. That's a vegan thing.
What? What do you mean a ban on chickpeas? You know what? You know what falafel? You know what falafel? You know what hummus? You never ever want to eat hummus again. Is that what you're telling me, guys? Right? Yeah. Absolute madness.
Right.
You people.
Chickpeas never.
Go to your Wetherspoons and don't eat chickpeas again. I'm going to be sitting here eating all the chickpeas and having nice beer.
Chickpeas are sneaky bastards, man. They never come as themselves. They always come with falafel or hummus or. You never hear anybody say, "I'll have a side of chickpeas with that."
Oh no, I do like a nice chickpea. I'll have a chickpea.
Yeah, that's because you were deprived of bacon sandwiches as a child. That is, you know.
Also, it gives us the world's gives us the world's greatest joke. What's the difference between a chickpea and a lentil?
Don't know.
I've never had a lentil on my face.
Hey! Oh, nice. That was me thinking I wasn't going to be able to use this sound effect this hour.
Jimmy Carr told a similar variant on that joke, didn't he? What's the difference between a lentil and a chickpea? I wouldn't pay 200 quid to have a lentil on my face.
Nice.
There you go.
Let's check in with Ems, who seems to have moved around the pub. Ems, how's it going?
I just wandered around the theatre trying to sound the plug socket. It's all really noisy. I don't know what's going on, guys. This is disturbing.
Why are you at the pub?
Yeah, a comedy festival.
Ah.
Because I'm at a
Can I
comedy
just
festival.
say, I have literally just turned into a Cyberman. Like I'm
gutted on the Doctor Who show. I'd have loved to have been in that one.
The Doctor Who theme. I am literally a silhouetted Cyberman now. This is.
Have you got any effects that you can get on that mic so you can sound a bit lower, like you do like a flanger or a?
No, sadly not. I wish I had.
But
but
the
it's
fact you just
not.
laughed at me saying flange.
Yeah. I love that word.
Welcome to the downhill spiral of the 12-hour question time. This is where it begins with a Cyberman and
It's the real of the hours.
Do you know what? Right. The thing is that you should be glad that I didn't come in at 9:30 this morning. Yeah, then you would have got some dirty stuff really, really early, and that's not what you want.
Well, I mean, we were talking in the first 2 hours. I think we went through asphyxiation and trying to fuck Pingu. That's something. So, yeah, the look on Colin's face sums it up. So it got weird early on. So
I was watching earlier, Alex, and I was very upset at the way everyone was talking about your new haircut. I think it looks great.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Plant needs to sort out his lights so we can have a Who Wore It Better competition, though.
Yeah.
True.
Can I just say that I miss your hair? I miss your hair.
There's no getting this camera back now. I think it's just literally like it's.
Have you got any lights in there?
Oh, yeah. Hello.
If I do the same. Which slaphead Alex is better?
I don't know. Oh, it's tough, isn't it? It's tough.
I think Alex's looks more, I was going to say Alex's looks more natural, but you're going to say which one now? I'll leave you guessing.
Well, for a second, that has brought the colour back to your cheeks.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I know.
We'll wait to see if that fades gracefully out.
Yeah, it goes back to Cyberman.
Yeah.
I'm scared of moving because the second it tries to autofocus again, I'm just going to go from like 0 to more demand against the human race.
Let's see if we can manage a second question now that we're half an hour in. Next question. Have you ever shoplifted anything? What was it? And if not, what would you like to steal?
First of all, Woolworths existed when I was a child, so 100% everyone has shoplifted if they've ever been to a Woolworths.
That was the rites of passage. Pick a mix, was it?
Pick a mix. Yeah,
pick a mix. We contributed to its decline, I think.
Yeah.
It contributed to its own fucking decline by putting the fucking sweets there.
Near
by the door. They always, by the front door. Ridiculous place to put the most easily nickable item, especially something that's edible that you could just easily hide.
And I once stole dinner near my children. And that's not as nice as it sounds. We were in The Hague with the kid, and I went to a restaurant and I ordered dinner for us, and then my Visa card didn't work, so we went to a cash point, and I just sent the kids home and wandered off. So I'm an international criminal.
I stole an Uber once. If not like the actual
whole car,
not the car, but basically he got picked up in an Uber, and he took me all the way to my destination, which was quite a while away. It was about a £40 Uber journey, but he managed to somehow accidentally cancel the job on his phone just as he arrived, in order to say that you pick it up. This was in the early days where they had to sort of confirm that they've dropped you off, and he cancelled the trip, and I got the whole Uber ride for free. Basically, I stole his Uber for 30 miles,
Nice.
and left without paying, which was quite
nice,
quite good.
Oh, the free lift. I once nicked a microphone.
Was it a Shure?
It was, and it was a Shure SM58 wireless. So I didn't just nick the mic; I nicked the bass unit and all of the cables. So this was in my DJing days. So this was 2004, and I thought, that is the Zenith, the piece of kit that I really, really want. It was left in this hotel that I was DJing this wedding at. And it was left there by some conference facility people. And it was right next to my silver flight case. So I was undercover, a cover of darkness. The whole thing just easily fit in there. And I've still got it to this day and use it. So, that's about that.
That's not shoplifting, Alex.
Yeah, that is theft. I mean, that's about 250 quid, that mic. It's that is, yeah.
Maybe.
In many ways, it's the conference facility's fault for leaving it out in the middle of a hotel function room during a wedding. So
you were teaching them lessons, weren't you, Alex?
Yeah,
you were doing society as service.
They had it coming.
They had it coming, yeah.
Yeah, they had it coming.
Just like you guys stealing from the pick and mix. Yeah, you were doing society as service. You were bringing down an archaic institution of the arrogance of leaving stuff around.
Bring down.
Expecting people to show the common decency.
Woolworths, you arrogant prick. Yeah. Ems, we'll mute you. Have you ever stolen anything?
Darling. I once stole a wallet from TK Maxx. Yeah, but I put it in my bad hands. So then, if anyone asked me, I didn't know about it. And then, just after I'd stolen it, like instantly, I lost my cash card. Instant karma.
Instant karma.
Instant karma, dudes.
I would always hand anything I found now, because I lost my wallet on a bus to Southall with about 200 quid in it, and somebody handed it in and I got the money back. So I'd never, ever, ever, ever.
I don't know why I'm applauding.
Yeah. Thank you,
Raz. Yeah, you're applauding.
Thank you, Karma.
Showing there is goodness in humanity.
Yeah, totally.
I'd never keep up now. I'd always hand it in.
Absolutely. Has everyone admitted?
Well, when we were at school, there used to be a little off license around the corner from our house, right? On the way back between school and our house, and all the kids from the school would go to this off license, right? And they'd go around, and it had like a floor plan layout. There was like the door was here, and then it curved around like that with all the stuff to buy. There was the till, and then there was the exit. So we would have one person go in at the front and like pick some things up and have a look as they went around, but their bag would be open, and we would just be filling their bag with stuff as we walked along behind them, just anything that we wanted. And then when we would get out, he would just have a bag full of produce from the shop and just like loads of sweets and stuff. And then we'd all just divvy it out. So
not shoplifting either.
Organized criminality.
Like it wasn't just like shoplifting; it was like organized crime. Shoplifting. Yeah,
it was a heist.
Yeah, like it really was. Yeah. It was quite exciting.
It feels like the CDC equivalent of Narcos.
Yeah,
so, yeah. Entry level theft. Sorry, that's good. That just reminded me. I have a flashback now that a mate used me to sort of like smuggle pills back to the hotel room in Ibiza once. So
did he pop them up your bottom?
No, we're having dinner, and he said, "I'm going back to the hotel. I'm a bit knackered," and left his packet of fags on the table, knowing that I would pick them up for him. But he removed 2 fags and filled the space with pills, so that I would take it. When I found that, I tore a strip off him when I got back. Oh man, it ain't pretty when I blow. So yeah, needless to say, we haven't been friends since.
I'd have just said no, mate. You didn't leave your fags at all.
Yeah. If I didn't check, because I don't smoke, because otherwise I didn't check until I was back at the hotel. If I'd have checked when I was at the table, I'd left them there and thought, "Fuck you."
He would have had a disco biscuit and gone out.
Yeah, come back 3 days later wearing only a shirt. Go, what happened to you? I had one of your cigarettes.
Yeah. Oh dear.
It's on to our next question. I just have to delete these as I go, just to make sure that I don't repeat myself during an hour. It's more of a self-policing thing to make sure I don't completely lose it. Going back to what Alex was saying earlier, have you ever seen a fat vegan? Now, this has puzzled me, because out of all the vegans that I've met, they've always been really thin and really healthy looking. So in my life, I've never seen a fat vegan.
I wouldn't describe really thin as really healthy looking.
I've seen some unhealthy looking vegan children, not fat but unhealthy looking.
Yeah, mostly pale with absolutely no iron, not having the right vitamin tablets.
Now, weirdly, the healthiest vegan I think I've ever seen is Dave Francis at the Holly Bush. But then again, he's like part sort of like pickled in ale most of the time. But he seems to be really good on it.
I feel the same way about vegans as I do about my children having sex. I don't want to see it, hear it, or taste it, to be quite frank.
Okay.
Well, I feel attacked, guys. I feel attacked. Right.
It did feel like you're noting down everything as you plot their demise.
Yeah, like when the vegan uprising comes, it will be swift, because we're just not going to have enough energy to pick up the AK-47s. So,
brittle bones.
It will be done. It will be done by pure arrogance. We'll just we're going to overtake.
I feel like if you karate chop a vegan, you'll just split them in half. It's just like.
Is that what you think? Is that what you think?
Yeah.
I don't even eat a lot of meat. Do you know what I mean? I just don't like the fanaticism that goes with being a vegan, seemingly.
Well, that is a very small number of vegans, right? And that is also like there are assholes, but there are assholes in every group of walk of life, right? Like, you've met that guy who's like too into acid house. All he can talk to you is about acid house. We've just got those kinds of vegans. The only problem is they've got a moral superiority complex, and that is problematic. But I think I have met fat vegans, but I think it's just because they haven't been vegan very long.
Yeah, I've seen fat vegans who have literally just gone on, and then maybe about a year later they then look Ethiopian.
I mean, you can still.
No. I am only joking, right? But I go to places where there are large concentrations of vegans, and I meet lots of other vegans. Right, they're about.
All right, don't bang on about it.
You like flamingos? You still hang around eating the same algae?
No, like a vegan food festival and stuff, and you go to places where there are lots of vegans.
Oh, so you like boy racers? You turn up on car parks at random times.
There's a page that I follow on Facebook called "What Fat Vegans Eat," right? And it's just all of those sweet things that you discover are vegan, right? Vegans are not inherently healthier than anyone else. I am an unhealthy vegan.
You can still eat sugar.
Eat crap all of the time.
You can still.
If it wasn't for the supplements, he'd be dead.
He looks really impressed by that, Alex. He's. I'm just trying to look up the collective noun for vegans, because you said you're in a collective. I can't seem to find one yet.
What's the collective noun for flamingos?
The collective noun for flamingos is a flamboyance.
A flamboyance. I think it should be a flamboyance of vegans.
A flamboyant vegan. I don't know. I think
a murder. A murder.
A murder of vegans.
Well, no, but that's the very inherent thing that we don't do. It should be a murder of carnivores, right? Like, there's the one thing that we have made it quite clear that we will not do. Like,
I think it should be a tofu of vegans.
A tofu of vegans,
Tofu.
yeah.
That works.
And if
That
you've got
works.
a really big group, it's a bean curd.
The vegans, I like it. That works.
Nice.
And a small group would be a chutney.
A chutney of vegans. Ah.
Falafel. A
That feels like an
falafel
album.
of vegans.
Feels like an album title. A chutney of vegans. Great.
By Chaz and Dave.
Yeah. Ends, have you ever seen a fat vegan?
I've never seen a fat vegan.
Great. We'll come to you for the next
I
question.
try not to like. Oh, it's a fucking. Can I just go? Because basically, it's like me sitting here and watching you.
That's like it's we're almost at the end of the hour. So and the music seems to have died off a little.
So I think we're good now.
There's a certain surrealism.
Yeah, we can hope.
That's added by us watching you eat that sandwich, where whilst Colin and Alex really upset Simon. So,
Well,
It's all a good
the thing is,
list towards Simon. I just, I find it very, very fun to wind him up because he gets very defensive very quickly.
Honestly, you start it all off by pretending to be middle class.
Oh no, I don't pretend.
And he's not even a vegan. What kind of middle class?
Yeah, exactly. How can you
Alex,
don't you live in Birmingham?
Alex, we're all gonna die sometime. You know, you might as well eat a bit of bacon, mightn't you?
Yeah. But you could say that about anything. We're all going to die somewhere sometime. Let's try paedophilia. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that message from
That
Colin
That
Edge.
is taking a leap.
Well, however you like to do it. I mean, that's up to you. Take a leap, a running jump.
What, in
Off a cliff.
Yeah.
You do a running jump on speed.
Yeah. Boing. And this, and that, kids, is how I got cancelled. Yeah.
Operation Trampoline.
No, we're going to die
dear.
as well.
Hey, if negative publicity is helping Ricky Gervais out this week, then yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. If that is not Stuart's sum up of this hour, then I'm going to be so angry.
Yeah,
Stuart, hour 7, taking a running jump into paedophilia.
Yeah, it's I think he did. He that was the last comment he made. Hour 6 was the worst doctor.
Yeah.
So I do hope that he is still watching and he's still in his wife's dressing gown that he was in at 9:30 this morning.
Bouncing into paedophilia.
Yeah. Only Stuart Dunlop could wear his wife's silk floral dressing gown and still make it look butch. So
I am back as a Cyberman.
he's back. Oh yeah, he's back to being the Cyberman. So I think we have time for one more question, just for this hour. I think this is tying in rather nicely to Darren. That's what we're talking about. If you were stuck on a desert island with one of your co-panelists, who would you eat first? Anne seems to have completely frozen, so we'll come back to her in a moment. Colin, we'll come to you first. Who would you eat?
I'm concerned about this question, being as I'm probably the biggest out of all of us.
I think we share the crown on that one.
You know what I mean? But I think the vegan corn-fed, innit?
Corn-fed, yeah.
So Simon would be the most nutritious.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, you're not supposed to eat things that eat meat, are you?
No.
You know what I mean? That's why, that's the whole pig issue, isn't it? Because pigs will eat meat, they'll eat anything, won't they?
So I've just got this thing. When you said pig issue, I've got this vision of this magazine for homeless pigs. Now, it's got that's what's got. Yeah. And now that you're back, we'll pose the question to you. If you were stuck on a desert island with a co-panelist, who would you eat first?
With a game show panelist?
No, out of all of us.
Oh God. Right. Okay. I'm thinking that I'd save Alex for last because there's more of him.
Plant.
Yeah.
Yeah. You would have. It would go. What's it? Colin. You. Alex. That's how we would go.
You've missed Simon out completely.
I think.
It's understandable.
No, Simon's first.
Simon's first. Oh, all right. Sorry. So
Simon's first. Simon's. You know. But obviously, I would rather not eat you.
No, it's fine. You know what? It's fine. I see how it is.
On the plus side, Simon, what you can
But-
take from this is that 2 people think you're delicious.
Yeah, we think tasty.
And you could use your hair to floss with.
Ooh.
That's the sort of thinking.
So you
that would
keep
get
that,
you.
but after all of them.
Yeah, that's the sort of thinking that would get you a high rank in the Third Reich.
Yeah.
Ooh, lucky me.
Wouldn't it technically be the 4th?
4th Reich. Yeah, well, yeah, we have 4th now. Yeah. We'll mute you for a second because the crescendo's happening on the music. Oh man. Anonymous Cyberman. Who would you eat?
Yeah, I would. Well, to be fair, part of me would probably start eating myself first because at least I know where I've been.
That's exactly. I wouldn't eat myself, ironically enough.
Well, I'd eat 2 ribs first, so then I could eat myself.
Yeah. Seeing as at least 3 of this panel are all probably beer battered on the inside. You know, I think I've got to go with Colin. The whole corn-fed thing. You know, I'd make sure that I had a bottle of nice Chianti on the side, and just carve up a bit of hull. You know what I mean? Start with the leg.
So it's hands down across the board. We'd all eat you first, Simon.
Well, you know what? I'm flattered. I'm a little bit offended, right? I am a little bit offended, but you know what? That seems to have been the way this whole hour has gone. Everyone's gone.
We'd do it properly. We'd start with the legs and just turn the KOs off, just in case there was a bit of rescue. You know, just in case we did get rescued. You wouldn't be. You wouldn't be dead. Yeah, you wouldn't be dead. You'd just be, you know, an amputee.
Screaming pain.
You'd be legless, but you'd be safe in the knowledge you'd saved all our lives.
Yeah.
That would
And
bring
at least
me
you
no
still be
joy
alive.
at any point. Like once you'd eaten my legs, I don't think going, oh yeah, but at least they're still alive. I don't think I'm going to be feeling like that, guys.
We'll give you a bit of morphine, local anaesthetic. You know, even though
you
it's
know what?
happened.
Yeah, right. If you're gonna fill me up with morphine, do whatever you want. I'm fine.
It's out there on the internet now. That's legally binding.
Yeah.
As a torso, intravenously fed morphine.
It's just I'm just a torso that's just like fed a different concoction of drugs each day.
Yeah.
Being
By the end of it, you might be like, you know, Futurama, where they've got what you would call its head in a
it's like
jar.
heads in a jar. Well, you know what, right? Yeah, everyone was going to go for me. I was going to say M's, but I was worried it would be a bit of a, you know, like a hate crime.
I
But then I was wondering
stop myself from saying something.
if I'm choosing M's, do I get
Yeah.
everyone in her local vicinity? Because I can have the band, I can have the barman. There we go. I'm getting a feast. Yeah, I bet there's got some crisps behind that bar as well. Yes, please.
No, they're mine.
But because
I was
Simon's a
like,
vegan,
you
he'd
can
only
eat- You can eat me, and I've just realised what I've been saying out loud to like fucking you lot, to eat me.
Eat me.
and now everyone can hear.
Nice. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's so you just sat there in a bar on your own, going, "You can eat me. You can eat me."
Yeah.
Well, luckily I've got big enough earphones on so they can see that I'm on the thing. But you know,
Yeah.
who knows? Who knows?
Well, who
Yeah, but
knows?
they're going to
Yeah.
assume now
Paul
that you're on
Foot's
some,
just
like,
come in.
headphones
Paul
text.
Foot's just come in. Shall I get
Paul
Paul
Foot?
Foot to talk to you?
Quick,
Yeah.
switch it around. Let's have a look. See, let's look at Paul Foot.
Excuse me, Mr. Paul Foot. Hello. Hi, I'm on a comedy podcast at the moment. I'm wondering if you'll stick your head in and say hello.
Into the podcast.
Into the podcast.
Is it live?
It's here. You have to come and sit quite close to me though. Can you
This would be hilarious
can
if
you
you managed
can you do that? Yeah, you're right. Okay, Mr. Paul Foot's coming on.
Wow. Nice. Special
Ah.
guest.
Okay. This is a surprise. There we go.
Surprise guest. You've
It's
had a
Paul
Cyberman.
Hello.
The Paul Foot.
Oh, hang on, he can't hear because he hasn't got the fucking earphones in. Yeah, go on.
Just say. Okay,
Hello.
I'm not sure if he wants to share. Hello, Paul Foot. Thanks
Paul
for
speaking.
Hello, Paul. Thanks for stopping by and waving.
Hello. It's
Thank
nice
you
to be
very
on the
much indeed.
podcast, isn't it?
Well, thank
Can
you.
you hear me? It's Paul speaking. Can you
We
hear
can
me? Hello?
hear you. We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, this is Paul Foot 2 podcast, sound check. Yes, so you can hear me, that's the point. But anyway, how are you? Are you well?
We're great. Thank you for just swinging by to say hello. Excellent timing. Just as we were wrapping up too. So thank you.
Yes.
Yes. Are you?
Where are you?
at
In Bournemouth? Are you in Bournemouth?
all over the place. So the Midlands and down there. I take it you're doing a show.
I'm doing a show. I take it you're doing a podcast at the moment from the Midlands. It's a bit of a. I'm glad you're doing it because there's a big shortage of podcasts in the Midlands, aren't there? It's not, podcasts in the Midlands. Of course, it's not widely known, but podcasts started in the Midlands. Originally, they started in the 19th century, long before the technology we have now. They used to do their own little podcasts in the Midlands, like a podcast, but it was just people shouting from their gardens with megaphones. And it was only then when the technology caught up with it that other places started to be able to have proper podcasts like this, without just using a megaphone. And then the people in the Midlands, of course, got rather bitter because they were the ones who started it with a megaphone shouting in fields. And so the number of podcasts did dramatically drop. But it's good to see that it's coming back again and that people like you are using the new methods. So you're not just clinging on to the old things with a megaphone in a field and all that and saying, we're the ones who started it. You've moved on from that and that's very admirable that you've let that bitterness of the past go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
I still
Paul.
do my podcast the old-fashioned way, though.
Yeah,
I
yes.
just climb up onto the roof and just scream for a bit.
We will do that now. We're doing a mammoth 12-hour one to raise money for Mind. So there is the fundraising link, justgiving.com/lastaqt. QR code, scan that as well. So we're going to wrap up this hour. So thank you to the guests from this hour. End Coombs and a last-minute special appearance from Paul Foot. So thank you. You guys.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to go now because I've become overwhelmed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ems. Thank you to Colin Edges.
My name's
thank you
Ems, by the way.
Anonymous
My name's
Cyberman and to Simon Hall. Guys,
Have a good show.
plug before we go? We'll start with you, Colin.
If you're anywhere near Guildford, I've got a show at Guildford Comedy Festival on the 8th of July at the Keep Pub in Guildford. We're doing a show called The Version of Ridiculous. So if you're anywhere near Guildford for the Guildford Fringe, then come down to watch that.
Excellent. Anonymous Cyberman, also known as Alex Plant. Have you got anything to plug?
Yes. Who Knows Comedy in Worcester. We have just secured another venue. Will be Who Knew Comedy, new material. That's on the 7th of July. the Worcester Comedy Festival is happening at the end of July as well. And there's something going on with Arch Rivals in there, and I'm at Arch Rivals Comedy at the Arch Rivals on June the 8th, which will be fantastic as well. I'm emceeing that, so that'll be fun.
Excellent.
So support comedy in Worcester.
Ems, have you got anything to plug, even if it's just your social?
Yes, darling. No, I have actually got something to plug. I've got like 3 gigs around Plymouth in June. That's all I can tell you about that, but they're in Plymouth.
Nice.
And I'm going to see Nick Hound tonight, and I plan to get him to do backing on Ice Cream Overdose. So that's my plan for this evening.
Okay, cool. And finally, well, to say thanks again for snagging Paul Foot for the last 10 minutes. That was hilarious. And Simon, anything to plug yourself, sir?
That's all right.
Yes, last week at the Brighton Fringe, I'm doing a show at the Caxton Wednesday, Thursday, and 10:45 on Friday. Come very, very drunk so that the show actually becomes funny, please. Yeah. But yeah, please come along, Brighton Fringe. Woo!
Excellent. Yeah. Right, so that is it for this hour. So thanks again to my guests, Colin Etchers, the Anonymous Cyber, and Alex Plant, Ems Coombs, Paul Foot, randomly appearing in, and also Simon Hall. We're going to take a very short 5-minute break, and then we'll come back with our next hour. I can see our guests for our next hour are appearing already. So Leanne Eastoke, Kirsty Monroe, and Jurgen Stack, and Tubbs, Craig Harrower will be here. So thanks again to you guys, and we will be back in about 5 minutes. So cheers, guys. Bye. Bye. Bye.
£40 could help keep Mind's supportive online community side by side, open for another hour, helping to connect people and feel less alone.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
A donation of £20 could help 167 people take their first steps in getting mental health support through Minds booklets.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
No, it's not 9 minutes. We're back. Hello. And welcome back to Awkward Question Time, live all day for 12 hours for the final ever show. This is the last ever show on for 12 hours, and we are raising money for Mind. I'm just going to check the total, see if that has altered at all since we were last on. No, it has not, but we're still at 75% of the target. Still a bit of time to go. We can still do this, people. I think I've got the right jingle as well for the counter for where we are at.
5 hours to go.
5 hours to go. Well over the halfway point. Happy days. So you can donate by scanning that QR code right there, just next to me, Dalek. That'll take you straight through to the Just Giving page. Or you can use the URL, justgiving.com/fundraising/lastdayqt. If you are just joining us and you've not watched anything at all today, you've missed 7 hours of random shite. I think it's the best way I can describe it. Man, it has gotten weird. Really, really weird. From the off, it's not just a recent thing. If you are a regular viewer and you are just tuning in, do not text the Nokia because the SIM card has died. So you cannot get in touch that way. But you can submit your questions to the panel the usual way, just in the comments section. More cringe, the better. Joining me for this hour, please welcome, in no particular order, Kirsty Monroe, Jürgen Stack, Tubbs, and Leanne Easton. Hello!
Hello!
That was a lovely bit of smoke blowing out of you then, Tubbs. It was nice.
Sorry, yeah, I've got my incense burning. I'm not on fire. Should I move it, or does it give us sort of Sunday effect?
That's fine. I love the.
It's you, Tubbs, that's smoking. It's not me. It's coming from you and going into my house.
Should we all get some smoke going? I think I do have a candle. I do have a candle.
Hey.
Just
Alex, I think you're hot enough, Alex.
No. Can we not all hear and see each other okay? Because normally we'd sort out any tech problems before we go on air, but we've been on air since 9:30 this morning. So we're all good. Yeah.
All good.
Either Jurgen's really happy or he's frozen.
Happy.
He's just happy. There we go. There we are. There we are. There we go. There.
Yeah.
I'm joining in on being lit. Nice.
I hear you. Both.
That delay from Jurgen is going to make this really interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's just like fine. We'll just be halfway through a question and he'll be randomly laughing at the last one. So right, cool.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I might get lost in translation.
that is one hell of a delay, but the weird thing is you're crystal clear when you do talk. thing is, you would. And he's gone. There we are. He'll be back at some point. He'll be back at some point. You would think that he's got a really bad signal in Germany, but no, he's calling in from northern Scotland. So which is where Tubbs is dialing in from. So Tony, on watching, if you submit your questions for the panel, that would be grand, and also donate as well, because that's what we're here for. We'll get on to our first question, which is, what is the last song you played in full? Be honest. So this will be the point for you to have a shuffle at your Spotify or whatever.
I already know what mine is.
What's that?
It was the absolute classic Journey, Don't Stop Believing.
Ah, nice. What prompted that?
Well, my car is quite old, and I can only listen to the radio or have CDs. So what I like to do is I like to go into charity shops and just get like the old Now CDs and stuff like that. And I don't like to look what's on them. I just like to put them in and just see what the ball rolls. And it was a bit of an older one, and I had it on repeat yesterday because I just forgot how much of an absolute tune it was. So and the old-fashioned way CD as well, retro.
I think it's the sheer amount of cars with CD players still in them that's still sort of like forcing CD production. That's the only thing that's keeping CDs going. There'll be a time when it'll be like Apple CarPlay across the board CD.
Yeah.
I've just looked at mine. Thankfully, it wasn't. It was something slightly credible. It was "I Am the Resurrection" by the Stone Roses. So all 7 minutes of it. So kind of credible, I suppose. Tubbs, what about you?
I was listening to some German heavy metal, Rammstein, song called Zeit. Very good.
Zeit.
I have no idea what they're singing about, but I sing along.
That's nice. Jürgen, have you ever heard of Rammstein?
Awkward.
Yeah.
Is he just playing with us now?
Lord once for yes, twice for no.
Is this going to be like an elaborate prank that is just playing in a video of him at home and then it's suddenly going to burst through the door here?
What's
it called? Do you think he had prior plans and thought, well, I can't cancel, so I'm just going to like stick a video on of me, just
the hologram.
Yeah.
Tubbs, what are you looking at?
You sexy man.
Well, Zeitgeist means mood of the moment.
Ooh.
No, mate.
It's actually just called Zeit, not Zeitgeist.
I'm trying to participate.
That's good, and you said that without moving your lips.
No.
And he's got to get no. I'm blowing the candle out. Just get some smoke going. There we go. Well, this is odd. So, Kirsty, what about you?
Well, blast from the past. See if you're old enough to remember this. Michelle Gale.
Yeah, I remember.
Weakness is my weakness. That was my jam this morning.
Oh, I remember that from, I think it was on Now 20 something, Now 29.
Oh yeah.
What are we on now? Now what? No.
It's now 111.
Oh, okay. Has anyone
Wow.
got any like music or songs that they're really ashamed to admit to? So I've got a really heavy liking for Westlife, and I think it's really embarrassing because let's face it, Westlife are a bit shit. They are my guilty pleasure.
I have
Yeah, the more like cheesy music.
playlist on Spotify, which is public, so you can probably go and have a look at it. If you like. I'll let you know into some of the things that are on here. The first one is Them Girls by Zig and Zag. That's the first song, which is not as naff as it sounds because it was produced by the same guy that produced Reel to Reel. So it sounds more like a reel to reel tune than Zig and Zag. But it was essentially two white Irish men pretending to be black. But because it was on the guise of puppets, it's not so problematic looking back. Other things on the list include Crazy Horses by the Osmonds, Healing Hand by Elton John. Elton's just, and Jurgen just come back into a big scream. Which,
Has Jurgen been murdered?
I don't know. Wonder Man by Right Said Fred, only because that was the tie-in to the 1994 release of Sonic 3.
Yeah, I'm having.
That's all right.
Hey, don't rush to it.
I have no idea what he's talking about, so things are normal.
I mean, having a Birmingham accent, no one ever knows what I'm talking about anyway. So
that's right. But
either they don't know or they're just not interested because of this monotone accent.
I think it's great.
I really, really hate the Birmingham accent, and I've got a really strong Brummie accent. So
I like Brummie accents, though. Yeah, especially comedy.
It does add sort of something a comedic tone to things because I've recently been on a short holiday and I came back via Birmingham Airport. I went to Istanbul. And I came back via Birmingham Airport, and you know the baggage reclaim. So clearly, somebody that works at Birmingham Airport has sounded the warning that the carousel is about to start. So, warning, baggage carousel starting. Warning, baggage carousel starting. And you say, I can't take that warning seriously. That's all. So there is something.
Oh yeah, I do because I speak to, obviously if anyone follows me on Facebook or anything, you'll know that I speak to a lot of men all the time. And if I ever get voice messages, the Birmingham ones are the worst. I had a Nigerian guy leave me a voice message, and it's so much better than the Birmingham one. So it's like, you are a goddess. And then there was even the Scottish one, which was quite aggressive yet still sexy. Like he's like, you're dead fucking sexy. And then you have like the Birmingham one, and it's just like, you're right, love. Like, yeah, I think you're really pretty. Like, yeah, do you want to go out for a meal? Like, and
That was a great time for Jurgen to reappear. You're dead sexy.
Well, he's dead sexy.
He is, even if his router isn't.
I've moved closer to the router.
Well, we can hear you, and you're only on like a 10-second delay now, so it's getting better, Jurgen. It's getting better. So we're talking about the last song that you played in full earlier.
Yeah.
Alex Plant and your guilty pleasures. So Alex Plant was admitted to
Glad
Madonna.
to be back.
Lucky Star,
That's a good song.
And Would You by Touch and Go. So, any guilty pleasures, Jurgen?
Yes.
Right. What are they?
Yeah. I would. Yeah, I would.
He would, yeah.
Ooh, All the Lovers by Kylie Minogue.
Oh, I love that song.
That's another film, yeah.
Yeah, they're just piling them all up in there. Have you seen it? Elaborate. Yeah, like I said, all the bodies are just being piled up, like in a cone shape. Isn't that pretty?
I've worked with Jürgen at the Edinburgh Festival for the last 4 years, and this is a little insight of what it's like to work with him.
That's what I mean.
So, yeah.
Ooh, that was awkward.
It's beautiful and awkward all at once. All right, on to the next question. What is the most disturbing dream you've ever had? Ooh, that's made a couple of go, ooh.
I mean, it's incest, probably.
It's like a house of cards that could collapse into itself any time.
I mean, various people in my family, yeah. Not just one.
Who was the best?
Who was the worst?
The best.
The worst?
What's that best?
Probably like I guess the worst is like the closer related to me they are is probably like the worst.
So like uncle's okay.
Yeah. Cousin, absolutely fine.
Distant cousin, yeah, you can do that, no problem.
I've had dreams about co-workers or people that I've been at uni with, which is very vivid and quite disturbing. And then you can't really look at them in the same way because it's been quite a really realistic dream. So I think if we're taking that disturbing in a positive sense, I have had a recurring dream where I've won the lottery and it's felt very real, and then I'll wake up and I'm like, oh, you bastard! I'm not a millionaire. So if we're taking disturbing in that sense, so I've had that few times. I love the fact you just pop back in and laugh.
You're a billionaire.
Jürgen, what? That was me thinking the last hour was random. No, it wasn't. What's the most disturbing thing you've had, Jürgen?
I apologize for my technical difficulties, folks. Oh, I dreamt of you. No. I was I was at a Scientology convention, I think, on a boat in Frankfurt.
Random.
Are you a Scientologist, Jürgen?
Was this a dream or did this actually happen?
I walked on. You want me to elaborate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Free drinks going, so I helped. And then you wake up and it was a good dream. If it didn't happen, it was like a nightmare, or the other way around, isn't it? So
yeah.
So these two Scientologists invited me to put these headphones, and I can see my dreams. They said you are able to see your thoughts, and well, I said, well, if you want me to do this, I'll give it a bash like. So I did, and I could see myself strangling my boss. Hello.
Hello.
Are we frozen again?
I'm here to fill in for a few moments, as Alex needs to.
Can you hear me?
He was totally not prepared for what just happened.
So what's like a deja?
I've not cut him off. He just okay. Right. I mean, all of us just looked disturbed by that, apart from Jürgen, who just kept laughing. By that, hopefully he's gone to self-refer himself for some help now that he's described that dream, because it sounds like it is needed. It's needed. Has anyone else yet to answer with the disturbing dream?
I've got one.
Yes.
Only because I've given up smoking the devil's lettuce for 4 weeks now. So my dreams are coming back nice and heavy and trippy. So last night, the dream consisted of I went to visit my mum and dad. And as I'm walking down the top of their street, I could see all the Russian tanks and soldiers at the bottom of the street. And as they all look up, they start firing their guns and shooting the tank at me. So I'm running through all the back gardens, trying to hide from them all. And I woke up and like sweat dripping out of me, like really concerned that the Russians had invaded.
That, I mean, although it would be dreadful and terrible, part of me would like to see if the Russians did try and invade Glasgow.
Well, the thing is, I'm like 40 minutes from Glasgow, so it's a really small town in the middle of next to nowhere kind of thing. So why they were invading there? That's what I want to know.
Well, that's they're not going for the capitals because they can't manage that. They go for the little towns.
It felt very personal to me, like they were almost just out for me.
Mm.
The tanks are too much.
That's funny because there is whenever a war
Yeah,
is
it's called
on, there does
bottom-up
tend to be-
approach.
We've got your back, all right? If it goes down, we have got your back.
Right.
I don't know how much help. I don't know how much help I'll be, but maybe I can scare them away with my incest stories.
Thank you.
Give it a bash.
There is the mass conscious people do have
Putin,
war dreams.
Putin is a sucker for those.
Yeah, definitely.
This is working on some level. It's not going to be worth it, but I'm going to try again. People do en masse have war dreams whenever a war is being reported on. Because I do remember sort of the second Iraq war. A lot of women were quite disturbed by the fact that they were having naughty dreams about Saddam. And that made him rage quit. Yeah. So that did happen. That's not just me tripping, honest.
That actually makes me wonder what sort of sex dictators are into. Do you think they all like similar sort? I think they probably like to be dominated because they dominate so much every day, and they're used to telling people what to do. In the bedroom, they just want to let that all go and let somebody else take control. That's my theory.
I like a pagan.
No,
yeah.
Pegging the running joke that underpinned this show since its start. The theory that dictators, the reason why they do invade is because they're supplementing. They're really not. They're falling down in sort of that sort of way. If they were getting it regular and on a decent basis, and getting their kicks in the rest, they would be more.
I can see where you're going with this, like an appeal to get dictators laid to stop the wars.
Yeah.
Is Putin's problem actually with Ukraine, or is it back to Ukraine?
Yeah.
So someone's got to take one for the team and go and peg Putin. Is that what we're saying? Yeah.
Any volunteers?
If he feels anything. Is anyone else getting motion sickness by the amount of times Jurgen keeps coming in and out of the stream? I love the fact that he keeps trying. Typical German.
Yeah.
I think having sex with your statue watching through the window is how they do it. Good point. Alex.
Yeah.
Good point, because they are quite egotistical. So having statues or at very least massive flags with their face on it draped from every building. That was.
I was chatting to someone the other day, and on a side note, I was just thinking of those masks that people have of people's faces, like looking right out, like if they hadn't put that on the other person while they're having sex. But there was this. My friend was telling me this story that they went out and there was a stag do, and they all had masks, and one of them had a mask of David Beckham. And her friend was chatting him up. And she was really fancied him because he had the David Beckham face. And then he went to kiss her and lifted up his mask, and then she went, "No, thanks."
That is brutal. That is really brutal.
They're really lifelike, those faces, because I've seen a few of them have like Heisenberg from Breaking Bad, his face. and it's like uncannily like it. And they also make like you can get them so it looks like you've got a baby's head.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure why you'd go on the pool with a baby's head.
No, you won't go on a pool with one. It's just part of their range.
Well, that's your story reminds me actually of that's something brutal that happened to me on Tinder this week. So I got a match and we had a little conversation. It was going okay, and then I always put a full picture up. I think it's the last picture on my profile, and then I got a message to say, "Oh, I didn't realise you were fat," and then he unmatched me. So,
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was quite brutal.
Yeah, name and shame. Name and shame.
Yeah.
Name and shame to the 5 people watching. Yeah. Mm. Or messaging back to say donate. You know, get good karma back.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, to redeem yourself, you must donate. Yeah.
Yeah. It's down there. Donate. Well, that's it. Chip in so you can get Jurgen some better broadband. I didn't realise. I think in a couple of years, Aberdeen will get 2G. Maybe. Very maybe. Let's just check the title actually. So we shifty. Oh, hello. We have hit the £100 target. Donate.
Yay!
We have hit the £100 target. So
have a round number.
The last person to donate was 25 quid from Cyberman, which I know that was you, Alex Plant. So thank you very much indeed. So we have got.
I loved how Alex looked like an unlocked player. On the last.
He wasn't still away. It was beautiful. He just spent an entire all of the hour just ripping it out of Simon Hall for being a vegan. So
fair enough.
So which Simon didn't look that impressed.
Alex Plant is great. Yeah.
It's what I like. One of the things about getting to know comedians doing like shows like this over the lockdowns that happened is you don't realise how tall people are until you meet them in real life. So it was a real shock when I met Alex Plant first. I'm like, oh, you're Alex. Bloody hell! Even when he's laid down, he's still 6'2".
Oh yeah, I'd love a sort of to see a swap of sets between George Copper could do Alex's set and Alex could do George's set. It would be quite funny to watch.
That's good. Isn't there a set?
Sorry.
That's what I'm saying.
Me? Or
yeah. What were we saying?
Me. Oh, they have a show in Edinburgh called Joke Thieves where you do your set and then the second half you swap round and you do someone else's set and it's really funny. So you it's a bit of a like cross between like a roast battle and like just it's just
I'd absolutely love that. I mean, I'm sure there's comedians that love to get hold of my 16-inch dildo. So
I'd like to see what somebody would make of the sound effect app on my iPad. To see what
yes, it's fun.
616 clarifies Alex Plant says, "Hey, Kirsty," as well.
Oh, love you, Alex Plant.
Right. So, next question. Let's have a look. Your contribution's been minimal, but it's been epic. It's been good. So, next question. If you had to make up a plausible rumor about me, what would it be?
You're too kind.
Oh, I've got one. I think that you, Alex, are not Alex. You're your evil twin. Because last time I saw you, you looked very different. And I did actually think, who is that? So I think you're actually your evil twin, Schmalix.
Right. Okay. So Alex has not had a buzz cut. I'm his evil twin, and I've taken over his last ever live stream.
Yeah, and that's why it's the last ever one.
Yeah.
You wanted to, Alex Liam wanted to carry on, but you've come to destroy it. So jealous. Ooh.
Yeah, he's the real Alex with his lovely flowing locks. Is actually in one of these cupboards. So and gagged. He's like, yeah. So I'm evil Alex. What was the name? Salix? Did you say?
Schmalix.
Schmalix. Schmalix. Mwahaha. I wish it was longer. I could curl it then.
Is that like Smeagol and Alex? Smalex.
Yeah. Tubbs, a plausible rumor about me, Alex's evil twin.
That you got a blowy off of Joanna Lumley when you were 16.
Under what circumstance did that come about?
Got it on your 16th birthday. You just waited until it became legal. But I would believe that.
Okay, I've had to now mute Jurgen because his router is making a screaming noise for some reason. So I will come back to you soon, Jurgen. Don't worry, I'll unmute you and wait 10 seconds for your answer. Leanne, plausible rumor about me.
If it's got to be plausible, I'd say that after Lambrini with Leanne, we continued to get heavily drunk and we had video call sex.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's and also a very nice sly plug for your podcast too. I like that.
Yeah. See what I did there.
I highly recommend doing an episode of Lambrini with Leanne because you chat with Leanne and drink Lambrini.
And it ends up in video sex with Alex.
What's not to love? Well, not that last bit. That last bit is not. Up until that point, I'm not making this better. Jurgen, a plausible rumor about me.
Hi. Oh, I heard that you might be able to get someone a date on Tinder when they are not Tindering themselves.
Oh, Christ. Oh, God. Okay. Yes. Now then, I'll tell the story. This actually did happen, didn't it?
Plausible or implausible?
No, that's what happened was because Jurgen was
Well,
firing
we
for
don't
my
need
show.
to. We don't need to throw light on the matter.
I think we do. I think we do because
I want to hear.
It doesn't paint me out in a good light. It paints you out in a legendary light. So Jurgen was flying for my shows in Edinburgh last year.
You want to hear?
We'd finished doing the improv show, and I got a match on Tinder. There's a certain 1830 quality to some Edinburgh fringes at times. If you are a single comedian, it can have a sort of Freshers Week feel, particularly if you're on Tinder, because of that amount of people descending into one space with a geolocated dating app. It does have a certain frisson to everything, particularly if you put "I'm in town till the 28th." Wink. That's what I do. So I got this message from somebody who was up for the weekend from London who sent me a message saying, "I'm in town for just one night only and need a dance partner." I thought, result. So we agreed to meet at Bannerman's. It's on Nidri Street, and just as we were walking, Jurgen was with me. I said, "Do you want to walk into it? Doesn't feel like an ambush."
Yay.
So she then sends me a message saying, "Have you got somebody for my friend?" That was an appropriate time for a screen to happen in the background. So long story short, the date that I got hated my guts, but Jurgen then got lucky with her friend. So that is what happened next. So I then spent the rest of the evening alone with this woman who hated my guts, essentially. So
just like like your marriage, then, Alex. Is that?
That would imply there was some sort of feeling.
To redeem you, Alex, I will say that me and Alex, we went to the Isle of Wight to do a gig, and we was tatty in the Isle of Wight. Alex was getting match after match after match.
You want to know the moral of the story?
Yeah.
I'll never forget that moral.
Lessons have been learnt today.
Waiting. Moralizers. Anything?
I think that's it.
No. Okay. All right. We'll start talking. The duck is Alex's
Fantastic.
Storkrow. Oh, right. Yes.
Plausible
rumor.
So, Alex, what's the moral of the story for our plausible, implausible tale?
Don't go on a double date with Jurgen; he'll outshine you.
Wow.
That's the moral of the story. Yeah, Isle of Wight. Something about that island mentality. When there's some fresh meat that arrives,
Yes.
everybody on the island pretty much went.
Yeah.
You're Robert Duckman.
Both of mine and Leanne's phones were going ping, ping, ping,
Yeah.
ping. Nora.
How about he got the date?
He's still on the previous question, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Feels like, you know that the Sue Ronnie sketch, Mastermind, where he has to answer the previous question.
Have you had any technical difficulties up until now, or is this your first?
Well, on the previous hour, because you just joined on the previous hour, Ems was dialing in from a pub for a comedy festival.
No, I'm with it.
Like really, really bad sort of like bandwidth, so it looked like a early noughties QuickTime video. But then randomly, Paul Foot appeared.
Yeah,
which he then grabbed and pulled in and then just spoke for a few minutes. So it's like those lovely mad ones. No major technical difficulty so far, but I would have thought your broadband would have been more efficient, Jurgen. Yes, I'm glad you get stereotypes. Yeah. Right. On to our. Has everyone? Yeah, everyone's made a rumor. Yes, they have. Right. On to our next question. Guys, keep it in nicely because it's been talking about music a lot this hour. Keep it in nicely with the theme. What song would you
I'm
like
with my
played at
new
your
match.
funeral?
She's great, but her internet is crap.
So we see.
Okay. Right. Well, we'll come to Tubbs first on this one. While Jurgen catches up. What song would you like played at your funeral? For me, it would have to be "View to a Kill" by Duran Duran.
Bat Out of Hell, maybe.
Bat Out of Hell. Nice.
Jamiroquai went deeper underground.
Ah, nice. I like that. I like that. And are you making Jamiroquai Deeper Underground?
Nice.
That's nice. Are you making shadow puppets, Tubbs? Because if you're just getting the shadow. All right, okay. Is that a vape pen or a USB stick? It did look like a USB stick, and
I think I would have to have something outrageous. I think I'd want everyone just to laugh. I'd probably have "WAP" by Cardi B, and just have like, just have everyone look at each other like, what the, like, and then just hopefully like that would like make them just laugh a little bit. I don't know. I like just for one last moment, have people say, "That's so Leanne," like only Leanne. It's my last day that I'm ever going to get attention, so I'm going to absolutely milk it.
Quite right.
Or like pull a trigger of like a Bluetooth speaker in the coffin, and then just have someone play your voice going, "I'm not dead." Talk about inappropriate songs, then I would probably choose "DISCO" by Ottawa. That would work. Kirsty, what about you?
Well, I think when I was younger, I always wanted to have Ocean Drive by Lighthouse Family, and I think I might stand by that 'cause it's a quality tune, and I like to think of myself going out on an ocean. So yeah, something like that, or maybe like a really good like rave track, and like a bit of techno and get everyone standing on the pews and having a bit of a rave.
Nice.
That's a good idea. I mean,
Raving out into the universe.
I don't know where the church stands on rave music. I'll throw in a couple of hallelujahs.
My bit something.
I've got in my head like a happy hardcore remix of the Hallelujah chorus.
I want the church to be told absolutely she was an atheist. I want them to know they're burning an atheist.
Although it is a dark thought, it did occur to me that the rules on funerals during the pandemic did disguise potentially the unpopularity of a lot of the deceased. Kind of like, oh yeah, thousands would have turned up, mate. But yeah, it's restricted.
It was really bizarre, weren't it? Like people joining funerals via Zoom.
Zombie Nation from Alex Plant, beautiful.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Or Killing in the Name of.
That's a tune.
That'll be one for when the curtain goes round before you go into the incinerator. Beautiful. Jürgen, what about you? What
I'm going underground. I'm going underground.
Has anyone got any rules for their funeral?
I think everyone get a massive party and get really drunk.
No rules.
No rules, absolutely none. Like no rules, just do whatever you want. I like it.
I always fancied a New Orleans style jazz funeral. Have you seen those?
No, I haven't.
In the start of the one of the Bond films is the New Orleans jazz funeral, where there's like this big procession, load of like jazz musicians that are playing some really funky stuff like Dixieland jazz, and you've got this like horse-drawn carriage coming. Like, I think this is the fifth time today the entire panel's looked at me blank. Like,
I've got a few rules. So everyone must talk about how beautiful I was. Like, and just put up all the good, all of the good.
Where do you live?
Derbyshire,
right?
That was the worst time to laugh.
All of the good selfies must be put on bunting everywhere, and everyone must point out just how gorgeous of a person I was, inside and out. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's my last day of attention, so everybody must just constantly talk about how brilliant I was. Yeah.
Even though you can't do it.
I mean, if they could get like the cast of Hollyoaks to just throw themselves at my coffin and say, like, no, I can't believe it.
Yeah, it could be like a murder mystery funeral.
Yeah.
Hollyoaks. And then like all the reveals, like it's always, somebody's, big
just like
one. And you have that suspense, and then at the end of the funeral, you find out which member of Hollyoaks did it.
Yeah. Well, that'd be great if you
get to kill one as well.
Hire an actor that plays a well-known TV detective.
Yeah. That's like a song. That's like a song. 10 in a bed.
What is everyone's top detective show?
Right, I want Idris Elba to turn up as Luther, just to stand at the back and just be really.
I want Jonathan Creek to turn up.
Jonathan Creek.
Oh, lovely, yeah. I'd have Death in Paradise.
Which era?
Death in Paradise is so good. It's my favorite. It's just like Agatha Christie, but in the Caribbean. It's perfect. And I think I'd have Arlo Hanlon. It's a tough choice between all the detectives, but he's my favorite.
I just have someone really, really random, like the cheeky girls doing the investigation.
Hey, Masai! Hello!
Sorry, I heard it talking about Death in Paradise. I just had to intervene. It's crap. And she makes me watch it all the time.
Thank you for that.
Masai!
Are you all okay? Also, Alex, yes. Well done for doing this for Mind Man. It's a good call.
Well, then intervene.
Thanks, Masai. I'll go for a bath. This is great. The second hour on the show, comedian cameo. It's just last hour for this hour, Matt Graham.
Hi.
Yeah. Excellent. So, well, I think with that's just a random laughing. That's gonna be etched in my head. That's all I'm gonna hear now until eventually it's Jurgen laughing. So we're has everyone answered?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. Good. Yeah. Right. Okay. Because I am slowly losing the plot.
Everybody laugh.
You've still got a long way ahead of you yet, Alex.
Check on you, Alex. Are you okay? How many hours have you been going now?
That's 9:30 this morning.
Have you had a win? Have you had something to eat?
8. So I'm 8 hours in. I've got like this 15-minute break between shows, so I can like get something to eat, go to the toilet, move about a bit. I did play out a classic episode for an hour, so I had a bit of a break. It was good. It merited a replay, so it was worth that much at least. So we're coming to the end of the hour. So before we wrap up, we're just going to say if anyone's got anything that they would like to plug.
You're doing awesome.
Just your socials. We will start with Jurgen. Have you got anything to plug, sir?
Oh. My butt?
Your butt. Okay. Right. That's great. Thanks. I was going to say thanks for your input, but no.
Yeah. I'll be doing some guest spots. When you say at the Fringe and on.
Oh, there was some plugging going on at the Fringe, was there, Alex?
What? I'm going to appear on Improv Provocateur on Saturday, the 6th of August, inaugural performance.
Yes.
For Mr. Lim.
I should be opening the booking sheet soon.
Yes.
So I don't know if you're free that first weekend, Tubbs. Back at the Killigan. So, check your eyes. Lovely stuff.
Yeah.
Leanne, anything to plug?
Just follow me on my socials, and I use my name for my name for everything. Because I'm an attention seeker, so I don't want to use a fake name. I want everyone to know who I am. And so just search Leanne Easthope on anything and you'll see what I've got going on.
Nice. Tubbs?
You'll find me on my socials by my fake name, Tubbs, Man of Mischief, on Instagram, YouTube.
Cool.
I'll be doing some guest spots, hopefully at Improv Provocateur, and if you're ever up in Scotland, some comedy night, mainly in Vibe Room or wherever I'll take me. Really, I'll go anywhere. I'm a cheap slut like that.
I still keep thinking that the Fringe has been way off, but it's like 9 weeks. So it's looming. It's looming. Kirsty.
Yeah, just massive
around
thank
the
you
corner.
for doing. I just think it's massively cool that you're doing this because I've got bipolar and have accessed probably lots of services. So it's great that you're supporting them and, just have a bit of fun and have a laugh and get chatting about it. So massive well done. I'm just going to edge my poster there. That's what I'm promoting for the Edinburgh Fringe. I've rebranded it as Sexcapades. But I keep forgetting the title and telling everyone I'm doing a show called Sex Couplets. So I don't know what's going on. But I'm at the Fringe, and there's my little name there. You can find me on the socials, Catherine Rowe Comedy. But yeah, it'd be great to see you all in Edinburgh, and it'd be a great laugh.
It's a date. Fancy having your posters behind you.
I needed to brighten up the blank wall.
Yes,
Indeed.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Yes. So
on that picture, look how good my skin looks. That's a lot of Photoshop. That's a lot of work into that poster by the lovely Banksy.
It was and it was lovely to meet you, Kirsty. Yeah, I've heard so many lovely things. So
Oh yeah, same. Yeah, let's definitely catch up in Edinburgh. Hop on the monster, all of you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Cool. Well, thanks again to my guests for this hour, Jurgen Schrack and his weird Wi-Fi, Leanne Eastoe, Tubbs, and Kirsty Monroe. Thank you all very much for the last hour. Thanks again, guys. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Lovely to see you all.
So thanks for dropping by. We're going to take a very short break, and then we'll be back for our next hour. I can see Maggie Whitehouse is already logged in and ready to go. We'll be taking a short break. We'll be right back with you, Maggie. But for now, goodbye to all of you. Bye-bye. 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 And me too. Back.
£40 could help keep Mind's supportive online community side by side, open for another hour, helping to connect people and feel less alone.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
A donation of £20 could help 167 people take their first steps in getting mental health support through Mind's booklets.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
A donation of £20 could help 167 people take their first steps in getting mental health support through Minds booklets.
£40 could help keep Mind's supportive online community side by side, open for another hour, helping to connect people and feel less alone.
Mental health problems affect 1 in 4 of us. Join Mind now in the fight for mental health.
A donation of £20 could help 167 people take their first steps in getting mental health support through Minds booklets.